right, it is June 16th and it is 8:06 in the morning, and we will start. Opening remarks.
You want to do public input?
Oh yeah, do we,
It's actually open on
any
March
citizens
1st.
want to
Oh, it
speak?
is.
I don't, nope, okay.
Got you an agenda.
Okay, well, then I guess I will go first then. All right, so council, thank you guys for being here. I know this is the start of a long summer of meetings. That just seems like that's how it works with all our budget stuff. Today, we're going to get into strategy. And, you know, it's almost like we're still at the stage, you know you're going to build a house, but you're not ready to pick out the nails yet. Instead, we're going to talk about the foundation. We got to make sure we have enough room, make sure we meet all the code requirements. Design, what does it want to look like? What the landscaping will look like before we actually get in and start pounding nails. So this is an important meeting that we have. We're going to go over the big rocks. We're going to talk about our utility rate structure. We're going to talk about compensation. In previous years, for the past 3 years in a row, we've been able to lower our water rate every year. 2 years for the water rate and 1 year for our sewer rate. Won't be possible this year. We're going to talk about why. We're going to go over compensation. And as you guys heard a little bit of when we met last Thursday, when we did the, I think it was HR, when they did their departmental review, we've got some things coming at us, and it's a highly competitive market right now. And in this environment, you know, DFW is so strong. Everybody is, and not just in DFW, but in this country, are all fighting for employees, both to recruit and to retain. We did have one department we missed last time, so you'll hear from our interim chief, Dan Miller. He's going to talk about what the police department's needs are. And then we're going to go over some of our revenue estimates so you can see some of the good news. And then when we get to the end of the day, one of the things that we're going to talk about is where do we go from here? And I want to remind you, you're not making decisions today per se. What I mean by that is that there's no resolution to approve, no ordinance to approve, but I will take all the feedback and input you're willing to give me. And if there's strong consensus, then I'll act one way. If there's no consensus, then I'll act a different way. But ultimately, I've got, I think, what is it, 3 weeks now left, maybe 4 at the most, to finalize our proposed budget and get it to you on July 12th. And they remind me every day that my budget memo is due, but until this day is done, I still need input and feedback. So that's really what, you know, feel free today to have a discourse about some of these topics. Ask good questions. What I'm saying is, don't feel like you have to make a decision. If you're comfortable, you know, staking out a position, that's fine. But remember, you don't have to. And until you adopt the budget, it's not adopted. All right? So, with that, we're going to invite Dan Jackson. He is our consultant from Wilden. We really like having Dan involved because Dan does this also for a lot of other cities in DFW, including those who are both member and customer cities of the water district. So he has a really good insight about what's going on with the North Texas Municipal Water District. And as y'all know, that's one of our goals to have a future discussion about. And so I'll turn it over to Dan. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you. As Brian said, my name is Dan Jackson. I'm the city's longtime water and wastewater rate consultant. I've got with me my two colleagues over there, Mr. Dan Lanning of Wildan and Mr. Rob McCarricher of Wildan. We've had the privilege of being the city's water and wastewater rate consultants for the last 15 years, dating all the way back to about 2006, 2007. I'm pretty much a native of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, grew up here, and it's been a real privilege working not just for Rowlett, but the many other cities in the DFW area that we work for, like Plano, McKinney, Saxe, Princeton, and all of these other cities. I've watched them grow over the course of my career. When I graduated high school in Richardson in 1978, none of this was here. and to see the growth and to participate and help these cities with the growth that you've incurred has been a real privilege. But one thing about growth is not possible without water. Water resources are the key to any city's growth. The Dallas-Fort Worth area has done an exceptional job at maintaining water resources. Think about it. I mean, why is Dallas here? Dallas was nothing more than a rail stop 150 years ago. There's no reason for the DFW area to be here. And there are two reasons why the Dallas-Fort Worth area is what it is today. One is Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, which was a brilliant concept back in the 1950s that led to economic development. But the other is water and the development of regional water utilities. Now, like I said, that's been a big benefit for the cities, but there's also been some drawbacks too, because the vast majority of the costs that you incur in providing water service to your customers is a pass-through from North Texas. And when North Texas raises their rates, you have no choice but to pass those costs through to your ratepayers as well. Every year we do an update for the city of its long-term water and wastewater rate plan. As Brian indicated, we've had some real good news over the last couple of years. You've actually been able to ratchet down your water and sewer rates. I can tell you, as somebody who's done it for over 100 cities in Texas, you're just about the only city that has lowered its rates that I'm aware of in the state of Texas in the last several years. That's good management. You've had higher growth than anticipated, your expenses hadn't gone up as much as you thought, so you've been able to pass those benefits through to your ratepayers. Unfortunately, that's just not simply going to be the case this year. So I've got a presentation that's going to summarize our analysis this year. We've also just released our draft report, so if you want to read in excruciating detail everything that I tell you today, then that draft report is there for you. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about your rate structure itself. Then I'm going to talk about your customers and your volumes. Then we'll discuss your current and your forecast cost of service. In other words, how much water are you producing and how much does it cost you to produce that water? Then we'll go through our proposed rate plan and just summarize by talking about the next steps. So, what has happened here over the last 12 to 24 months? Last year and the year before, forecasting was very difficult, and it's been difficult this year because the COVID-19 pandemic has really kind of changed some usage patterns. And I haven't just noticed this in Rowlett, I've noticed it in the other cities in the DFW area as well. We did a forecast last year. It looks like your growth and your consumption isn't quite making what the forecast was last year, so we've ratcheted back that a little bit. Our average, another interesting thing is that your customers' average monthly usage has been going down the past year or two. That's generally a good thing. You know, water's a funny business. You're in the business of producing a product, and water's a product, just like any other business, but you're producing a product that you would prefer that your customers didn't buy. Because the less water people use, the better it is for the environment and for the community. Unfortunately, it's not quite as good for the water utility, but what we've seen is we've seen customers be more efficient with their use of water. And like I said, in general, that's a good thing. But the biggest single impact is that the North Texas Municipal Water District has announced a series of very significant rate increases. They've announced the intention of raising their rate to the city by 13% this year. The city of Rowlett buys all of its water from North Texas and then delivers it to your customers. So when your supplier raises their rate by 13%, that's going to have a pretty big impact. Furthermore, they're not done yet. They're talking about an 11% increase in 2024 and 7 to 8% rate increases through the year 2032. So the combination of slightly lower usage and significantly greater North Texas costs is going to cause us to recommend that you adjust your rate plan for this year. Your other expenses, your operating expenses, your internal expenses, those expenses that you can control, you're doing a great job of. Unfortunately, the North Texas cost is just sort of overwhelming it all. Okay, let's just briefly talk about how you charge for water and sewer service here in the city. You charge for water service two ways, through a monthly minimum charge and then a volumetric rate per 1,000 gallons. The vast majority of your customers have a 5/8 inch meter, 5/8 by 3/4 inch meter. That's a standard residential meter. They pay a monthly charge of $22 for water service. They then pay a inverted block rate for the amount of gallons that they use. If they use between 0 and 3,000 gallons, they pay $3.55 per 1,000 gallons. The rate goes up with the more water they use. This is a conservation rate that is intended to provide a financial disincentive to using greater amounts of water. The city has had a rate structure like this in place for many, many years, and virtually every other city in the DFW area has a rate structure similar to this. Your non-residential customers pay a rate of $5.76 per 1,000 gallons. The theory behind that is that commercial customers don't use as much discretionary water as residential customers use. Think about a family using water. They use water two ways. Non-discretionary, which is water inside the house, for bathing, cooking, drinking, and then discretionary water to water their lawn or wash their car or fill their swimming pool and that kind of thing. So there's a big difference. And so in the summertime, they use a lot more water than they do in the wintertime. But if you're a business, chances are the water you use is water that is directly related to your business. So you don't have the same ability to conserve. That's why most cities have a block rate for residential and a flat rate for commercial. On the wastewater side, you charge a minimum charge of $21.67 and a volumetric rate of $5.34 with a cap at $75.07. The reason why wastewater charges are capped is that not all water flow goes back into the sewer system. You water your lawn, that water doesn't go back into the sewer system. So the city has a cap to ensure that people are not paying excessive charges for water that does not go into the sewer system. Okay, what does this mean in terms of what people pay? The average customer, the average residential customer here in the city uses somewhere around 7,000 to 8,000 gallons a month. Now that varies, of course. Some months they use more, other months they use a little less. But 7,500 gallons is a very good comparative factor. This chart shows that a Rowlett residential customer pays $120.26 for 7,500 gallons of water and sewer usage. As you can see, you're right about in the middle of the pack for similar cities in the DFW area. Some charge more, others charge less. In other words, you're right about where you might want to be. Now, what's also interesting about this chart is look at Plano. Plano is significantly lower than you. The reason is that Plano has implemented a rate for the first 3,000 gallons of 65 cents per 1,000 gallons. The reason that they did that was that they have a large senior citizen population, and they wanted the senior citizen and those people on fixed incomes to pay a lesser rate. But keep that in mind, because Plano also has a very, very big commercial base. When a city has a big commercial base, they have an incentive to charge rates that are higher for their commercial customers. So as you can see here in the city of Rowlett, you're right about in the middle of the pack when it comes to your residential rates. Now let's take a look at your commercial rates. In your commercial rates, you're also right about in the middle of the pack. As you can see, for 25,000 gallons of water and sewer service on a 2-inch meter, a commercial customer here in Rowlett pays $394, and once again, it's higher than some, lower than others. But look at Plano. Plano is one of the highest commercial customers. So, what Plano does, in my opinion, is very logical, and I don't just say that because they're a client city of ours. I say that because it's true. They charge their commercial customers a little bit more and charge their residential customers a little bit less. But here in Rowlett, we don't quite have that same ability because our commercial base is not as robust as Plano's is. But nonetheless, your rates are right about where you would expect them to be, and they are certainly not out of proportion to what other customers pay here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Okay, just a couple of quick background charts. You've got about 26,000 water customers right now. To no great surprise, vast majority of them are residential. You charge multifamily based on per unit, and you've got about 21,000 wastewater customers. The main difference being the multifamily units. You charge the multifamily units based on the whole unit, whereas you charge the water multifamily based on each individual unit. Now, as I said, when we did the forecast last year, our numbers were a little bit more aggressive than what we've done this year. We've seen that we had anticipated that by 2027, you would have about 29,372 accounts. That was, the blue bars are last year's forecast. So we've ratcheted it back a little bit, just based on present trends. And of course, yesterday's increase in the Federal Reserve interest rate by 0.75% is a very troubling factor that might cause housing starts to go back a little bit. May. You know, there's an old economic saying, when you raise the price of something, you get less of it. So I think we need to be conservative this year in our forecast of future growth. So we have taken that into consideration. Now this chart here is something that's really interesting, at least to water guys like me, because it shows how people here in the city of Rowlett use water. In the current year, your forecast to sell 2.1 billion gallons of water. Of that amount, 81% of it is to your residential customers. So your residential customers carry the burden of all of the water utility here. So when North Texas increases its rates, when interest rates go up, when costs go up, unfortunately, it's the residential customers that are going to bear the brunt of it. Okay? This chart right here is a forecast of our future of current historical and future consumption. Consumption is really hard to forecast because it depends a lot on what the weather is going to be. In dry years, you're going to sell more water. In wet years, you're going to sell a little less water. Then, of course, we had the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020 and 2021, we forecast that you would have more aggressive water growth, water sales. But your water sales have actually fallen a little bit in the current year, and so we're going to be much more conservative in our forecast of future water growth. Now, of course, the blue portions of this chart are the historical growth. As you can see, it bounces up and down. When you do a forecast, you have to kind of assume normal growth numbers, because I can't tell what the weather is. I mean, I don't know what the weather's going to be like in 2027. Heck, nobody knows what the weather's going to be like next week. So you just sort of assume normal usage patterns, and what's actually going to happen is you're probably going to continue to bounce up and down, but the trend will continue to be upwards. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about our customers. Now let's talk about our assumptions for your future expenses. Now keep this in mind. A forecast is not a guarantee. A forecast is a prediction based on a series of reasonable assumptions. What are some of the primary assumptions that we used? Well, we've been using a general assumption that most expenses will increase about 3% per year. I've been in this business a long time, over 30 years now. You can tell by how gray my hair is. We've always used 3% growth factors. Well, guess what? This year, all of a sudden, that 3% growth factor is a lot more uncertain because our inflation rates are a lot higher. We've been having a lot of debates internally within our company about whether or not we need to start assuming higher levels of expense increases just because inflation has been higher in the last year or so. We're optimists by nature, so we're going to keep it at 3% for the time being, but I think we need to keep careful watch on this, and maybe next year we might have a higher anticipated increase than that. We're just going to have to keep our eyes on it. And of course, if inflation is higher, that's going to ripple through to all of your expenses in your water and sewer utility. Now, another key factor is that the city has been issuing about $7 million of debt every year for capital improvements to improve the quality of service in the water and sewer system. Water and sewer systems are expensive. They're expensive to build. It costs millions of dollars to build those lines to push water through the city to get it to your end user. Because remember, you have to have a water system in place that is going to provide water service to anybody at any time that person needs it. If a person wants to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and get a glass of water, water has to be there for them. The primary cost of water is not the cost of the molecules of water itself. It's the cost of making that water available for people to use it. And to make water available, you have to invest significant amounts of money in your infrastructure. And like any other piece of infrastructure, it's going to wear out over time. And so the properly managed city has to balance the desire to keep rates and costs as low as possible with the need to invest in your system to ensure you've got an acceptable level and quality of service. And I think the city of Rowlett has done an exceptional job at doing that, because you have been gradually reissuing debt every year, and you've been maintaining and doing capital improvements as necessary. I work for some cities that have incredibly low rates, but they have low rates because their systems are literally falling apart. So is that better? Is that a better way to run your water system? I don't think so. So you're going to be issuing about $7 million in bonds annually, but at the same time, you're going to be retiring some debt also. So you're going to be able to issue more debt, and the burden on your customers is going to be very limited, because a lot of your old debt is going to start rolling off in the next couple of years. You're also going to be doing a lot of pay-as-you-go. You're going to be funding a lot. You're not going to be issuing any more debt than you have to. You're going to be funding some of your projects with pay-as-you-go. But the most significant change is North Texas and their proposed rate increases. That's what's really driving the bus for this rate plan. This chart right here is just a good illustration of the impact of North Texas on your system. The water utility is incurring about $14 million in operating expenses in the coming fiscal year, 2023. 78% of that, is that right? I can't read it.
76.
76, sorry about that. 76% of your water operating costs is nothing more than a pass-through to North Texas Municipal Water District. On the sewer side, 67% is a pass-through to the city of Garland that does all your wastewater treatment. Every city, both member and customer cities of North Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, has a chart that is similar to that. And so I think it really, really shows the extent to which you are dependent on North Texas. And like I said, it's generally a good thing, because had there never been a North Texas Municipal Water District, had every city had the burden of building its own water treatment plants and finding its own water sources and, God forbid, building its own lakes, cost of water would be significantly greater than it is today. So I think the fact that North Texas built this regional system has been, by and large, a real benefit, but it has also made you very dependent on them as well. Okay, so every year North Texas does a forecast of what they think their rates are going to be. Last year and the year before, they didn't do a rate increase at all. It was 0%. In 2021, when we did our last study, they had put out a forecast that had a series of rate adjustments, which are illustrated in the red components of this bar chart, somewhere between 4 and 7% every year. This year they came out and said, I think it's going to be a little higher, guys. We're not going to do a 7% increase this year. We're going to do a 13% increase. And next year we're going to do an 11% increase. So you can see that in almost every year of the next 10 years, they are now forecasting that their costs and their rate is going to be much higher than what they forecast last year. As you might imagine, that's kind of wreaking havoc on the city's financial plan. Now, the city charges a rate per thousand, the North Texas charges a rate per 1,000 gallons for the water based on a take or pay amount. The customer city rate right now is $3.04 per 1,000 gallons. This chart right here shows what they told us the rate would go up to last year versus what they told it would go up to this year. Because the rate increase percentages are not only higher every year, but they compound every year also. Last year they told us that the rate of $3.04 would reach $4.69 by 2031. Now they're telling us the rate will reach $6.21 by 2031. So we had to go back to the drawing board and put that in our comprehensive model and see what the impact would be on the cities. This chart right here shows you what the dollar impact is going to be. In the current year, in the 2021 study, it projected that the city would spend about $9.5 million on North Texas water charges in 2023. And that amount would go up to about $12.7 million by the year 2030. But now, if all their rate increases go into effect, the $9 million total is going to go up to $18 million. So we're talking about an impact that's going to be as much as $6 million more a year by 2031 than it is than what they told us it would be last year. Okay, one other thing. the city pays a rate based on what's known as a take or pay. That is the nature of your contract with North Texas, and it's the same contract that every other city has. What happens is you pay based on the maximum amount of water that you've ever purchased from the city of North Texas becomes the standard on which you base your charges. That's not always the best methodology, because what happens is if you have an exceptionally dry year and you use a lot of water and you use 3 billion gallons of water, then that becomes the new standard on which you are charged, even if in subsequent years you use less water than that. So as you can see, your take or pay amount is 3.19 billion gallons. And in this current year, you're only anticipated to purchase 2.7 billion gallons. Now that number will fade out over time. As you can see, as you grow over the years, you're gonna even it out. The logic behind it is North Texas says they need to build facilities to service 3.19 billion gallons of water. And the city's argument is, that's all well and good, but you're making us pay for water we're not buying. And so it has been a real dilemma for the cities over the years, and it's still, for the customer cities, I think it's going to be a dilemma that's going to be revisited in future years. Okay, let's talk. Now, North Texas handles all your water. Garland handles all your wastewater. Their rate increases, at least at this point in time, appear to be much more moderate, about 5% a year. Right now, they're charging you the equivalent of about $3.03 per 1,000 gallons to treat your wastewater, and that amount will go up to $3.69. So that's about, it has not changed since last year's projections, so we're still right in line with that. Your capital improvement plan, you're looking at funding as much as $51 million in capital improvements over the next 5 years. Again, water systems are expensive. However, one of the benefits of running a water utility is that to the extent you have to make these capital improvements, these are direct investments in the future of the city. This goes directly into your streets and alleyways. It goes to purchase assets that are going to be used for the next 50 years, literally. They will service you, your children, and your grandchildren. And so, while it's never easy to ask ratepayers to contribute more to fund these capital improvement plans, at least the money stays within the community and it goes to better the quality of service for the community itself. You're looking at $51 million of total investment in the next 5 years. Okay? Now, part of it is going to be funded through debt, $7 million a year in debt, and part of it will be funded directly from rates. But you've done a great job at managing your debt capacity over the last several years. This chart right here shows you what your annual principal and interest payments are going to be. The blue is your existing debt, and the red is going to be your new debt. Look what happens. In the next 5 years, your existing debt goes way down because you're paying off some of your prior bonds. And so you can issue new debt, and the financial burden to your customers is no higher than it is today. It's going to bubble up a little bit next year, but then it'll go back down again. So that is what's called good financial management. Because what it does is it allows you to issue $35 million in debt, and the burden to the city on an annual basis is no greater than it is today. I think that's pretty good. And I know a lot of cities that would love to be in that position right now. Okay, I know there's a lot of numbers on this page, but this is your forecast water cost of service over the next 5 years. As you can see, the total cost of service goes from $20,744,000 in the year 2023 to $26,541,000 in 2027. That's a $6 million increase in your total cost of service. Look at the first line, North Texas Municipal Water District. Their burden is $10 million today, $15 million in 2027. So of the $6 million forecast increase in your costs over the next 5 years, $5 million of it, or 83%, is North Texas. And everything else, salaries, maintenance, capital improvements, is 17%. So, on the wastewater side, it's not quite as pronounced because Garland is not going to be doing the same level of increases that North Texas is. Your cost of service, but at the same time, your cost of service is going to be much more moderate. in total in terms of this increase. The total cost of service is $13 million in the current year, and it goes up to about $15 million by 2027. Now, that's the total cost you incur in providing sewer service. There's two ways you fund it. One way is through your rates, the monthly charges for wastewater service, like water service. The other is through what's known as non-rate revenue. Turn-on, turn-off charges, late payment penalties, that kind of thing. Though that's not much, only a couple $100,000, but hey, every little bit counts. And so that's deducted against the cost of service, and the net revenue requirement is how much you have to raise through your rates in order to meet all of your financial obligations. Okay, let's get to the rate plan. Due to the increasing North Texas rates and a slightly less growth forecast, we recommend doing the following. On the water side, we recommend the following. In the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, we recommend no change in the residential base rate. The $22 rate stays the same. And remember, that's less than it was several years ago. So in 2024, people are going to be paying a lower minimum charge than they paid in 2014. In 2025 and 2026, we recommend 6% annual increases in the base rate. Now, what most cities do is they have a proportionately higher rate for larger meters than they do for the 5/8 inch meter, because a 2-inch meter will have quite literally 5 times the capacity of a 5/8 inch meter. So the theory is they should pay a higher minimum charge. Well, you do pay a higher minimum charge, but it's not much higher for the 2-inch meters. So we recommend doing increases on those higher meter minimum charges to meet what is known as AWWA equivalency standards. So in other words, the financial burden of somebody who takes a 2-inch meter would be the same as the financial burden as a 5/8 inch meter. And one of the real benefits of a policy like that is that ensures that people will take a meter that is no larger than what they actually need. Because you know what, if you pay basically the same for a 5/8 inch meter and a 2-inch meter, heck, why not just take the 2-inch meter? But if you're paying 5 times more for the 2-inch meter, you're going to think to yourself, I'm not going to take that 2-inch meter unless I really need it. And so it's a real benefit to do that. So we do recommend that you continue to adjust those higher meter sizes. Okay? And then finally, we do recommend that you do a 6% adjustment in the volumetric rate between 2022 and 2026. So no increase in the base charge and a 6% increase in the volumetric rate. That does not mean that everybody's bills are going to go up by 6%. It means that only a portion of the bill will go up by 6%. And the reason why we recommend it all being in the volume rate is that we want the volume rate to be higher than the North Texas rate. Because the North Texas rate is $3.04 per 1,000 gallons. So you want your volumetric rate to be higher than $3.04. Otherwise, you're subsidizing your customers for the water that they purchase. That's the not so good news. Now let me give you some good news. Let's talk about the wastewater rates. We recommend no change at all in base or volume rates in 2022. We recommend a 2% rate increase in 2023 and 2024, which is the same as what we projected last year. And in 2025 and 2026, we recommend a 3% increase each year, which is actually less than what we forecast last year. So believe it or not, our wastewater rate adjustments are actually going to be a little less than what we projected last year. Unfortunately, the water increases are going to be a little bit greater. So I'll first show you the rates themselves. Then I'll show you the more important chart, which is the impact on residential customers. Okay, this is the water rate plan. As you can see, no change in the 5/8 inch residential minimum charge until October of 2025, and 6% adjustments across the board in the volumetric rate. Same thing with the multifamily rate, and the same thing with, and then as you can see on the non-residential rate, the higher meters are seeing their monthly charges go up a little higher so that they reach those meter equivalency standards. On the wastewater side, no change at all in 2022. A nominal increase of 3% in 2023 and 2024, and a 2% adjustment in 2025 and 2026. Now here's the key question. What does this mean in terms of what people pay each month? You know, we can talk about unit rates all day long, And I like to make the joke that where I live, I'm a water rate consultant, and I can't even tell you what my unit rate is in my city. I live in Denton. I don't even know what it is. By the way, they've never hired us. So. That's one of the reasons why I don't know. But here is the impact on monthly charges. Okay? If you are a 3,000 gallon user of water and sewer service, right now you're paying $70.33. Your bill would go up by
64 cents.
Yeah, 60.
not as young as I used to be, so I can't read as well. Your bill will go up by 64 cents a month. If you're a 5,000 gallon user, your bill would go from $92.52 to $93.85, or $1.33 a month. If you're a 7,500 gallon user, your bill would go up by $2.19 a month. This is water and sewer. So the average residential ratepayer uses 6,000 to 7,000 gallons a month. What that means is that 70 to 75% of monthly bills will be 7,500 gallons or less. Think about it. You're a homeowner. 9 months out of the year, you're only going to use 5,000 to 6,000 gallons. Now, in June and July, you'll probably use a little bit more. But the vast majority of the time, your bill will be 7,500 gallons or less. So the vast majority of ratepayers would see their monthly bill go up by $2 or less a month under this rate plan. In the following years, you can see the adjustments would be nominally higher, about $2 to $3 a month in 2023, $2 to $3 a month in 2024, and about $4 to $5 a month in 2025 and 2026. So that is the impact. You can also see the impact on your commercial customers. From a percentage standpoint, it's all about the same. You can see a 50,000 gallon user pays $687 a month right now. Under this plan, that bill would go up by $26 a month. Keep one thing very important in mind when it comes to commercial water and wastewater charges. 30% of a commercial water bill is paid for by Uncle Sam. Because a commercial business that is a business expense for a commercial business, so they write it off on their taxes. Unfortunately, residential ratepayers can't do that. So that is one key to why commercial rates tend to be a little bit higher, because commercial businesses are not paying the whole amount. Multifamily customers, same impact as the residential customers. Now, this chart right here, for those of you who love numbers as much as I do, shows you the difference between what we projected to the council last year and what we're projecting this year. So as you can see, again, due to the fact that North Texas's increases are so much higher now than what they said last year, over a 5-year period, by 2027, your average bill will be about $4.50 a month more, $4.50 to $7.50 a month more for a residential customer than what we projected it would be last year. So that's the real impact of the significantly greater North Texas increases.
I want to draw that a little clearer and say that there was, to the best of my knowledge, there was not going to be a rate increase this year until the water district said that they're going to nearly double their rate increase. So just
Yes.
to say that, because pretty much that whole increase is because of that change.
Yep.
Yeah, because you can see here, under the 2021 rate plan, the rate of $92.52 was not supposed to change. It would change for the larger meters, but it wouldn't change for the vast majority of residential ratepayers. But North Texas is what kind of forced our hand here.
Have they said what their drivers are?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry.
Actually, Brian, do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, so we've actually met with them, and they emphasized it was pretty much nearly all inflation. They talked about the market for staff, for retention, and the number of vacant positions they had and the difficulty they had recruiting those people. So it was people. And then it was also, they showed us the inflationary cost related to chemicals. So I think that was, chlorine had doubled, I think, at the time. But chlorine was actually one of their lower chemical costs. It's some other caustics that they use that were that they use much more of. And some of those had gone up 200–300%. And so those were big dollars for them. So their capital budget went up, did not really go up all that much. In other words, what they had already anticipated, they were continuing to anticipate. As y'all know, Bodark's about to come online if it hadn't already. So that was a project that took a number of years to get to this stage. But really it comes down to their operating expenses and the anticipation that it was going to be much higher this year and in future years. So that's what we were hearing. And then we drilled them on it, but that's what they stuck to.
Yes, sir.
So several years ago, we went to the more structured, passing more of that cost on to the high water users. Are you seeing cities trend more that way, put more towards the high water users to keep the low water users more level?
Absolutely.
To try to drive down usage a little bit?
The inverted block rates have become very popular and even more aggressive for most cities. And you think about it, it just makes a lot of sense. I mean, first of all, when you raise the price of something, you get less of it. That is a fundamental fact of life. And so when you set a higher rate for high volumes of water usage, you're going to get people thinking twice about how many times a week they want to water their lawn. Secondly, it has the additional benefit of it provides the least burden to the ratepayers who are either on low income or fixed income or only use a limited amount of water each month. The amount of water that you need to survive, non-discretionary water usage, you pay the lowest rate for. And so there are many, many benefits of doing it. The only real downside is that if you've got a large lot and you do a lot of lawn watering, inverted block rates can be painful to those customers. But that's the whole idea.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll take issue with calling all external watering discretionary because people make a capital investment in their properties. And even the district themselves call for, in fact, have an automated system that tells you how much to water to maintain your property so that you aren't having to replace that capital investment. And I'll be frank, I don't see that our water structure today, in fact, our water structure today encourages higher density in development and discourages lower density development based upon the large increase in rates for higher volume customers. And in the rates you're proposing, I see that being re-emphasized, where I see that in a low volume usage, at the lowest level, the increase is 99 cents per 1,000 gallons, and in the higher end, it's $2 per 1,000 gallons.
But Brian, there is a reason for that. So every city in our district does the same thing. And most cities in Texas do, but here's why. Here's why. The water district in our contract requires a conservation model. Their conservation model is that inverse rate that is lower at the bottom end and higher the more water you use. And the funny part is, it has as Dan said earlier, it has the effect of people not wanting to buy more water. And so it's that converse that on the one hand, we need to sell water so that we can have lower rates for everybody, but on the other hand, we're going to charge you more for it, so therefore you won't want to use it.
Right, I don't disagree with the conservation idea here, but I don't think our current rate structure is taking into account the idea that you are essentially costing those higher volume customers other capital costs. I'll speak from personal experience. I've been a water conservation because of the pricing. I've engaged in that, and over the last 7 years, I've had to replace my lawn twice.
Well, and another point is that it's not discretionary because the HOAs require that you maintain that lawn, so it's not like you have a choice.
So
We've done an analysis before of what percentage of our overall customers fall into that highest volume. Do we have that? Because it's a relatively small percentage of our overall customer.
Me and you.
If memory serves, the percentage of residential customers who use more than 15,000 gallons or in the highest block is, I believe, somewhere between 5 and 10%.
Well, you're, okay, so.
Again, I'd have to
sur-
double check that.
Survey bias, you implement a progressive rate, and then you measure the effect of that. That's what you're getting out of that. So if you looked back in time before that progressive rate, you'd probably find a different set of percentage as to who was actually doing it. But people are making a conscious decision to allow their property to not be properly maintained in order to, because they don't have the money, basically. And my point is, we need to look at what it takes to maintain that property and set our volume levels based upon that, and not simply based upon, I don't know, but the past average. There are a lot of people now in this city who have no external water needs, right? From a residential standpoint, yet,
Right.
you know, from a commercial standpoint, that apartment owner is paying those rates. Okay. I guess where I'm going with this is I want to look at this from a standpoint of a water need, not just a blanket approach. Deb mentioned that, you know, we're both larger property owners, and I can say that I'm never going to be below 15,000 gallons in the summertime. If I water once, okay, I'm going to be over that 15,000 if I ascribe to the North Texas Municipal Water District's prescribed watering rate to keep my property alive.
Well,
It just doesn't work.
Sure.
I've done the numbers. I don't have them here because they're on my personal computer at home, but it is something like 5,000 gallons to water my property once, according to their prescription.
right. And I think what you hit on is one of the key challenges of water and wastewater rate making. Rates are not just a financial decision. Rates are a community and a social decision as well. You have a lot of policy objectives that you want to accomplish with a water rate. Obviously, you want to get the revenues you need. That's a fundamental part. But there are also other goals that you want to encourage as well. Yes, it is very important that property owners be allowed and incentivized to preserve the investment they have in their property, but that has to be balanced against the straining resources of the North Texas area. It costs us $1 billion to build the Bodark Reservoir. We're going to build another reservoir in a few years. It's probably going to cost another $1 billion. So the more water we use, assuming we can even find it, then the more it's going to cost. And so all of these issues have to be balanced against each other. One classic example is Las Vegas. Las Vegas is only what it is today because they use the same amount of water today that they used 25 years ago, even though they are 3 times the size today they were 25 years ago, because they instituted aggressive water conservation procedures. Had they not done that, they wouldn't have been able to grow, because they can't even today they're having trouble servicing their demand. So that's what policy decision makers like yourselves have to weigh. You have to balance all of these competing issues against each other and determine what's in the best interest of the community.
I want to be more blunt. Dan, thank you. I want to be more blunt about this, though, and because I know we've had many conversations about this, but it is a seesaw. If you think about the playground, you know how a seesaw works. Put pressure on one side, the other side goes up. So if our goal is to keep our lower end customers at the lowest rate we can't also reduce rates for the higher end, because that cost has to shift back somehow. And so that's the, you know, it's like a sliding scale. You see these and you push one way and something has to happen on the other end in order to operate the system. And so that's the point I'm trying to make, is that, you know, if the goal is to keep the, you know, those on fixed income and lower income, the 3,000 or less users, as a, you know, maybe not the absolute minimum, but the lowest that we can financially afford, and have everybody contribute something, you can't also lower the top end as well.
Well, I mean, if you go back to the first couple slides when asking you to do that, when we're kind of at the sample average, or just a little bit above that, if we were to reduce the, you know, higher, you know, 7,500 gallons or more, you're right, our base rate would have to go up, and we won't be in the sample average. We'd be up, you know, up where, I forget what the largest city was. for the base rate, but
Farmersville, probably?
yeah, we'd be up toward that. We wouldn't really be competitive.
So let's take a step back to Matt's question, because I think Matt's question was really valid. And he asked, are other cities taking an aggressive approach like that at the inverse block rate schedule, whatever it was called? Are we, or because the percentage increases that you're proposing are to all the volume charges. It's not specifically to one block of that volume charge.
Right.
It's across the board. Are we in line in terms of how aggressive we are on that with other cities, or are we an outlier in one direction or the other?
I would say you're about at the average. There are some cities that have far more aggressive rates. I talked about Plano earlier. Their first block is 65 cents. Their last block above 30,000 gallons is $9. So they go from 65 cents to $9. I mean, they're really aggressive. Your rate is much, I would characterize it as being much more in line with averages. But, you know, rates vary for every community. Every community does it a little bit differently. And, but there are some standards. Virtually every community kind of does it the way you do in keeping the lowest rates for the average usage or below. And then once you get above the average, just start increasing the rates a little bit more.
And tying on to your question, Jeff, so the proposed rate increases at 6% across the board over the time period, increases the amount of aggressiveness of that.
Right, it does compound.
Goes from just about twice the high rate to the low rate. Right now is about twice. When we get to the end, it's actually more than that. Mm-hmm. So we're increasing the high rate by $2 over that time period, and the low rate by $1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll be even more blunt.
That's just the math part. That's not a public policy issue. That's just doing the math. Applying 6% to a larger number gets you a bigger number at the end than applying 6% to a smaller number. That's just how math works.
Right, and it doesn't matter that number has to be covered somewhere. And so our job is, how do you cover that number? Right now, we're proposing a fair, again, yes, we've already set up policy with this reverse rate that the higher users are gonna pay more, but right now that's equitable. My kind of question was, does it need to be more on the other side of that? To your point exactly is, people invest in their assets. I believe that you need to be able to protect your house, you be able to put water around your foundation, do things like that. But above that, a lot of times those higher water users have chosen to buy bigger properties and to water those whole properties. They choose to have pools, they choose to fill those pools up. It becomes an independent personal decision to be able to use that much excess water. There'll come a time where we're gonna be forced to one day a week watering. We've had it before, it'll be there before. If you don't show that conservation piece in there, especially now we're still in the take or pay, we haven't gotten to the rolling average piece yet. If that money's got to get covered from someplace, and what I'm saying is, and where I think the strategy has always been is, yeah, you have the right to be able to protect your asset, but to me it's the asset of your house or your foundation. It's not the back half of your acre or whatever it is that you choose to look better. And I don't know what your property is, I'm not making any assumptions, but I took out St. Augustine lawn at my house because I have a larger lot, because St. Augustine is a very, very high water use grass, and I put in buffalo grass, which I don't have to water as much. You can mow it and still get aggressive growing on it, so I don't have to water as much. So it comes down to a personal decision, and to me, those people that have chosen to use that much water, that's a personal decision that they need to make, and we shouldn't subsidize that by charging somebody that's on a fixed income more just to water their foundation and keep that asset going. So that's the kind of thing we kind of have to argue, or not argue through, but discuss through as those rates get set.
And I always put my economist hat back on. It's all about incentives, and from a community standpoint, what do we want to incent? And if we go to a rate structure that disincentivizes larger properties, what you're encouraging is higher density. And what I hear from our citizens out there who've been here for a long time, they don't want that higher density. So we need to balance that. Many of those same citizens are those fixed income ratepayers. We don't want to, I think, discourage investment in properties that, on a per square foot basis, pay higher property taxes either. So it's a balance. I don't like what I'm seeing in terms of increasing the aggressive rate structure that's presented here in the out years. the simple math is, and I noticed Wendy nodding, when you do the math, when you take a larger number and apply a percentage over time to it, it grows faster than the smaller number in real dollar terms. That's just the math nature of it, and that's what it's kind of a blanket approach. I'm not sure I'm comfortable in any sense with blanket approaches. I want to look at the real world aspect, the public policy aspect of what we're trying to hit, and not just apply blanket mathematics to it.
I would hate to have to increase the base rate for users who utilize 3,000 gallons or less, who are using that water on a needed basis. Usually that's a shower, covering the showers, sink, dishes, things that you need the water for, and just to cut costs for the people who want to use the water for the things they have, like a pool. That's a want. You don't need a pool. You don't need to water your lawn as often as, 2 times a week. You want to do that. I don't want to punish those who are needing the water versus wanting the water.
And I agree with that. My issue, I guess, is the fact that the HOAs require you to do the watering, and the city requires that developers have HOAs, so it's sort of like we're setting people up in a situation where they don't have the discretion that we're assuming that they have. And of course, that's not everybody. Not everybody's in an HOA. And not every HOA is that nitpicky about it, but there are a lot that are. So, that's my problem. If people are truly have the choice and are choosing, then and the buffalo grass thing's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Do HOAs require do they require homes to water certain days a week?
No, they require that the lawn be maintained to a certain degree, and if you don't water in the hot summer, then it's not. So
And for
I'm
those
on
of you who
HOA
don't,
board. We do require them to water. The grass does not have to be green. It can just be having just a tone of green. That's all. You do not have to water 3 and 4 times a week. 1 week, one time to do it. And I am not in favor of having the senior citizens pay this amount of water, this amount.
I agree with that.
I just don't.
Yeah.
If a person want a pool, that's your choice.
Yeah.
If you want large land, that's your choice. They should not be punished because you want something else, and that's just the way I feel.
well,
I'm a senior citizen,
and I agree with
I'm
you.
not gonna hold it. Let me
Go ahead.
finish, okay? I'm a senior citizen, and I am not going to pay for somebody to have a pool. I can have a pool, but I don't. I'm in an HOA. So,
Well, I can say
you
right
say
now.
what you want.
I can
I'm
say right
gonna
now,
say
I
it.
don't have a pool.
you do have a pool.
No,
You're
I
getting
don't.
one.
Working on one. I just happened to pull up, and for those of you who don't have this, it's a very interesting service provided by the water district. It's called Water My Yard, and you put in your sprinkler system head types and everything else, and it tells you precisely week by week how much you're supposed to water. And the one I just got recently told me that I need 0.55 inches of water right now, and that means watering for 60 minutes. Well, I never water for 60 minutes.
That's your choice.
Did we cut you off, or do you still have some more slides?
Just 2 more.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
go through that.
I just want to show this chart to show that you're in very good condition financially, your water and sewer utility. And part of the reason why you are is that you have addressed a lot of these very difficult decisions in the past. You've made solid choices, so you've got a strong fund balance. Your debt coverage is great. Your days of operating expenses are great. This rate plan will continue that over the next 5 years. But I mainly put this up to emphasize that utilities that are in good financial condition can be in poor financial condition very quickly if they don't stay on top of all of this. And that's why, as unpleasant as it is to consider doing any form of rate adjustment, it is necessary in order to preserve the sound financial condition of the utility. This actually is my last chart. So we do recommend, however, that you put in a 1-year rate plan and that you continue to look at it annually. Because, I mean, we're in a big era of uncertainty right now. The general economy, the weather, let's see how hot it's been the last week or two. So I think it's very important that we continue to do these kind of annual reviews and make adjustments when necessary. I mean, North Texas really blindsided us this year. And so if something happens next year in a similar vein, we need to be on top of it as well. So with that, that really and one final remark, and that is that we know we've thrown a lot of numbers at you today. That's one of the reasons why it's good to do it in a setting like this. Gives you a chance to kind of look at it, digest it, think about it, and then at a later council meeting, we'll come back at which time action will be requested. But that really concludes our prepared remarks, and like we said, our draft report is available for all of you to read about all of this in great detail. Yes, sir?
So earlier in your presentation, you had mentioned what the total cost would be in 2030, for example. And it was for North Texas, and it was 18 million. And I'm trying to understand how we arrived at that number, because we had an estimated rate from North Texas of 621 per 1,000 gallons, and we had a forecasted usage number in 2030 of 2.5 million gallons, roughly. And those numbers don't work out.
Right. That's the consumed water. It's not the purchased water from North Texas. You buy the water based on something called a take or pay.
Right.
And you see the take or pay number, that's 3 billion gallons. So it's $6 times 3.2 billion, and that's 18 million.
Okay, so given the potential for changes with that and the drawdown of take or pay over a number of years, is that included in the scope of your consultancy work?
Well, right now we're assuming the contract remains at status quo. We know the customer cities have been discussing whether or not to change the contract to adopt some form of rolling average. Personally, I think that would be a good idea, having a rolling average. But if that new contract is anticipated, then that's one of those major changes that should be looked at. But right now, under the terms of the contract, you are obligated to pay for 3.19 billion gallons of water, whether you use it or not.
Well, and I'll say this agreement the member cities came up with and offered to the customer cities has an 8-year transition to get to the 5-year rolling average. So it's a 13-year long deal to get to the final end of this modification that they're going to make to take or pay. So in his operating window here, it's not fully implemented. The other thing that's not in here is the possible changes they want to make to the premium, which is why, as we talked about a few weeks ago in our strategy session, was to work towards membership. Because membership not only would reduce the nickel we're paying now, but it also would prevent us from going to that 30 cent per 1,000 gallon, where it's going to go up over about $1 million. That's not in our model right now, and that's another reason we need to work toward it. Because if they do that, even if they spread that over several years, the savings our city would have seen from this transitionary period will be obliterated by the rate increases from the premium.
So will this proposal and presentation, if that comes to fruition, will this effectively be obsolete and we need to do this again?
Yeah.
So understand that we believe that to achieve membership is going to take time anyway. So as I mentioned that in that meeting, we have to move forward with the contract they proposed because our date's coming up in 2024. We don't have that choice. What we need to do, we're going to have to use political pressure, even with our legislative delegation. Thank goodness we've got a senator that's on the State Water Board that can help us with that, because what we want to pressure them for is membership. But when they actually tell us, well, okay, we decide here's what it's going to take, we may not even accomplish that. So one of the things it could be is that we have to do more investment, capital investment in our water looping projects. We don't know what they're going to throw at us. We know that they allowed 3 cities after the founding members created the district. They allowed 3 other cities to join over time. But they have put up all kinds of stumbling blocks to anybody else becoming a member city at this time.
But I'll add one thing. Those are all great points. But I think to you, when we adopt the budget, we're not adopting a forecast to 2030.
Understood.
This gets redone every year, and every budget year we get to look at this, because when I first came on, you know, we were looking at huge increases, and through this analysis each year, we were able to reduce the rate a couple of years and stay the same each year. And if we think that the landscape changes in 2 to 3 years, and we're now into a new contract and things like that, you know, I would hope that you guys as a sitting body would go, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore. We need to change these numbers and maybe structure it a little bit different. We're just looking at the rate for 2022 and setting that in this year's budget, but it does help to have that long-term forecast under current, you know, environment that we're in today, that next year could look completely different. So yeah, it's ongoing.
Sorry, one quick question. So you did a forecast on the debt service. What rate were you using for that?
Right now, we're still assuming about 3.5%.
3.5.
That's correct, right? So, yeah. It's another one of those wild cards we need to keep track of.
Yeah.
So, question, how much cash on hand do we have above our reserve policy for utilities?
That was her second to the last slide. If you'll go to that, because I think that was pretty strong,
Oops.
Mayor. Third to the last slide then. Yeah, there you go.
There it is, okay.
So our policy is 90 days, and as you can see right now, we're projecting about 194 days.
So are we going to utilize some of that cash to help offset some of the additional cost burden from the rate increases? Or are we projecting to try and keep that cash on hand?
Well, if you remember, council did set aside $1 million one-time funding into, it wasn't officially designated reserve, but it was set aside for future rate stabilization. That was taken into consideration with this year's rate increase. So even with municipal, the water district's rate increases, it was lesser of an impact to our residents because our council has set aside that $1 million to help stabilize that. So we're not seeing as much as other cities would have to pass through. Now, in the future, if we choose to use some of that excess days of cash on hand, we can decide to work with Dan and say, pull down our days of cash on hand so that we're at, we stop at 120 just to give us a little bit of a cushion in case there's a really bad year. And we could work with Dan to do that for future years, to mitigate some of those other impacts that we're seeing out in future years.
I'd be interested to see how much equivalent to dollars that over 90 days is on the 194.
Operating
what that?
dollars?
No, the cash on hand. How that what dollar? How much dollars that equals over the 90 days? I'm curious.
We'll provide that to you.
Okay.
I've got another question as well. It goes back to the FY 2022 budget under utility fund. I thought at first transfers out was for debt service, but I see debt service listed specifically in the expenditures. The transfers out budgeted for 2022 of $6.4 million. Where are those going?
So that would include the cash, what we call cash CIP. It's the pay-as-you-go amount. Plus, we add 10% per year to that. And so that is a part of our overall capital strategy. And then it's also G&A.
Yes, and the bulk of it, like Brian said, is the cash funding of all of the infrastructure maintenance. Most of that goes into maintenance projects.
What we kind of do, Brian.
Those are
sorry.
non-utility based projects then, right? Because wouldn't the utility ones be in the utilities fund?
It goes to utility
So we have-
CIP for maintenance and smaller projects that are not bond eligible for the water and sewer system.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's operations, think about it like a straight, operations is really going to cover things like potholes. But your capital maintenance are those in between the bonds and your daily cash. So what you want to do is what we consider that kind of that intermediate step of capital maintenance, where you might do something that can extend the life of something 7 years, but not 20 years where you might choose to bond it.
And another portion of that too that Tara just reminded me is the water and sewer fund pays what we call is a pilot payment in lieu of franchise fees, and that's 5% of revenues, and that goes over to the general fund. It's part of that transfers out as well.
All right, any other questions before we move to police?
So Brian, when you get your pool put in, you're just gonna have to compensate by going to a once-a-week flush in your house, okay?
Yeah, I will always fall back on my economic training, and that we have to be very careful about the incentives we provide. They end up influencing behavior that we have to deal with later. So when we go to, and we have to be conscious when we're making public policy decisions about rate structures, and be clear when we are making those decisions that those are what we're saying. So what we're saying in our rate structure today is we are planning to charge those who have lower density property so that the people who have higher density property will pay lower water rates. That is our public policy decision with accepting these rates.
Well, I want to make this one.
That's correct, right?
Well, but I'm going to say this, because in some respects I don't quite agree. When some years ago, I think when we started, about the time we started getting our multifamily coming in, we had a rate conversation with council, and it was the one that led to this current strategy, okay? But what was interesting was that at that time, multifamily was hardly paying anything. So if you lived in an apartment, you paid your rent, but your cost of water was very negligible. And so Dan worked with our council and established what we considered kind of an equivalency. So now each unit, so let's say you live in a condo with 16 units, every unit pays a unit fee that's very close to a resident, what they pay. Now, they still get a bit of a benefit from wastewater, and that is true. But for the cost of water, it's almost like they have a home rather than have a multifamily unit. In a lot of cities, multifamily still pay hardly anything. But there were a few cities that had done the equivalency thing, and that's what we based our strategy on.
I assume the complex themselves are paying their water bill.
Well, yeah, for their landscaping and all that. That's
Right, and that then gets factored into the rent that they're charging their residents.
I hear what you're saying in terms of policies that you make are gonna drive future decisions, but I don't think water rates is gonna change somebody from us getting the type of development that we want. It's $6 difference on over $30,000 in water.
Look at how
is
much-
not gonna drive away high-end homes
Yeah.
and we made a conscious decision not to do more acre-type lots, because the only room that we have left in this city that you could do acre-type lots is the North Shore, and we know that's not kind of what we've looked at. So quarter-acre lot, even a half-acre lots, I don't think the rate plan that is approved today is going to dissuade that type of development into coming to.
I'm smiling because when we were looking at some issue from the last council meeting, I took a drive up through the unincorporated area up north of Elm Grove Road, and what did I run across? Single street of 1 acre lots. And I went back and checked them, and they're all over $1 million. And why are they
That was
there?
in the county.
Because they're not paying city taxes.
Well, I mean, you look at how much business Plano has, and yet their commercial customers knew that, and now they're paying a lot more for water than Rowlett commercial customers are. So I think it's not as much of a question of economic competitiveness. I think if you look at us, we are pretty competitive. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on to police if there's no other questions.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thank you.
Dan, thank you, and now Dan number 2.
So every day I like to be able to end my day saying I learned something new. I just learned more about water than I thought I would.
Makes you thirsty, huh?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm sure everybody knows me. I'm Dan Miller. I'm the interim chief of police. I'm going to give you kind of an overview of the police department this morning, and then take a look at our budget request for fiscal year 23. This slide is kind of a high-level view of the police department. As we're divided up in divisions, we have 6 lieutenants on our command staff, and in general, we have 1 lieutenant in each one of these divisions, the exception being patrol. Patrol, we have 1 lieutenant over day shift, 1 lieutenant over night shift, and the reason behind that is just span of control. There's just too many sergeants for one lieutenant to cover. So we start with administration. Obviously, the chief position is currently open, but hopefully not for too much longer. Then we have an assistant chief, which is my role, assistant and interim. We have 1 lieutenant over professional standards. So the Rowlett Police Department isn't really structured like some of the larger police departments where you have a full-time SWAT team, you have full-time crime scene investigators, you have full-time firearms instructors. Everybody in the Rowlett PD wears a number of different hats, so we refer to those other assignments as specialties. So, and I'll go through some of the specialties as we go through this. The professional standards lieutenant, he has a pretty heavy load. He hires, he recruits, he handles training, he has the property and evidence division, quartermaster, he handles all internal affairs investigations, honor guard, and firearms training. And that professional standards division comprises 2 people, 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant. So they have a lot on their plate there. We have a single crime analyst who reports directly to the assistant chief of police. And then we have the indispensable administrative services manager, Don Smith, who the entire place would collapse without her. Community Services Division handles accreditation. We're accredited by the Texas Police Chiefs Association. They have the school resource officers, detention, which is jail, the community services officer, a single community services officer, all of our school crossing guards, our volunteer program. I think we currently have about 32 volunteers, I think, and then our police services officers, which are part-time officers that handle things like downtown security. They handle some special events, and they do transportation of prisoners down to the county jail, the Rockwall County or Dallas County jail for us sometimes. Sports Services Division, again, 1 lieutenant. He has communications, which is dispatch. He has the crisis assistance program. We currently have 2 crisis assistance officers and a licensed counselor on staff. It's been a very successful program, and one we're looking to grow in the future. He has the records division, and then he handles PDIT. So we have a lot of very specialized systems in the police department for dispatch, for reporting, for a number of different things, and the interfaces between these systems are kind of complicated. And Steve Ferry, who's the lieutenant over support services, has learned over time, what the issues are with these, and he does a very good job of keeping things running for us and interfacing with the Garland Radio Shop and our suppliers for radios and our suppliers for call handling software, 911 call handling software. So that's all kind of handled internally. He gets help from IT, but he really is the subject matter expert in those things. We have the patrol division, the biggest division in the department. That's where the rubber hits the road. Those are the folks that come out and save you when you call 911. So we have the day shift lieutenant and the night shift lieutenant. Some of the specialties that are assigned to the patrol division include crime scene investigation, the SWAT team, our internal wellness program, fleet, which is all of our vehicles, and the bicycle unit. There's probably a lot of smaller ones in there too that they do. The criminal investigations division is divided up by crime type, basically. So we have capers detectives, that's crimes against persons, so that would be murder, assault, sexual assault, things like that. We have property crimes, fraud. We have 2 juvenile investigators, and they investigate cases that are where a juvenile is either the suspect or the victim. We have 2 narcotics officers, one of who's assigned to a DEA task force, and then we have our trafficking officers. So that's basically how we're divided up. Fiscal year 22 successes. So I like to say that we weathered the storm and we're moving in the right direction. It's no secret that there's been some churn in the police department. We've had 2 chiefs retire in just over 2 years' time, so that has caused some challenges. But we feel like we've turned the corner and things are looking up and we're moving in the right direction. We've improved our interaction and communication with surrounding agencies. I'm in touch on a weekly basis with the chief in Garland. I'm in touch on a weekly basis with the chief in Rockwall. We participate in a bi-weekly conference with all of the Rockwall County chiefs and sheriff. We participate in Criminal Justice Advisory Board with the Dallas County DA's office, so those relationships are solid and growing. We have dispatch fully staffed, and I mentioned earlier the crisis assistance program. That's something that I'm really proud of. We have 2 full-time crisis assistance officers, one of whom is dedicated to homelessness, and we have a licensed counselor on staff, and she acts as kind of a conduit for folks that the crisis assistance people come across to connect people with the need with resources. So while we don't have things like soup kitchens or homeless shelters in Rowlett, we do have partnerships with Dallas County for those things, and those people that need help, and this is a key, that want help, we help to hook them up with those resources that are available. Our counselor, Mary Ann, is currently funded by a grant we got from Dallas County, the New Directions grant. We just got an extension of that grant. We're hoping and we believe we'll get yet another extension. They're very pleased with the work we're doing here in Rowlett. In fact, DeSoto got a grant the same time we did, and they have not been spending some of the money. So Dallas County is talking about reallocating that money to Rowlett. At our last monthly meeting, they referred to us as this is the way crisis assistance should be done. So we're kind of a model for the North Texas area. So I'm very proud of that. This next one I'm very proud of too. We were accepted into the Georgetown University ABLE program. ABLE is active bystander in law enforcement, and we're one of only 240 ABLE certified agencies in the entire country. What ABLE is about is training and mandating that officers actively prevent other officers who seem to be losing control. Okay, so you got a use of force situation that somebody thinks might be out of control or has the chance of becoming out of control. This trains and empowers officers of all ranks to step in and say, hey, stop, we're not going to do this. You know, that was one of the big things in the George Floyd incident, right? Is that there were a lot of officers there. There were only a few that actually put hands on George Floyd, but you know, the end result is there were a lot of people that could have and should have stepped in and really stopped that before it became the tragedy it was. And then the last one also, I'm super proud of this. We're rebuilding the relationship with the municipal court. The changes in a short amount of time are just amazing. We're working very closely with Judge Kilgore and his team, and Marley Stanley, who is the interim court clerk, or interim clerk administrator. And that relationship is better than I've ever seen it. So we're down there on a regular basis interacting with them. I stop by once a week or so and check in with Judge Kilgore, make sure they have everything they need. The police department has made some significant adjustments to lighten their workload, at least temporarily, until they can get their new clerk up to speed. They've eliminated some unnecessary paperwork to lighten our workload. I couldn't be more happy with the relationship. Some of our challenges, and these probably won't be any surprises to anyone, is from retention and manpower, and those two things are closely tied together. We're currently down 7 sworn officers out of an authorized strength of 98. So that doesn't sound big, but all 7 of those are from the patrol division. So sworn officers include CID, they include SROs, they include community services officers, traffic. We haven't lost anybody out of those divisions, but we have lost 7 out of patrol. And there's as many reasons for losing them as there are people leaving. You know, we have a couple of folks that are looking at leaving that they live down in Ellis County. The commute is horrible. You know, it's an hour and a half each way. We work a 12-hour shift. That means a minimum of a 15-hour day every day. You know? So that's something that you really can't control. You know, when we hired them, we figured they'd probably eventually relocate up here. That didn't happen, and so now they're looking to work close with them. We have had some folks leave for pay. That's one of the contributing factors. But also we've had some attrition, just natural attrition, retirement, or leaving for personal reasons. So, that's an ongoing challenge. We continue to recruit, we continue to hire. We have a lot of people in training. Brian alluded to it earlier that it's the nature of the market in North Texas. We're not the only ones that are competing for these people, and there's a lot of challenges. Of course, pay plan, I believe we're going to talk about that sometime today, and that's an ongoing challenge that contributes to the retention of manpower and stability. So like I said, we've lost 2 chiefs in the past just over 2 years, and there's a lot of angst in the department, a lot of concern about where we're going from here, what's the culture going to be like under a new chief, who's going to be running the department, and so it'll be good once we get the new chief in place and we can settle in and start to work on moving forward with all this worry and angst. Growth. We are squeezed beyond belief in our current facility. Growth and facilities kind of go together. Growth is growth in the community as well as growth in the anticipated growth in the police department to meet that growth in the community. Our population continues to go up. We're looking at Sapphire Bay opening, which will be a big challenge for the police department. So we're squeezed, and we're hoping that the citizens decide in the bond election that new police department or new public safety building is an important thing. And then, of course, homelessness and associated issues. We continue to work this, and this is challenging for everyone involved. As you all know, it's not illegal to be homeless. Right? Yeah, some of the things that homeless people do are illegal, but homelessness in and of itself is not illegal, nor is panhandling. The Supreme Court has said that panhandling is protected speech. Right? So you can't prevent somebody from panhandling. That's unconstitutional. So there's a lot of challenges involved there, and we'll continue to grow that crisis assistance program to try and address those challenges. And in our 5-year staffing plan, we'd like to bring on a second counselor as a resource to continue to grow that program and be able to refer folks with a need to the available resources in Douglas County. So our priorities, our budget request for fiscal year 23, our priority number 1 is 8 patrol officers. We're trying to get ahead of the curve for Bayside. We had a meeting. Sapphire Bay. I keep saying that because our vision is that once Sapphire Bay comes online, we're going to create a 5th district, a 5th beat that will encompass Sapphire Bay and Bayside together. So that'll be a new district for us. The population is growing, more calls for service, and more importantly than the increases in call for service is the officer hours per call that we're seeing an increase in, and increases in major crime. You may not be aware of it, but we've had 4 murders in Rowlett in the past just over a year. So those are huge drains on manpower, both in the patrol division and the criminal investigations division. Our current minimum patrol staffing has been stable for several years now, and it's 6 officers and 1 supervisor. It's literally not enough to keep up with the demand for services. I was reading the end of shift report for night shift the other day, and the night shift patrol sergeant included a little blurb in there that said he had done some analysis, and for the past 6 months, our average response time for priority 4 calls for service, that's our lowest priority call for service, was 41 minutes. We'd like to be able to better serve the community, and the only way we can do it is with officers.
Did you say 41?
Now that's priority 4, so those are typically what we call paper calls, right? Something happened, it's not in progress, somebody needs a report. Somebody broke into my car, or somebody, was a victim of a hit and run. So they're not time-sensitive calls for service, but that having been said, that response time for those low priority calls continues to increase, and we as a department would like to be able to better serve.
Have you seen what Dallas was proposing about those low priority calls, kind of almost going to like the virtual medic deal where they're doing some of that? Have you looked into that? It was just really interesting.
So we do have 1 officer now that is handling phone calls for service. So when a citizen calls in for one of these types of low priority paper calls, they're asked, is phone contact okay? Now, obviously we don't have full coverage with 1 officer, but that's been very helpful in taking the load off of patrol, because he calls them up, takes their information, says, hey, email me some pictures of your damaged car or whatever, and he completes a report. So long term, I'd like to grow that program as well,
So question, I'd like to understand, and I know this isn't data that you have with you now, but I want to ask for it. I'd like to know how often we are only utilizing the minimum staffing throughout the year.
At this point, it's more often than not.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Because of our manpower shortage.
Yeah.
But I can get that data for you.
The teleservice type response, is that a sworn officer or is that just, it
It is
is?
one officer, and there's different models used in different departments. Some departments are using civilians to take those calls. We're using a sworn officer because we had him, he was available, but also at any given time, we can pull him into patrol to supplement manpower. So if day shift has some, I don't know, helicopter crash or, you know, a murder or something, he's extra manpower that we can put in the car and put on the street to answer calls for service.
I only ask that because I actually did that in a past life. I took reports over the phone, worked in a reporting division, and we would take recorded reports from officers. Officers didn't come in and type up the reports. They would do a phone, it was in Arlington.
Right.
They would do a phone recording of a report, and we had staff that would type it up, but we also had some of those people that would take reports over the phone, and seemed to me like it was a very effective way to handle.
It would definitely be more cost effective than having a sworn officer do it. So that's one of the things that we're looking at going forward. Right now, we like that flexibility being so short on manpower.
Some cities also do something that they call a public safety officer. It's not a sworn peace officer, but it's in some bigger cities, that's who really goes out to the house and puts a report in about a stolen bicycle or, you know, those priority 4 calls.
Well, unfortunately, the CSI effect made people think that every officer that came out to their house was going to do fingerprints and all of that, and it's just not, that's not practical.
While they're moving boxes.
Right.
Just a quick question, Dan. You said you were down 7 staff right now, and they were all on patrol?
Yes.
What's your total patrol?
So
Count
our authorized
diplo.
strength right now is 98, so we're down to 91, 98 sworn.
Right.
So the total for patrol, you guys know, let's see, it's 10 per shift plus 2 sergeants per shift. So not including the division commanders, that would be 12 times 4, so 48 total.
Okay.
So down 7.
7 out of 48 is a lot bigger percentage than 7 out of 90. Yeah.
And we've actually made some adjustments here, you know, the SROs, for the most part, are done for the year. They do have some GISD intercession going on, so we've deployed some of those folks into the patrol division. And we're looking at other options to make sure, I mean, that's our primary mission, right, is patrol, is to keep the streets manned, to answer calls, in-progress calls for service.
And I think we talked about recently potential requests from Garland coming in for SROs, school resource officers.
You know, there was a rumor. I reached out to, I had one of my lieutenants reach out to the director of security for GISD. His response was, I just got back from vacation. I have not heard that yet. The rumor that I heard was that GISD going forward was going to request an additional district-wide 28 SROs. And I don't know what percentage of those would be Rowlett PD, what would be Garland, what would be Saxon. But I have not received any kind of official confirmation on that. I believe those discussions are being had at GISD in light of the volunteer tragedy.
How many SROs do we have?
I believe it's 8.
You can share.
What I'm looking at is, I think Garland, GISD is having their budget conversation June 28th at 5 p.m. At the Gilbreth Road Career and Technical Center, and I think the public is invited to that, so there maybe
And
could be
given-
discussion there.
Given,
Yeah.
you know, recent news articles, I think that there's going to be a good turnout there, and I think security is going to be a huge part of that discussion. We don't have an SRO in every school. We have 2 SROs at high school, we have 2 SROs at each of the middle schools, and then the elementary school SROs, they float between different schools. So they're, you know, it's much less enforcement and much more education at the elementary school level. Once you start getting into middle school, then it kind of shifts over a little bit more towards enforcement.
So Chief, we talk about patrol cars for a moment. I know when we did our facilities tour, I asked a question about whether we have, what we do with the old ones, whether we ever go
Oh, do we
park
wanna-
them in other
We don't have
places.
it on there, do we?
Yeah, can we wait to have that question till the end? Because we have some other
Sure.
slides for their
Go
priorities.
by here.
And then we can talk about that.
All right, so Sapphire Bay, you know, we had the Sapphire Bay meeting with the developer last week, and one of the things he brought up and asked of me, he said we have some expensive telecom equipment coming on site. We have some large, I guess, cast concrete structures coming on site, and he asked about security down there. So that's going to continue to be a challenge as more and more construction materials and as construction equipment come on site, that's going to be an additional burden on us to try and keep on top of that. At some point, we probably want to have to talk with him about hiring his own security, because it could get to be overwhelming. Sapphire Bay has what we refer to in the industry as excellent criminal access, right? Like the old gas stations used to say, easy on, easy off. They're right there on I-30 at the confluence of 3 different jurisdictions, right? You've got Rockwall, you've got Garland, and you've got Rowlett. So that's going to be a challenge, and we probably need to have that discussion with the developer at some point about having some on-site security. And then I mentioned this earlier, we're going to create a 5th patrol beat with the substation down there in Sapphire Bay, and we want to get ahead of the curve and start to hire now so that we're making things on time. Priority number 2 is a cyber crimes detective. You know, technology more and more is becoming a part of crime. Historically, cyber crimes detective has been thought of in the context of pornography and online fraud, but what we're finding, and I have 2 of my criminal investigations division supervisors here, what we're finding is that more and more crimes are being solved through the use of technology. You all know that the murder of Laura Grillo, who was a VIPS member with the Rowlett Police Department, we got a capital murder conviction on 2 different individuals, 3 different individuals in that. A huge part of that case was cell phone tracking, cell phone cracking, and things like that. For most of that, we have to go to outside agencies. We have a really good partnership with Rockwall. They have a cyber crimes detective who was funded through a grant, and so as part of that grant, he has to provide his services to other agencies. And we have a pretty good relationship with them, but let's face it, at the end of the day, we're not his number 1 priority. Rockwall is. So we'd really like to bring that stuff in-house to be able to do that, especially in cases where it's time critical. We received funding for the equipment needed for that, the specialized computers, and you know, you have to have computers that aren't connected to a network in any way, that are not accessible by through the internet or anything else. So there's some server requirements, things like that. That stuff has been funded, and all we're looking for right now is the actual detective position.
Chief, do you have any idea what the cost is of partnering with Rockwall right now that might be offset?
cost.
Okay, no cost, okay. Thank you.
So I'm curious, was that it for this? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm curious, how many detectives do we have, and what is our caseload? I think that's a pretty
You guys have
staggering number.
I also have the organizational charts almost ready to come to you guys that have all the FTEs on it too.
Yeah, I'm sure they know how many detectives, right?
We have 9 detectives, that's because one of them is assigned to the DA, and they average about 250 cases.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Dan, can you please repeat that for the video?
So we have 9 detectives, not including the one that's assigned to a DEA task force. And each one of them carries a workload of about 250 cases at any given time. Busy folks. Very
Yeah.
busy folks.
Spread thin, that's what you
Yeah.
call that.
Absolutely. So the third priority that we're looking for is a new 911 call handling solution. This one, although it's the third priority, is really not optional. The hardware for our current call handling system, Emergency Call Works, is at end of life. And most of the new solutions no longer are contained on a physical server. They're cloud-based. So we anticipate receiving a $600,000 grant. It's a pass-through grant, federal money that was given to the state, and then the state is giving it to us. We're confident that we're going to get that, but the total cost for the solution is $685,000, so we would need $85,000 in the budget. And then, you know, if anything were to go wrong with that grant, which we do not anticipate, we would need the full $685,000 somehow to be paid in the budget. It's mission critical. They just, you know, our dispatchers dispatch police, fire, EMS. They actually dispatch all of the other divisions in the city during off hours. So animal control, you know, if an animal call comes in, police handle it. Water, you know, water main breaks and things like that, they dispatch that stuff too. So it's definitely mission critical.
Dan, you said that most of the new solutions are cloud-based. Does this keep it on premise?
No.
Okay, so it would be a...
So this does, there is equipment on premises, and one other thing that this does is give us geodiversity, because there would be a setup in the EOC as well as at the PD. Right
Okay,
now,
good.
if something were to happen to the equipment at the
Right.
we're done, we can't dispatch.
Is that a one-time cost?
Yes.
Okay, is there a recurring cost then?
There'll be
to keep up with
recurring
that?
software maintenance costs like there are with anything else. I don't expect that to be significantly more than what we're currently paying on our current solution, which is called Emergency Call Works. I intentionally left the names out of here at Joey's request. I guess if you
Right.
advertise, you know, what your solutions
Oh, yeah.
are,
Sweat.
it makes
It makes it easier, yeah.
I'd rather not publicize who our vendor is for this new solution.
So does this vendor provide any additional protections regarding the kind of issue we had a week or two ago with the call spoofing?
No, so that was actually initiated by our phone service provider. They replaced a piece of equipment, and when they did, it initiated that it was actually looping was what was going on. And so, and when we contacted them about it, their initial response was incorrect. They didn't fix the problem. So it took them longer than we would have liked to fix the problem, but that wasn't related to the call handling software. It was related to our 911 phone line provider. So
Okay.
that was a headache for sure. And then priority number 4, these are Flock Safety automatic license plate reader cameras. So these are stationary cameras that are located throughout the city. And Flock Safety is kind of the 800-pound gorilla in the license plate reader realm. There are a number of cities in North Texas that use their hardware and software. It's very sophisticated. You can search by vehicle make, by vehicle type, color, license plate, and unique features. You know, if it has unique wheels or roof racks or window stickers, you can search based on those as well. And if you can enter a vehicle into the database and say, I want to know if this comes into the city, and it will send an alert directly to the officers on the street if and when that vehicle enters the city. We've had a number of successes. We solved a murder a couple of years ago of a guy that was dumped on the service road of the tollway, and that was largely solved through the use of the tollway cameras. They had cameras at not only at all the reader locations, but also at a lot of the on and off ramps. So historically, we've seen some success using license plate reader cameras. And one of the great things about Flock Safety is that when you contract with them, you have access to the databases of all other cities in the area that contract with them. So, you know, we're seeing more and more regional crime, right? The guys that are stealing catalytic converters, they aren't Rowlett residents stealing Rowlett catalytic converters. They're coming up from Houston, right? And they're hitting all over the Metroplex and stealing these catalytic converters. It gives the detectives a much bigger leg up because they can track this vehicle in multiple cities all over the Metroplex and all over North Texas by purchasing.
I'm really happy to see this on there. It's such an effective tool, and it's not really costly. $27,000 for 10 of these cameras is not much, and the installation cost isn't really that much because they're solar, and you just put a pole in, and that's pretty much. Garland just bought a bunch of them and installed them all over their city. They've already had some successes. Fort Worth released some initial data last year that was pretty amazing, showing how much high crime that they felonious criminals that they were able to get off the street just by using Flock. So there's a lot of data showing that this is a really valuable tool for policing.
And we don't have any license plate readers now,
We
right?
don't. You know, we dabbled in mobile license plate readers a while back when this technology was in its infancy, and the system that we worked with really didn't work that well. We were having constant hardware and software issues with it, so we abandoned that program. But this technology is much more mature now, and those were vehicle-based, right? These are stationary.
Is 10 enough, or is that a conservative number?
That's a good start.
I think it's a good start. I think it's probably enough. You know, like I said, most of the tollway is covered by NTTA cameras, right? So we have access to that now. They only keep data for 24 hours. So we have to know right away that we need that data, and we have to call NTTA and say, hey, save this for us. So that's a bit of a disadvantage. But we can cover a significant part of the city. You know, the main goal is to cover entry and exit
Entry and exit.
as much as you can.
I was just pulling up to count them.
Yeah.
So this,
Go ahead. So does Garland have this technology? Does Rockwell have this technology?
Rockwell does not, Garland does.
Okay, so we're still a blind spot as far as Garland's concerned, which, okay.
so this data would be kept on their servers, correct? And
Total
how
solution.
long do they keep it?
It's indefinite, you know, you can tag things to be saved indefinitely. I'm not sure what the standard drop-off is, but there's a difference between how long they maintain the actual video and how long they maintain the data. Obviously, the video is a huge storage.
Big
issue,
files,
right?
yeah.
But the actual data, hey, on such and such a date, this license plate went by this reader at this time, that they can maintain almost.
Great.
Well, and what I think what else is cool about this technology is if there's a vehicle that comes back with the owner of the vehicle that has a felony warrant, it can ring the nearest officer and tell them that this car just passed this flock camera.
Yeah.
So then you know to go drive the area.
So they have an app that we can put on our in-car computers, and if an officer's driving around, it'll pop up and say, hey, wanted person, felony warrant, and he's in this vehicle, and this is where we just saw him,
So we put 3 or 4 of the ones in Garland in our parks where we have some hot spots. And if they get more, we're gonna put some more in there, so.
Well, they're-
Another great location if we need to find places to put extra
I mean,
ones.
next year, if we get 10 this year, next year we can get another 10. I mean, 27,000 isn't that much of an impact. Yeah, no. Not compared to 8 officers.
Not compared to the officers, or a big fire truck or something.
That's, yeah, okay.
Now, is there also an ongoing cost to participate in the
There
system?
is maintenance cost, I'm not, I don't have that number with me right now, I could get that to you, it's not real significant. So there's a, kind of the summary of our request, you'll note that, anyway, you'll note that number 3, there's 2 numbers there, one is the total cost and the other is the cost after the grant is
I have a question.
okay.
So, major crimes unit. I know it didn't make it on the top 4, but I know that's still probably one of y'all's
It is.
long-term requests.
It is.
So we, if I'm not mistaken, applied for a COPS grant, right?
Yeah, correct.
So wasn't one of the criteria that be used for major crimes if we were to hire those officers?
So the main focus of the COPS grant is community policing.
Okay.
And I think you can make a case that this special crimes unit would be a community-based solution. I want to preface this by saying we think that the COPS grant is a bit of a long shot. We don't really fit the demographic that they're looking to fill. A lot of violent crime, basically, is what they're looking at. But, you know, we're still cautiously optimistic that we might get that. And I think I'd have to probably consult a little bit with Ron Harper, because he's more familiar with the nuts and bolts of the grant, right, and what the requirements are. But I think we could make a case that this fits under the umbrella of community policing. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Special Crimes Unit, what we're looking at is a small unit, several officers and a supervisor, that would be dedicated to crime hotspots or ongoing problems. The advantage of this unit is that they're not part of the patrol division in that they don't answer calls for service, right? So they're a bit of a force multiplier in that you can put them on problem areas and they're dedicated to that problem until it's solved, whether that's a physical location or whether that's a group of safe burglars or whatever it is. They're assigned to that task until it's solved without the burden. So now, you know, we'll have a known drug dealer in the neighborhood. We're trying to catch up with him. And an officer will go and sit in the area hoping to make a traffic stop on the vehicle leaving and make a narcotics case. And then he gets called away on a call for service, right? And then he comes back in the car's gone. So these guys are freed up from answering those in-progress calls for service. They're dedicated to problem solving. It's kind of a force multiplier.
Well, I mean, I can give a prime example. One of the write-outs I did last year with an officer, and we pull over somebody in front of a house where the night before there was a drive-by, and one of the subjects lived at that house. And while we were on the traffic stop, the car pulled up. we had they had arrested a subject, so we had to go back to the station, and so we left what we could have identified as a potential subject of a drive-by that we just didn't have the staffing to go and do a check on.
Yeah, so, and the force multiplier thing kind of applies to the flock safety cameras as well. When you're driving around as a police officer, if you're not answering a call for service, one of the things that you're constantly doing is running tags, right? And they'll pop and say, hey, there's a region warrant, or there's a NCIC warrant on this vehicle, and that's probable cause for a traffic stop. The flock safety cameras will be out there doing that passively for us, right? So it's a force multiplier, like the special crimes unit would be a force multiplier.
Chief, you might have already mentioned it, but these new officers that you want to bring on, assuming that you have to put them through the academy, is a safe assumption is being about a year before they're ready to roll on their own?
If we have to put them through the academy, so our hiring model constantly changes over time. There was a time when we were hiring a lot of officers from Dallas PD and from DART, experienced officers that could hit the ground running after a brief field training, but Dallas did some stuff to fix their pay structure. They fixed I believe they're working on fixing their retirement program, and so that well has kind of run dry, right? So we're hiring what we call green officers that have not been certified yet. But what we're also doing is we're recruiting at the various police academies for folks that have self-sponsored through the police academy. And we feel like those folks kind of have some skin in the game, right? They were dedicated enough to spend 6 months of their life and their own money to get themselves through the academy. So when they come in, we at least get the academy portion. Now, they're brand new officers, so we still have an extensive field training program we have to go through. So that's a 6-month deal at least. But yeah, it can be anywhere from, depending on how experienced the officer is and where we're hiring from, it can be anywhere from 4 to 5 months to over a year before they're an independent unit operating independently. Interestingly, all of the models that we've used over time and all of the hiring procedures that we've used, our batting average is about the same as far as having a quality officer come out the other end. So there's not that one model is better than the other or produces a better quality product. It's just the market, basically. It is everybody's competing for the same people.
Did you say we have 12 FTOs? I remember you sent me that information.
Yeah, okay.
Is it?
So that's going to burden the FTO program. Now, fortunately, we're not like the big departments where they have 150 people coming at the same time and they conduct a big, large academy and then field training. We have people coming in 2 or 3 at a time, right? So we can stagger the assignments with the field training officers and with the orientation program. We do a few weeks of orientation in-house, and then before they're in the car in the field training program. So luckily, the way that we hire makes it fairly simple to keep rotating FTOs through the program.
Chief, you mentioned that we were down 7 right now for various reasons. And I know there was some discussion over prior months about the challenges with retention in the department. Do you have any new programs you're thinking of to address that retention? Things like, I don't know, it had suggested to me that the patrol car take home as a kind of a bonus if we have sufficient vehicles, or people go on the clock as soon as they hit the driveway.
We wouldn't have any place to park them. I mean, it's one of those deals. And squad cars are expensive, fully outfitted. They really are. I guess that's something we could look at in the future. My opinion from a retention standpoint, let me be completely frank. We've had difficulty over the past few years competing on pay. So what we've tried to do to increase retention is create a culture that people want to work at, right? Make them proud to be a Rowlett police officer, make them feel like they're valued, that's where family first came from, which is our motto, And that's been successful to some degree. But like I said earlier, there's as many reasons for people leaving as there are people leaving. There's no one simple solution to it. I think if we can do something to fix the pay plan, that would go a long way. But we also need to drive a culture where people see the vision, they feel like they're a part of it, they feel like they're valued, they feel like there's opportunity in the department, which, there's going to be a lot of opportunity coming up in the Rowlett Police Department as a result of growth and nutrition. I've got 2 command staff members, they're retiring this year, you know, so that trickles all the way down, right? New lieutenants, new sergeants, new corporals, so on and so forth. So that'll help, I think, the morale with new opportunities available. And hopefully we can end up with a culture, you know, I'm driving the culture that we've had. The next chief may have different ideas about how things are, you know, but the culture that I want to drive is one of basically that family first philosophy, where we treat people like valued team members, and because of that, they're willing to work for maybe a little bit less money.
There's one other thing that the PD did bring up that they thought would help is, you know, and y'all may have heard me say this, but there's probably not much that is more marketable in this environment than an officer with 2 years. Because at 2 years, they still could move to another city. When you've got 12 years in an organization, it's hard to make that switch. But you got 2 years, you are marketable, and you can move anywhere. And so one comment that they had suggested was, could we look at reducing the number of steps before you top out? So right now, I think it's 9 for a police officer, and you go to 6, you know, or some other number, and that might be an enticement because you know you're going to move through the grades much faster, and that is an incentive in and of itself. We are, in the next conversation with Richard, we are going to, at the very end of the compensation, there's a slide that talks about what we've been talking about, all the different ways that we feel like could improve retention and maybe even enhance recruitment. And that item is still one of those that we're going to talk about. The other thing I was going to say, Mayor, we are running behind a little bit, and I don't want to split Richard's presentation up, so why don't we take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll do back-to-back with the compensation study and then the revenue estimates, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Let's go ahead and start.
All right, Mayor, the next one is we're going to do is talk about classification and compensation. Richard Jones is our HR director, and he is going to kick that off for us. So, Richard, thank you for being here, sir.
Appreciate it. Welcome. Thanks, council and mayor, for the opportunity to go back to our pay plan. I am going to do a little bit of history to make sure that for the new city council folks, that everybody is up to speed on how we classify pay and how we created our overall pay plan and structure. So principles, our pay philosophy currently is to maintain a fair and equitable salaries based on first internal job valuation, which we're going to talk about here in just a second, and our external pay comparable positions within the regional area. We have 18 cities that we have used since I have been here that were established for the pay plan prior to my arrival in 2015, which took place in 2013 and 2014. And the goal, obviously, is to balance the desire to provide competitive salaries with financial resources of the city and be fiscally responsible, attract and retain employee talent, better manage turnover. Hopefully we keep people. Every time I do orientation, and I did one this morning before I came here, I tell those individuals, I hope they're all here when I leave. That way I don't have to replace them. Cross our fingers, and maybe that will be the case. Equitably adjust all employee salaries to move the variance as close to zero as is affordable. Obviously, it's a challenge sometimes to get to that number. So just a timeline. My arrival here was in October of 2015. The pay plan that had been created prior to my arrival was coming to a conclusion. We went out with an RFP to choose a consultant. That consultant was chosen at that time, and that consultant helped us build a pay plan first by reevaluating every single position we had on staff, utilizing 15 actual measures that are quantifiable, utilizing points that had been established by that consultant over about 30 years, going back into the late 80s or the early 90s. I gotta look here because of my eyeballs, sorry guys. We created that pay plan and worked toward getting those job values actually built and the pay plans built. At the same time, we went out to the market and we measured for the very first time where we stood in comparison to our 18 cities that we use as our benchmark. Then in October of 2017, we actually put that plan in place, and that plan has been in place since 2017. We continually update the value of jobs ongoing, so we don't have to go back and recreate the wheel. If a job comes open or a job is created, then we go back and we value that job against the other jobs in the organization. Annually in March, we do our comparison so that we have an annual amount instead of doing it every 3 years, which is what we were doing prior to my arrival. Things move fast, you gotta be agile, you gotta know what's happening and changing, so you do that as much as you can. And then every October, based on the budget, we make decisions about how pay is going to move forward in subsequent years. This is these are the 18 cities, just to have a reference point. I think they were selected probably during a council meeting, not necessarily officially in a document, but as a consensus of having a benchmark set of organizations that sort of encompass, the area. It could have been any set of 18 cities. Technically, there's what, hundreds of us in this area, so it was just to get a good, I think, representation overall, so that as we benchmark, we at least have a reference point. Could have been a different reference point, but we still benchmark year over year, so we know where we stand. We use 58 positions across our pay plans, starting from the lowest valuations to the highest valuations, so you get a good cross-section. We don't ask other cities to give us their pay for every single position they have, even though some of them do that because it's easier for them to provide it. But our goal here is to have representation from each one of the value grades, which I'm going to show you in a minute, so that we have something that's statistically significant and actually meets the criteria that is established by our consultant for how many of their positions match our positions. So when we do it, not every one of their positions will match, and then we leave that out as we make our calculation for what the actual variances are. We do every police position and every fire position that are sworn. So as I said earlier, we do internal equity first. So we value our internal jobs against all our jobs. The reason you do that is you don't want to inadvertently pay a group differently than another group. And what I mean by that is you may have a job that's predominantly female, you may have a job that's predominantly male, and they may have exactly the same value, and hence you don't want to pay one of those groups less money within that particular pay value. So you measure the jobs against the other jobs in the organization first. Be sure that we are compliant with all the laws that currently exist related to making sure you don't have disparate impact by inadvertently treating a group incorrectly. And you can see there are 15 of them, and we actually have software. So when the job comes up, we go through and we evaluate each one of those, and we assign, based on the software, what exactly the level of position does. Some do less, some do more. You end up with a numerical value that you can then compare to. I know this is small, sorry about that, but this is sort of a snapshot out of the open range pay plan. And you can see if you walk across, we have whether or not is it exempt or non-exempt under the Fair Labor Standards Act, which is important. We have a pay grade, that's a valuation. The value range, that's the number of points within the software package that establish where that job falls. Position's actual value. And then the minimum first quartile, midpoint, and maximum for that particular position. The first quartile here is important for a couple of reasons. In open range right now, if you get a merit adjustment, it's a standard 2.5% if you're below the first quartile. Above the first quartile, it's 1, 1.5, 2, or 2.5, depending on circumstances. That's just part of our current philosophy. We may ultimately talk about in a minute doing that all the way to the midpoint. So you would have a standard set amount as long as you're meeting expectations to get a pay adjustment. But I want you to be able to see just exactly how the pay plan is set up. So we have like jobs from the perspective of value, not necessarily what they do, in each one of the categories. And this is how you make sure that when you go out and value them across the organizations, you take a representation of each one of your pay grades. We happen to have 30, but there's only employees in 28 of the grades. And we have police broke out because their standard way of doing things follows basically steps. You can see how fire is set up and how police are set up. I want to make sure that everybody understands under fire EMT and fire paramedic equal 9 steps. That's the philosophy the fire department put in. They really want everyone to be a paramedic, not an EMT. And hence they attempt to quickly move people to that level of being a paramedic and not remaining an EMT. So we don't have very many EMTs. Police also have 9 steps from entry to max pay. This is where there might be some consideration given on reducing the police steps, but be conscious if we do that, we may need to somehow rework fire's philosophy about adjusting steps also. And then if we do decide to do that, we're going to need to talk about, how are we going to go about doing it? Is it the key to raise top pay? Or is it the key to raise entry pay? We're going to keep the same distance between the top and the bottom, how many percentage points it takes to get there. So just some philosophical things you have to think about as you do this. If you go back and look at our 18 cities, the number of steps to get to top pay is all over the place. But generally, it's not more than 9, 10, or 11 steps in general. We also put in a step plan for communication, and theirs does go up to midpoint. So they have 5 steps, so 4 percentage points each to get up to that place. Before I go into the actual comparison for this year, anybody have any questions or anything you'd like to ask us how we get to how people are actually paid?
It's more of a philosophy thing, and probably get into it later, but and I see a lot of cities do this in terms of what merit pays are, and I think we kind of talked a little bit of it in the strategy meeting about going to have to throw all the spaghetti on the wall as you look at hiring and workforce is going to be an issue. So how do you put more incentive on the employees that do a really good job, not just meet, but exceed and the hard part about that is that when there's as many employees as we have, it has to be evaluation based, and evaluations are a hard thing to do sometimes, especially you get down to your entry level positions and where and a lot of times the supervisors that are doing those evaluations, it's more of a chore than an actual evaluation. How you really start to strengthen how you do those evaluations so you can really incentivize those that are doing a good job. Because what I see is that you get those that do above and beyond, and then they're getting the same merit raises as the guy that's just getting by. That ruins morale, and it ruins those guys that say, well, why am I going to work harder? They just fall down and just do the basic stuff. Mm-hmm. And so it's how do you, and I think cities are going to have to look at this as a whole, is how do you really start to look at, okay, yeah, we need to keep up with cost of living, we have to keep up with being competitive for our opening positions and to be able to get new people to come in. But then as part of that retention deal, how do you really use that evaluation to get them higher up into their pay range quicker? And that's a hard thing to do. I know it's a larger philosophy piece of it of how we do it, but be curious your thoughts on it as we kind of work through this.
One of the challenges you have anytime you evaluate performance is just all the biases that go along with a person doing it, the person getting it. And then how do you go above and beyond in certain jobs? So what I do is stand in a ditch and fix a water or wastewater pipe. What is above and beyond? Those are the challenges, right? Because you can measure above and beyond many times as the person gets higher up in the organization, because you can see the difference based on just doing what I have to versus not. But sometimes at the lower levels, it's not so easy to measure that above and beyond.
I agree, and that's where that training really has to come into the supervisors, because like what I do with my supervisors, if I get in a series of their annual performance surveys, and you can tell they just copied and pasted and switched out the name. And I send them all back, and I say, no, I need more information than this. And I say, part of my evaluation of you is how you evaluate your guys. And so, if they know that, hey, my evaluation is going to be based on that, and I could get more money because if I have a better evaluation, that's how you kind of start to incentivize that behavior. But it would take training, to your exact point. You'd have to work with supervisors, okay? If he's a guy that did the ditch or rides a lawnmower, how do you evaluate what is above and beyond versus what's just doing the normal deal? And so it's a larger philosophy thing that would be an organizational training deal, but I think it's something that as cities, including us, are really going to have to look at to be competitive, to make sure that we're keeping the best employees that we can.
I totally agree with you. I know when my dad worked for the city of Dallas for 32 years, they had step increases, and then they also had merit increases. And, you know, there was a difference there. Everybody got the step increase at a certain level of seniority, but the merit increase, you had to earn that. And of course, in the corporate world, you have bonuses and that kind of thing to incentivize
Well, you really hit
top
kind of
performance.
the nail on the head, I think, in both cases, and that is when you get into performance evaluation, you really need to have performance metrics in place. Even if your job is changing, you know, the wastewater or whatever, fixing that, you know, there are metrics that need to be around that. You know, did it take 2 return visits to get it done, or was it completed successfully the first time? What was the length of time it took to do it, or how many can you do in a certain time period? Those types of things that need to play into that, and they need to be documented in performance plans. And can you tell I used to work in a bureaucracy? You know, that's really where that drives to, and I would agree, Deb.
And it's a skill that you have to learn, because it cracks me up. So I'll get a guy, he complains about a guy all year round, and I get his performance evaluation. And I'm like, you've been complaining about this dude all year. Now's your chance to actually write it down, and you don't do it. And it's just because sometimes those guys don't know how to do that.
That's
They
true.
need some training. And maybe it is more of an actual, okay, this is what you're going to measure, which makes it a lot of work on him, because every job is different, which would make it extremely hard to do. But it might be, you know, something to think about long term. Is it gets more competitive to hire people and keep people.
So building those kind of plans definitely takes a great deal of effort. And we have done a fairly good job of differentiating at least the positions are being evaluated based on what they actually do, right? Instead of just being generic and so forth. But we don't have them to the level of the metrics per job.
Well, I think our challenge was that we required the supervisors to build those plans on an annual basis based upon priorities set by management further up the chain. You know, what are we expected to deliver on? How are we going to do that? So they're actually then required and need to be trained in how to do that kind of planning.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's hard. I hated doing it.
It's might be one of the hardest things there is for people, the human interaction.
Oh, yeah.
All right, good. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of comparisons year over year. I put a little asterisk by the 18 for this year because McKinney never would ever respond. And so what we did was we took McKinney's previous year and we moved it forward or advanced it by 6%. So you're aware that that was our better methodology than dropping them completely out of the measure. It's better to make your best guess and continue to use them. I was told they were going through a complete system revamp of their entire survey, you know, everything, and that somehow the comp folks were the ones that got chosen to implement the HR side. So I never did get an answer. So I just want you to be aware of that. And graphically, or pictorially, you'll get to see now just exactly where we currently were when we measured based on information provided to us in the month of March and April. And so at the 0 point, or at the middle, or at where we're at, you'll see that Saxe's average pay, so we're using average actual pay in this case, was about 6% less. Plano's average pay was about 19% more for police. This is average pay. We're going to talk about actual steps, top and bottom here in a minute too, so you can see where we are.
So Chief needs to go to Saxe and start recruiting?
Saxe just stole one of them, excuse me, it was Wiley that stole one of them. Good. Fire, same scenario. You see who is on average below where we are. Lancaster -11. Plano, again, 22% greater average pay. And then open range, so Duncanville at the bottom, and McKinney, this particular case.
So the cities, it seems to be fairly consistent above and below right here.
Yes,
And
pretty much so.
Are all these other cities also on an annual comparison, or are they on a more an infrequent?
So we compare to these cities every single year in all those years, and I've had answers from everybody.
Yeah, but do you know what their comparison period is? Are they on a 1 year, or are they on a 3
Most
year?
of them
or
are
there's-
fiscal year that starts on October 1st. I don't know how they go about actually comparing their salary against their peers. They may or may not. They may do it based on some other methodology, so I do not know that
I'm
answer.
just concerned about kind of a leapfrogging effect. If we're catching these guys who are on the tail end before they've done their, say, biannual review or triannual review.
Or their implementation. So an
Yeah.
example would be Farmers Branch made some, or Addison, one of the two, and I think it was
Addison.
Farmers Branch. Was it Addison?
That they did
Addison
jump
made
last
some
year.
humongous changes, just in midstream. But not all cities do that, but that's the reason you measure it every single year, and you have a benchmark, a time frame, and so you get your best measure by being consistent throughout, because people, we even put raises in pandemic, post-pandemic, when we realized the resources were available to go ahead and do it when we hadn't done it for one of the fiscal years, and it went into place on March 1st. So everybody does what they need to do for their circumstance. But that's why you keep measuring year over year over year, just to make sure you don't miss something. But there's going to be some differences, obviously, depending on when cities do actually make their pay adjustments. I can tell you, just from watching the information flow, everybody's asking everybody, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do for October 1st, right? They're all asking, yes, tell us what you're proposing, all right? Even if you don't know the answer, right? And so we created some scenarios, right? I called it option A. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the only option, or it even would have to, option A could be something else. It's just a scenario. And this gets us to zero. This gets us the variance back to zero based on that snapshot in the month of April. And this is what the cost would be. And basically it's like this. Police, all the steps, would move by 7%. And when you factor in 7% and their step increase, if they're moving through the steps, it would get us back to a 0 point. And you can see the guess dollars, the estimate made by budget on what that would actually cost. Same goes for fire, 6.5%, and then whatever their step is as they're moving through it. And then 3.5% for open range, and an average of about probably 2%, but up to 2.5% for merit adjustments for open range. That's the dollar amount that gets us to that amount. And I'm going to show you two more scenarios, but they are just for reference points, so you can kind of see how the money moves as we move through making the adjustments for the different groups. If we do it, in other words, if we were to put that in, this is where it would move us based on that amount for each one of the groups. You can see how Rowlett moves forward, so now Saxy's minus 13, and Plano's 10 above. Fire, Lancaster's now 18, Plano's 13 above at the very first sentence. And then open range, Duncanville's minus about 12, and McKinney's is by about 9. Second scenario moves the variance about 3%, not quite, but about 3%.
I added a text
past.
box down here on the
Same
option A.
basic philosophy. All police steps move by 9%, all fire steps move by 9%. And then all open range employees would receive a 6% increase all on October 1st. And then by adding in steps on their anniversary and or their merit on their anniversary, it would move us to this variance at that cost of about $3.5 million. And then nice little picture about what that does in that snapshot. Actually, about 15 for Holland, closer to Plano at 7. For fire, Lancaster's about 20 behind, 10. Open range, Duncanville's about minus 14, and McKinney's a little bit closer, now we're at 5. And then the last one, at about $4.5 million, would move us to between 5 and 6% overall variance, ahead of those other municipalities as far as pay goes on that snapshot in April.
Before you move off this slide, I want to make this point. I know we said this the other day, but just so this is clear for the public too as well. No, go back to the other slide if you don't mind, before we left that slide. So when you look at what he's showing you, 0, 2 point something, and then 5, realize that that is a static point in time we're comparing against, which was March and April when these other cities were doing that. So they were not telling us what they think they're going to be doing next fiscal year. They were showing us what they're doing now. When we implement this, all those other cities will have made adjustments. And so this is why I've mentioned that one strategy that I'm considering that I would like to see us do is not just do 0, but maybe do something above 0. Maybe it's 2% this year, with a goal that over, say, 3 years or so, we would reach 5%, because at 5% of last year, which is really what we're talking about, keeps us more current with what really is happening at the time we implement this. That's the point I want to try to make, is that if we do, let's say we did 5% now, that means we're closer to 0 after all those other cities make their adjustment to their pay plan in the actual fiscal year we're talking about. So and if you went back to that very first slide he showed you, all those years where police, fire, and open range were behind at various different times, we will always be behind because we're implementing this pay plan 1 year behind what everybody else is doing. That's the point I want to try to make. And so during the year, what happens is, when we start to hear why people are considering leaving or whatever, and they tell us, well, Plano's doing this, and we go back and look at, well, that's what they were doing last year, it's because that's what they're doing now. And so what we want to do is get a little ahead of the curve, and I realize it's a big number. And so we need time to build to that. But if we did, say, 2% this year, and another one, and another one, in 3 years, we're at 5%, that just gets us to, this is, the 0 right now is the current philosophy. but it would get us to the market zero at that time. That's what I'd like us to strive for. So I just want to make that point. So when people look at this, well, why would we pay our employees 5% more than the market? We're talking about a market advance 1 year, and that would be the market at that time, philosophically.
Brian, is there a reason we're locked into these bundles? Like, what I'm saying is if you have a department like police where they're having an especially hard time recruiting people, what if we gave them the 5% and gave the others the 3% or, whatever? Is there a reason that it all needs to be the same basic percentage?
Because I love all my children. And I am extremely reluctant to pay one of my children more than my other children. Now, having said that, the market itself dictates things
Right.
that we have to consider. So, for example, we know historically IT people, engineers have been in high demand, but those scales can move. As we assess those markets, we could actually even bump somebody from one grade to another grade to address that in terms of market. That could help.
So can they come in at other than the
And we
entry?
can hire.
Okay.
Our current philosophy on open range now is that that the director, in consultation with the HR director, can offer somebody up to the first quartile without my approval. But is it there or at the midpoint when I?
Once it's above the first quartile, then we have to go through and get city manager.
Okay. And then what I'm looking for, experience, education, training, special certifications to justify that higher deal. For police and fire, we do have a, what do we call it, Chief? A lateral move. So if you are a 3-year officer, you can start at the 3-year level rather than start at the beginning. But now almost every city's doing that, so that no longer is an advantage. Now, I will tell you, and when we get to further our conversation, at the very end of this presentation, there is a slide on those things that we've been talking about, how we can improve, how we can be that employer of choice, how we can improve people who want to work for us and people who want to stay that are already here. And so one conversation that we've recently have been chewing on, that certain things that we can do for open range, we may not be able to do for police and fire. So for an example, if we went to a 4-day work week, I can't do that for police and fire because they're a 7-day-a-week operation. But if I could do that for open range, then maybe that's where we start creating a little separation that does make sense, that police and fire could jump to 2 or 3% above market now, because I can do that for open range. But then that makes us have to make some choices about what's appropriate and what we can do. And then I'm willing to have those kind of conversations with my team, and I can defend that. But it's hard for me just to pick one class of employees and say, we're going to do more for you than other classes. And as city manager, I can't support that.
Well, I know some cities do that. They
know
give
they
a
do.
bigger raise to police and fire
I know.
or whatever it is that they're needing more of.
So Brian, I disagree. You love all your children equally because the numbers don't say that.
Well, to get them to 0 or to 5.
No, I just was looking at the current variances. So right now at police, our current variance is -8, open range is
Well,
minus.
last
there-
year, we
there
got
are-
them all to a
There,
set point.
and there are external factors
Yeah.
that
Well,
like
and
that.
to
What I would-
Brian's
what I
point,
would-
the market's going to fluctuate. What
Yes.
what groups are earning in a market base, so it's going to go
In part,
change over
this
time.
tells me the market moved faster this past year for police and fire
Right.
than it did for open range.
Which-
But as you also said, there's also some internal part of that too. As we keep hiring younger and younger officers, in other words, less experienced officers, it creates more of a separation for that average pay for all those other cities.
Well, and last year it swung the other way, right? Last year it was open range, and
Yes,
then
that's
PD,
true.
and then fire was the lowest.
Yes.
So it kind of all over the map.
Can I throw in a quick comment here?
at the risk of further complicating this complicated discussion, what we're looking at here is the pay plan, right? What we're not looking at here is additional compensation for things like language and shift work, which
Yeah.
some cities offer, some cities don't.
Yep.
We saw, and Brian mentioned that one of our 2-year officers left to go to Wiley, which on all these charts is lower paid than us. But she's getting language differential and shift differential, and she's making $10,000 more a year today than she made a month ago at Rowlett. So there's that component of it as well, and that's very difficult to compare apples to apples because every city has different incentive pay for certifications, education, language, shift differential. There's 100 different things that they may or may not pay extra for. But the reality is, you look at that and you say, well, Rowlett makes more than Wiley. 2-year officer just left and she's making $10,000 more.
Is there a way we can get, I know you probably don't have a comparison, but at least get the incentives that we offer?
They're minimal. Yes, I can get that.
That small.
Hey, guys, we are going to have this kind of conversation here in just a few minutes about other things that we want to do to be more attractive.
Yeah.
So let us get to that. Let's get through this. But I really wanted to drive the point home that we're not trying to be above the market. We're just trying to reach market. And we're always going to be behind if we keep doing this.
And I think as Rowlett continues to grow up out of being a quiet bedroom community to being something with a lot more complexity, that's going to necessitate people with a higher skill set. And that's anywhere from police to operating more complex fire equipment that reaches tall buildings to accounting staff that can handle very complex situations with how we finance things. All of that stuff it's going to demand a higher caliber of person, and that's going to command more pay. So,
Or at the very least, it's going to demand much more extensive training for the personnel that we have now, and that's going to cost money too.
Richard?
Going?
Keep going.
Yeah.
All right, so we were talking about base pay, not all the different incentives here, just so everybody is on the same page. So if ultimately we went with option C, you can see where we put police. And fire.
But remember, again, this is for a year, it's going to be a year off.
That's right. So when we measure again next March or April,
Yes.
we would know just exactly how much impact we had based on a decision that's going to be made, obviously, to be implemented in the budget. And then open that. So the next set of slides are to compare the steps so that you can see where each one of the ranks are. We're going to actually have a slide for every rank that shows entry pay and max pay and average pay side by side, so you can see that. But here, you can see right now for lieutenant, sergeant, and the officer, while that's entry pay and their maximum pay, this is also base pay. And how we fare against the entry average and the maximum average for each one of the ranks under current law.
Is it not moving? Can somebody move the slide?
What? It's not working?
Maybe the batteries. At least it didn't.
Did you turn it around backwards? Is it aimed at you?
Nope.
Here, hit it a little bit. Sometimes that makes the battery. Now try it.
There.
There we go.
that could have been Laura.
Yeah, it could have been lower.
All right.
Now we're going to fly through these next few slides.
All right, I'll go as fast as I can. All right,
Okay.
so we have police officer, and on the left, city, average pay, what we just talked about. On the right, where we are from an entry step and where we are at a maximum step. And then, based on each one of the plans I just talked about, where it would move that entry step and where it would move maximum pay.
So we won't talk about this on every slide, but just to point out, an entry-level police officer in Rowlett today is starting, nearly at the very bottom. Now, our average pay was a little bit higher, and that could be partly hiring people with more experience, bringing them in lateral. But if you hired one straight out of the academy, they're going to start at $60,000. That's among the lowest in the Metroplex.
With no experience. But we can go up to step 5 if they have 5 years of experience. Sorry. Officer. Sergeant. Same scenario where average pay on the one side, and then where we currently are at entry, where we currently are at max. Lieutenant. And then we have the same breakdown for fire, showing each one of the levels, entry pay and max pay. Bear in mind that EMT paramedic, the philosophy is that we want to be paramedics, and so our EMT pay, generally speaking, at max is much lower because we don't really aspire to have people remain there. We want them to move into the paramedic role. And the same comparison, average pay against entry level and maximum step for each one of the ranks.
Looks like on the fire side, we need to change the increase across steps. We're consistently, our entry is kind of middle, low middle, but our max is consistently below.
Yeah. Is that slow enough or fast enough?
Keep going. Perfect.
All right. So, desired outcome, equitably adjusts employee salaries to keep the overall variance well beyond zero, as affordable as possible. The 3 options with the total cost, where it shows the variance. Remember, these are just snapshot pictures of scenarios. It could be anywhere in between any one of them. You just have to redo the math. We do it person by person, so it does take a little bit of effort. Actually, maybe a lot of effort.
Excellent.
So the next slide is the one where we wanted to have a conversation with you about some of the things that we were talking about. So again, not ready to propose this yet, but wanted to let you know what we were hearing from some of our employees and what the executive team kind of debated and discussed. And, one was to go to a PTO method. So Rowlett, you have vacation and you have sick leave, and they are separate banks of hours. A lot of organizations do that, but a lot more organizations have moved to what they call paid time off, a PTO model. Cities as well, or some cities have moved to this. I can't tell you it's truly a trend, but I do know that a lot of cities do it. And so what they do there is the bank of hours is we're not going to dictate how much of that can be vacation or sick leave. So in this regard, it's a bank of hours for however you need that. It comes with all kinds of things. It affects how much you may get paid in a bank of hours when you leave. Right now, there's a limitation on how much of your accrued vacation and sick leave you would be paid out if you left. And then that's influenced by whether you've retired or if you get terminated, to be different. The other thing is that we could consider adding another personal holiday, maybe increase the vacation accrual for employees in their first year. What we kind of made a conscious decision some years ago was to incentivize people to stay longer. And so there are blocks of, and I don't remember all of the blocks, I know one's a 10-year block, but that at 10 years, obviously your accruals increase, but also so can the amount of hours that you would be paid out if you left. But in this market, kind of what we've said, if we can hold on to them for 4 or 5 years, we get to keep them. That's a mantra we've been saying. But if they can work here for 2 years and still go for $10,000 in another city, even a smaller city than ours, we're not going to get to that 4 or 5 year mark where we can hold on to them. And so, code talk here. We have a ball and chain we want to put on them, but until they've been here 4 or 5 years, they won't feel the impact of that. So we want to hang on to them. We also looked at incentive pay, and so that was partly what the chief is talking about, particularly certification pays. We have a lot of employees who are fluent in Spanish, for example, but we don't really pay for that. They're in police and fire. There's obviously we have a way for paramedics to be paid more than say EMTs, but there's a lot of various different kinds of certifications employees have that can be a perk for having that certification and working here. We don't have the ability, for example, some organizations, my dad was in the military, they used to do that. They would buy some of your time. So at the end of the year, if you had X amount of vacation time or whatever, or maybe you were even above the accrual rate, you can sell so many hours per year at the end of the year. Maybe it's limited to 40 hours. When you've been here 20 or 30 years, you'll never take that bank of hours with you if you go. And quite frankly, we don't want you using it just to use it. So that's an incentive. There was a request, I can't remember if it was police and fire or fire, but to reinstitute tuition reimbursement. We had that when I moved here 19 years ago. And that's a real perk because, and particularly, I think it might have been police, because particularly in police, the idea is that for you to go to sergeant to lieutenant, you really have to have a degree. And for you to go higher, that master's degree is really important. And that's expensive. And so this is a way we can contribute and help, and a way to keep people. Because usually what you do is you say, this is how I got my graduate degree in another city, is that for every year you work here, we're going to knock off $1,000 of what we contributed. So if you leave in 2 years and we've paid $8,000 toward your graduate degree, then you're going to pay $6,000 back to the city before you leave. And so that's one way you do it, but it's not really the stick on the end, it's the plus. We're getting people who are more educated and better trained. And then the one you heard us talk about today was to lower the number of steps. Now, it may not necessarily address the max or the min. The market would do that. We still have to address that anyway. But if you can move through the ranks and top out in 6 years versus 9 years, that's an incentive to stay as well. And then under flex scheduling, we already are doing a lot of this where employees can work from home a day a week. We talked about that previously. Very popular in some departments where IT, finance, some of those where we can still stay open 5 days a week, but then you have fewer people in the office on any given day, but there's always people there to take care of the customer. What we have recently started talking about or had some conversations about is this idea, and some cities are starting to go to it, is where it's a 4-day work week. Everybody is here and you work 4 10s, but you're off either a full day, say on a Friday, or maybe half day. Saxe or Wiley, there was an email a day or two. So Wiley has gone to the half day, 4.5 days.
State does a half day.
Keller is moving to 4 days. We know, there's others, but I mean, these are the newer people that are thinking about it. Now, there may be reasons. Keller indicated they can't increase pay this year. They can't give raises. That may be one of the reasons prompting them to do the something. Here's what I want to say about this topic is that our discussions among staff was, if we can't compete strictly with pay like some cities can, how else can we distance ourselves from our competition? And what's a little bit disconcerting, we started this conversation earlier this calendar year, it was January, February, when we had initial conversations, was these other cities are also doing more of those things too, and still addressing pay. So it really is just a tough market. If you live out in West Texas and you're the biggest city in 4 counties, that's one thing. But when you are a city in a metroplex like this, you're almost required to do something. So how do we do that? So going back to your earlier comment, Deb, because it did strike a chord with us a week or two ago when we first had this conversation among staff, was this idea that not one shoe fits all. In other words, I can't necessarily do a 4-day work week for everybody, because that doesn't work for every department. And some departments can't even do the work from home 1 day a week because they're too small and they can't keep the doors open. So how can we work something around where, we're all contributing to the same thing? People, maybe they work 4 9-hour days and staggered shifts. Maybe we do close, say, City Hall and Finance and those buildings where we can 1 day a week, but we're open more hours for people to stop in and pay their utility bill or do other things. I think this is the time to have these conversations, and I will admit I'm the dinosaur who's been somewhat resistant to some of these ideas, but I don't know that we have that luxury anymore to be that dinosaur.
Something I suggested to Dan during the break was these people who are putting themselves through the academy and paying for it themselves maybe consider a reimbursement after they've been here for a certain amount of time. It wouldn't be a big cost, but it would be something that you can offer that they can look forward to there. And that kind of goes along with your tuition reimbursement and then the certification pay. How many people do we have with their intermediate or master peace officer licenses?
More than most departments, we really drive folks. Lieutenant Harrelson does a great job of keeping on top of what certifications are and making sure that folks get their next level of certification as soon as they're eligible by time. So we get all the required training in to make sure that the day that they have X number of years.
Do they get any incentive for that? See, that would be something else we could do.
To Jeff's point, we want to increase.
Correction, we do get certification.
Oh, okay.
We really want to incentivize a higher skilled workforce as best we can. I think the tuition reimbursement, certification pay, retention bonuses. If you need to get people past 2 years, when you bring somebody on, say, well, if you're here for 5 or 4, we're going to give you a 10% bonus. The nice thing about those, it's a one-time shot, as opposed to in a step process, you're creating a future liability, right? Whereas a retention bonus is, you got to hang around long enough to get the pot of cash. Once you get it,
It's available 5 years from now is another question. That's the hard part.
But, it goes from the time someone comes in. I take it from what we're talking about that we tend to bring people in at the first step or at the base of the range, or is that our target?
So
on the range?
Obviously it is for an entry-level person who meets the minimum qualifications. Generally what we find is if there's anything that distinguishes that person, even if just anything above the minimum, pretty much we're trying to work through that and not just be blind to that. I loved we never talked about that, but I loved your idea, Deb, the idea that you take somebody at that, entry level. Now, maybe what it is, they have to complete the FTO program so
Well,
that
we
we know
said,
that they're
what, 2
live.
years,
And if
right?
they do, then, for those that have done that, then why not? Because here's the thing, if we had hired them, we would have paid for that
Right.
anyway.
Exactly.
So if we can get people, if that's an incentive to say, come work for us, we'll reimburse you for that. That could be a perk for people.
After they're here a certain
Because
period.
you don't want them
Maybe staggered
to,
over
you don't want them to come over here, get the training paid
No,
for, and then
I-
go work for White.
I get you. I get you.
But I know from when I was teaching at the academy that a lot of those people who are paying themselves, they don't have a lot of money. I mean, they really scraped that together, so that, I think that would be attractive to them.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so as I understand it, you're looking for our opinion
Yes.
on this.
I am.
And so I'm going to share my thoughts and recommendations. I think somewhere between options A and B with a plan to, like you talked about, continue working toward getting us in a position, toward the 5, yes. The second thing would be, from these options, I'd like recommendations on what gives us the biggest bang for our buck in terms of what department heads might think is the most beneficial for their individual teams, and then we can kind of round table on what approach we want to take into these kind of intangible benefits, I guess I'll say. I really think, and I'm kind of shocked that we don't have shift differential pay for police. I think that's incredibly important. Our officers have no other incentive to work nights. In fact, it's a disincentive. And if someone is put on night shift and has the option to go work day shift in another department, they're probably going to jump ship and do that, even for a little bit less money, because night shift is just tough. And then the certification differential pay, I think, totally makes sense. You have that on your list already, but that lends itself to higher caliber people again. And then the last item would be some type of joint proposal from police and fire on adjusting those pay steps, just to kind of have some consistency. Right now we have 9 with both. Makes a lot of sense to be that way. It makes it very, there's consistency with that. So if those two departments could work together and kind of figure out how to restructure that. I do like reducing the number of steps because it gets people where they want to be a lot faster, and it incentivizes people sticking around. So those are my biggest things as far as just this whole discussion.
So, when you made the statement that you could do something where you provide maybe 2% above midpoint for police and fire, and then for open range, we look at this plan where we shift to a 4 10-hour days. And I really like that approach because you're giving everybody an additional incentive while you're not increasing above the midpoint for open range. That's still something that is attractive for people to come work for our city and stay, that they're getting a 3-day weekend. And then for police and fire who can't do 4-day work weeks, we give them 2% above the midpoint. I really like that strategy. I like the trying to increase or decrease the amount of steps for police and fire from 9 to 6. If that's possible, we won't know until we see the proposed budget. Those are my comments on that.
I like that too.
Yeah.
What is the vacation accrual right now? It says increased vacation accrual for employees. What is our current program?
So 2 weeks first year, and 3 weeks from year 2 through year 9, 10th year goes to 4 weeks.
How much of
Can they roll that
carry
over, or, yeah?
So when you're below 10 years, you can have an amount up to 360 in your accrual, but you only get paid out 180 if you leave. If you are above 10 years, you get paid out 240, and it's 480 is the maximum.
But you can only cash it in when you leave. You can't cash it in
That's right.
before.
So Brian made mention of potentially combining vacation PTO buckets. Do we have separate buckets? I mean, that's vacation.
There's sick leave, that's right.
Okay.
So when you make that transition, you have to be really cautious because at the moment, police and fire are very married and very ingrained in that. So there would have to be some work, some significant work to get us to that end if that's what we decided to do. And there are some significant payouts for longer-term employees that, that changed at certain points in time. And so some of them are counting on.
And then, Jeff, I would say to your point earlier about, the conversations with our executive team, the PTO is something that, hey, that might be kind of an interesting deal. It's not what's going to really bring people here or keep them here. It's the other kinds of things that we're talking about now that has the bigger bang for the buck.
What do we do for short-term disability? Do we rely on the
We
sick
have,
leave?
it's completely paid for by the employee. So in the early stages of their employment, they can choose that until their sick leave builds up to become their short-term disability.
But we rely on the sick leave eventually to be their short-term disability.
We do, that's right, we have it.
We provide long-term
So I know we've had some
disability,
discussions
and then they
about-
can buy short-term.
About 410s and so forth. Just bear in mind that flexible schedules are important to people, and making everybody work 410s may not be the best option. So I just sat through the benefits portion of what the Society for Human Resource Management provides every year when they do their benchmark survey, and they laid it right out. What was first? Pay. What was second? Health coverage. Even in spite of all the things that go on, people still want their health coverage. Third was flexible schedules. The ability for me to be able to adapt my schedule to my life.
And that, I think, and that is, I was about to say,
So
that is.
Be careful about, what we decide to do as it relates to, 10-hour days for some people. If I'm a mom, it could be hard. How do I get people to childcare? How do I get them back? So for some people, 10 hours, I could see it, that was going to be great for them, right? So we just want to be careful how we blend this all together with all the different options that exist. Right now, my staff, they really like the ability that they get to choose one day to be at home and focus on their job and still be available, right? And then be in the office those 4 days. So we haven't decided to go to 980 or some other variation of it. So we just want to be careful about how we decide to move forward. Even if we decide to close, it may be necessary for some departments. Maybe that's their day where they get to stay and work and be 100% focused on projects and things that you get disrupted from being able to do.
I do want to do this, and Richard brings up a good point. We've had that conversation about young parents that, got to get to the daycare by a certain time, and what do you do in that situation? But I would like to hear from the rest of council as to, maybe what I'm looking for today is pain points. Could you think you support? And then we'll have that conversation before we make a hard recommendation.
Okay, I wanted to contribute this and say, what do you think about a language incentive? Because
So
we
for
have-
me, I think it's a fairly, and I hate to use the word easy, because anytime you put something in, it takes effort. But we already have it set up because our previous judge wanted it in the court. We have the testing company set up. We already have a way to validate the person who can speak at the level necessary to do their job. So if I could just, all we have to do is just decide what that is and then put it in at whatever point we decide, say 10-1, and then I have to have somebody work through scheduling, testing, and making sure the person is actually proficient in what they do at the level we need them to be proficient.
So would that apply to everyone or just to customer service type people? I mean, if you're in IT, sitting back there working at the computer, the language...
It should be for those that use it at a minimum level in their job, and we would have to establish what that means.
Right.
Right? So
Not just the possibility of using it, but
yeah, you don't just get it because you happen to be able to. speak
Right,
it.
that's what I
And
want.
IT knows lots of languages.
You utilize
Yeah.
it, and you utilize it at some level that we ask you to.
COBOL.
utilize. We already have identified those individuals who
I know.
speak that other
That's why I
language
did that.
in our directory, so you can see they're highlighted. So you know you can go to answer your question. But you would, if that's the person you were asking to go and take care of this, you want to make sure that person gets that reward.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the officer said, because I had talked to her before she left, that, she was the go-to person many times where somebody else didn't get sent out, she did, because she was the one who had the skill set.
I was gonna, on the 911, I know we have to get people,
So we have people that do, but they are not being compensated.
see,
separately.
that's what I'm talking about. And, because I used to work in a service department situation, customer center, and they paid extra.
Yeah. In my past life, you could be from any department. You had to be willing to answer questions for every
For
department,
every
right?
department, yeah,
You have
sure.
to be the go-to.
The
for
go-to
every
person.
circumstance.
And the shift differential, how would we do that for the say for the fire and for the police
So
or
if you do
whatever?
pick a shift differential for any employee, you build it into your payroll system, it becomes, a kind of pay that just passes through. And so it's well within our ability. You still have to take the time and effort to program it behind the scenes so that it gets entered correctly, gets paid correctly.
And to be clear, shift differential would not really be for fire, because of the way
I
fire
said,
works.
et cetera.
It's police, that is really the primary.
Yeah.
6P to 6:30.
Are there any other
And the,
departments that
police-
do
Dispatch.
night shift?
The only
911.
dispatch that I'm aware of. We don't have, we don't have water and wastewater plants where you have 24/7.
Do we do anything for those public works folks who end up, I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
finished, okay? Let me finish.
You say something and
Okay.
it triggers a train of thought, I don't want to forget it.
Write it down.
I did.
And for I've had several people say something about the education, tuition reimbursement. And I feel as though that would be awesome. Just something. Even not 1,000, 500. Everything counts. Counts up.
It's mutually beneficial, because we get a better person, we get a higher caliber person, and they
Yeah.
get the benefit of an education.
Yeah, that's right. And just like Deb was talking about maybe not for the reimbursement for going to the academy. I don't know how much it is. You all know how much it is. No, it's not cheap. I figure it's not cheap. Especially when you be off 6 months and have to do all this other stuff. That's a lot, that's expensive. But I'm not, for the academy, maybe not give it to them everything 100% right then, stagger it.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, I mean, what Brian was saying earlier is that those who have the experience already started a certain step. So pretty much you could
You could
restagger
build it
it.
into that.
You could build it into
So let me ask this, let's not figure out the how.
Right.
Let's just talk, I'm looking for idea, if it's something you can support, we'll figure out the how and we'll develop options and make recommendations.
Well, I support that.
And I can certainly support everything that's been said. I really like what you said about, obviously, I'm sure the chief would like to go to option C right now, but that may not be practical, but I do like the idea of 2% or whatever it takes. I liked what you said about if you're gonna offer a flex week or 10-hour week, obviously can do it for police, maybe we bump that up a little bit better. And I certainly like the idea of academy, and I do support the idea of you don't give it to them at one time, because that may be the ticket to go to
Elsewhere.
Plano or to McKinney or whatever. Maybe it's a 3-year, or you get to that point where they've got some time invested, but they've also getting back their costs from the academy over maybe a 2 or 3 year period or whatever. I think would be real doable. And if you had tuition reimbursement for it, I'd say put it back. Yeah. Absolutely.
We only cut it out when we hit the Great Recession.
Yeah.
So we had it up until that point.
Do it before we have the next great recession.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna add it back for 1 year and then cut it.
Oh, I support everything that I started it off with, you gotta throw it all on the wall and then work what's out. And, I made my comments earlier. I really think you need to look at how, obviously you gotta keep up with the market and be flexible, but you wanna figure out how to keep your best employees and how do you really have a merit system. Because I haven't seen a merit system in a municipality that really works. You know, it just isn't. So how do you have a true merit system? How do you really incentivize to get these guys to work? Because that'll bring your, it's easier to pull somebody down than it is to pull somebody up. And when you incentivize those top people, you know, you'll weed out the ones that don't want to be here and you'll get the best of the best. And then I really liked, I love the military deal where you can buy back, to me that's awesome because again, you get to a point where you're maxed out on your vacation, you're maxed out on your comp time, you're maxed out on that, and then you got employees that are taking the entire month of December off because it's a use it or lose it deal, and we don't want to lose our workforce. Shoot, I know I'd sell back a week's worth of, you know, once you get to a point, I'd sell back a week's worth in December to get a little extra money during the holidays. So I think that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, we used to have that, I think almost every time before you re-enlisted for the next 4 years or whatever, you had an option to sell
Sell some of it
back
back.
30 days or
think-
whatever you had.
And Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, we've already had to book that as a liability, right, the vacation? So it's money already spent.
I mean, because, and how many people, I mean, I know, and not everybody does this. I have guys that, I mean, as soon as that hits their account, they're using it, so it's not incentive for everybody, but I get back hours every year, and a lot of them do. If you had the ability to sell those back, holy smokes.
Well, and to Brian's point, he's right about that, because if I sell it back to you this year, I'm gonna pay less for that than I would in the future.
Right.
When you do retire or leave, that's gonna be at a higher rate. So there's advantages to doing it.
I would just say to your point though about the merit, I agree with it, but you made an earlier point about making sure supervisors and managers understand how to do appraisals, because most of them don't.
Most of them don't. Yeah.
So how do you capture those points throughout the year so that you can truly recognize someone who's gone above and beyond?
Yeah.
There were a couple things here we hadn't talked about on the PTO stuff, the additional holidays, the personal holiday. I'd be interested in people's thoughts around that.
And I think for the most part, you know, again, those are not gonna be the big ticket items, but,
You're not gonna have somebody say, I'm gonna go work for Rowlett because I get one extra day off.
Right.
Yeah, but you might say.
But we thought it was important enough for the conversation. But it was important for the
Yeah,
conversation.
it is.
And, you know, and if this is one of those years where we have flexibility to do something, we still can't do everything.
Yeah.
But, you know, this was thrown out because if for some reason it had not been that way, then maybe that was something we could do to.
And this is not only recruitment, it's retention too. And you might have somebody that does stick around because they observe a religious holiday that we don't observe. And adding that one extra holiday in there might just be enough to keep them around.
Well, in the tech companies in their recruitment efforts, they do emphasize the number of days off that you get. So, yeah, I think that matters to some people.
And it would be part of this flexible work scheduling by saying,
Right.
all right, we're gonna give you a few more days. And the buzzword that I just heard at my conference was mental health days.
Yeah.
I didn't put it in here that way, we don't wanna have the stigma, but the reality is that if you give people a few extra days where they can decide what to do,
Yep.
instead of us deciding what
They call
is.
it that at Microsoft, actually.
Well, I shouldn't say it out loud, but, you know, you give those extra holidays, you still expect the same amount of work every year. Just in less time.
Well, guys, thank you. This has been a great conversation. I think you've given us a lot of work, or, you know, that we can work on. We will do that. I want to be sensitive to the fact that we have that luncheon at 12, and I want to make sure we can get over there. We're going to go ahead and start the revenue estimate section, even if we don't finish it. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like for Wendy to be able to get through, for the most part, her slides, even if we have the discussion part after lunch sometime.
So pretty much everything that we talked about, you're gonna tell us. We can only do that much of what.
No, you know, the thing is, no, here's what I would say out of that, hope we
Joking.
might be able to do this much, you know, so.
It might
So,
go to it.
Richard,
It's all
thank you.
over.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank y'all,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it very much.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Richard.
Richard.
Brian, while she's setting up, one statement you made was that the philosophy has been the zero variance.
Yes.
Whose philosophy? The previous council's? Okay,
But that was something we worked out,
Well,
you know,
right.
Because it used to not be
right.
really anything.
But here's the point.
Yeah.
Out of all those years Richard showed you, we only got to zero maybe 1 or 2 of those years.
Yeah.
Last year, we got all the way to 0.5 or 0.75 below that zero.
Okay.
And what we're saying is the zero needs to be at least the base.
Right.
I want us to move towards 5, but we just can't do all that at one time.
Okay,
I keep
tell us how much money we're gonna have.
Okay. Remember the other presentations or the last one I did at the council orientation was all the nice little fun, interesting historical slides at the end, but the beginning was all the technical information. This time we're gonna flip it, we're gonna put some neat historical stuff in front, but I'm gonna talk fast and I've got my notes, so I'm just gonna read through them quickly. The first of it is a lot of fun information to start with. So I'm gonna try to go as fast as I can because we're probably gonna want a lot of discussion at the end of this presentation, I'm anticipating. So first, our general fund resources fall into 8 categories in our budget. Around 3/4 of the entire annual adopted revenue budget for the general fund is typically held by property taxes and sales taxes. Since those are heavy lifters, we will be going over them in more detail in the presentation, but to start out with, I want to first touch lightly on the other categories. Mixed beverage tax for next year is projected to have a modest increase based on the trend we've experienced this year. Franchise fees, which make up approximately 4% of this year's adopted budget revenue, is projected to decrease about $80,000, and this is primarily as a result of customers continuing to cut the cable cord and stream their viewing time. This decrease is offset by license and permits, which made up approximately 2% of this year's adopted budget revenue, and it's projected to increase about 8% to $101,000 as a result of increased community development rental registrations, as well as contractor, building structure, and food service permits as we see the community continue to grow. Charges for services, which made up approximately 6% of this year's adopted budget revenue, is projected to decrease by a very slight 1%, or about $27,000, due to a decline in rezoning fees, reevaluated fire training facility rental fees, and lower recreation membership volume, but will be offset by the steady collection increase that we've experienced over the last couple of years, interestingly, in ambulance fees. Of most note in the change is a $374,000 decrease in transfers in, and this is due to a one-time transfer, funding transfer from substantiated CARES dollars in the disaster fund in last year's budget. So those CARES dollars, we were able to substantiate them with public safety salary expenses, which freed those dollars up to where we could use them for anything we wanted to citywide. And we, council made the decision last year to transfer that $374,000 over to the general fund to help support employee pay increases last year. So overall, the total of these general fund resources is projected to decrease by just under $400,000, or 2.8%.
And again, if you took out the CARES, it's basically flat.
Yes, right. Of these other revenue source projections that I just mentioned, for fiscal year 2023, the upcoming budget, service fees and permit revenues combined provide a net increase of $75,000 to the upcoming budget. This year, all departments were asked to review all of their fees on the master fee schedule as part of their fiscal year 23 budget process, and needed to look at them and evaluate, are they still applicable? Are they in line with comparable cities' fees? Do they recover our cost of that service? And should they be increased or decreased based on those evaluation criteria? From that review, there were 41 fee changes proposed, resulting in over $70,000 of that additional general fund revenue that we just mentioned.
And council adopts the master fee schedule.
Right. We typically take the master fee schedule to council for adoption the same night that we take the budget for adoption. Because typically all that's included in that is utility rates that you've gone over and council has the consensus, yes, we want to move forward with that. However, this year, I was going to speak with Brian, I think we may need to do it a little bit differently because there are so many different fee schedule changes that we probably need to take this to a work session prior to the council meeting, prior to the budget being adopted, so that we can make any adjustments that we need to that proposed
I was gonna say that.
budget before council actually
Make sure you're comfortable with
adopts
these.
it. For the bigger rocks, but for the first with an interesting historical sales tax chart. This, I've always really loved this slide. It shows that sales tax has gone from $524,000 in 1985 to $3.8 million in 2005, spiked in 2006 to 2011, up to $7.5 million when we had the D.R. Horton agreement, which provided a positive impact to the city totaling $10.6 million from 2006 until 2012, when the state adjusted the sales tax rebate agreement rules. Once that happened, we dropped back into a historical natural progression uptrend level of $5.4 million in 2013, and then we continued up to $7.3 million in 2018. So it's neat just to see this natural, you can see just a steady trend of growth there all the way back from 1985. And you can see that we had a little dip right before the COVID pandemic in 2020, but then picked right back up during that pandemic and continue to grow to what we're now projecting to reach 8.8 million from the 524,000 back in 1985 in sales tax revenue by the end of this fiscal year. So,
I do want to mention, and we need to put it on this slide when we, because we'll reproduce this in the printed budget. But that was about the time also that we lost our #1 sales taxpayer, which was D.R. Horton. So they moved their purchasing operations to some other city.
Arlington.
Grand Prairie or Arlington.
Or somewhere. But I mean, but that was our highest sales taxpayer, our #1 we lost. So my point was, when we've had recessions before, our sales taxes don't do this. At most, they begin to stabilize. And so I just wanted to make that point. We need to add that on here.
Does this take into account the change in the internet sales tax?
Yes. Because we have been getting, what is it? How much per month are we getting, Robert? I know you send it to council. Is it $50,000 a month on average?
He's looking it up.
Okay, anyway.
we see so
But
many
yes, it
numbers
does.
every day.
Yeah, it's like,
That helped offset after we lost D.R. Horton.
Right, good.
Spike during COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, so after seeing that, in this year's budget, we adopted sales tax revenue at 7.8 million. However, from what we have experienced so far this year, we believe we will actually reach 8.8 million. Obviously, we're in an environment of wild inflation with high recession risk looming, so we settled on the same flat 8.8 million projection for next fiscal year, which will provide a 1 million increase from the fiscal year 2022 budget while still providing some caution to the current environment. So before I move out from sales tax, I just want to see if we have any questions before I move on to property tax.
We're moving through this fast, but guys, we don't know what's going to happen. And collectively, staff just really strongly feels that we cannot project an increase next year in this revenue. But we are proposing to capture this year's growth, so we're not reducing it further. But I just think right now it's just too iffy with inflation and with the interest rates going up. There's an increase in recession right now.
Yeah.
Or at least a softening, if nothing else. You know where it's better than anybody.
One of the things I've thought about in following your line of discussion, and I like where you're going, if you don't know really what's going to happen, you tend to stick with where you are, which makes a lot of sense. And I've thought about this considerably over the past month or so. I think we need to, when we start thinking about the programs we want to bring in, some of those are longer-term programs and some are short-term spends. We need to look at least 2, if not 3 scenarios of where we are going to go in the next 18 months. What if, in fact, we do hit a recession, another great recession? We need to think about where that leaves revenue in terms of our forecast, what that does to our property values, and then think about our expenditures in terms of what are the must-haves, what are the things that we, if in a pinch for a period of time, can do without. And I think we need to consider that when we're doing the preparation, so we have planning in place in the event that those things come about. I like where we're going. We don't know that there's going to be a recession. You know, no one knows that now. I mean, everyone will say after the fact, I saw it coming. That always seems to be the way economists in particular work. But coming up with a good scenario for, you know, what if we do have stagnation in property values? Okay, this year we're pretty well set. What if for the future years, you know, they stagnate because of, you know, I can say with certainty the Federal Reserve right now is trying to stop the housing market. Okay, that's how they're going to stop inflation. They're going to stop the housing market. That is their unstated goal. So we need to be aware of that and think, well, what does that mean for maybe not this year, because our assessments will be done by August.
They can't
So
stop.
our property taxes are set for December. Now, if we have a recession, we have to think about the fact we could have more delinquencies, right? People start losing jobs and things like that. So we do need to think about those aspects, and that's why I think Blake had posed a question earlier about, you know, what does this mean? When does this start to hit us? I think it starts to hit us on an expenditure side. So we're dealing with inflation. There's a possibility some of these revenue sources could actually not materialize. So do what we think is best given no change, but let's plan for those things that we need to give up.
It is interesting. She's gonna answer some of your questions
let her
on the
get to her
property
slideshow.
taxes here in just a minute, because I think then this is gonna be an interesting conversation.
Here's another interesting historical property tax chart now that we're moving into property taxes. And this chart shows the history of Rowlett property tax values from 1987 to 2022. The blue represents the growth of Rowlett taxable values from $610 million in fiscal year 87 to $3.4 billion in fiscal year 2009 to $6.2 billion in fiscal year 2022. It also shows in green the value of exemptions that in fiscal year 2022 have reached $704 million. So when I show you the numbers for fiscal year 2023, that number's even grown substantially more. So as we can see here that our exemptions and our ceiling freezes, those are growing as the population grows and the age of the population.
So the green in essence represents the market, whereas then you have all the exclusions, exemptions, freezes, and all that, and then you get to what you actually get revenue from.
Okay. This slide shows our current property tax ranking this year that we're in among other cities in Dallas County. Currently at a rate of 0.745 per 100 taxable value, we're 9th. So we're almost out of the top 10. In fiscal year 19, we were 6th from the top. So as other cities have raised their taxes, we have lowered ours or remained unchanged over the past 3 years, which has put us in a better standing comparable to other cities in Dallas County. Before we get into property tax numbers for the upcoming year, I want to go back over this slide that you've seen in presentations over the past few months. Over the past several years, we have seen taxable values increase anywhere from 10% to 12% per year. For fiscal year 2022, values only increased 4%. That was staggering last year for us to wrap our hands around. That was primarily due to low residential reappraisal rate from DCAD of 14%, when we're usually used to seeing a 45% or a 55%-ish reappraisal rate from DCAD for residential homeowners. To catch up from last year's low reappraisal rate of 14%, DCAD's planned to reappraise 90%, 90, that's a huge amount, 90% of residential properties for this upcoming tax year. And along with that, in the hot housing market right now, our May preliminary DCAD values have increased 24% over last year's certified values. And of course, with that, we expect a historical protest level this year. Additionally, before I move forward with all the number slides, I want to emphasize that this presentation and scenarios are based off the May 4th preliminary DCAD and RCAD reports. They are very preliminary. And these reports were provided to entities before the protest deadline has even occurred. So since they're very preliminary numbers and most of the data is not provided until the July certification, we've used a lot of estimates and assumptions in these numbers. And these are some estimates and assumptions that we use, the formulas and methodology that we've used over multiple years, and it's never an exact science, but it does get us in the ballpark and pretty close. So here's where we're going to get the technical area, so put your patient pants on with me.
Hat.
Okay, we're going to start out with giving the sticker shock of the value statements we all received from the CADs this year. I thought it would be important to discuss that market and taxable increase that you see on your tax statement does not equal revenue increase to the city. And that's a big misconception that citizens will say, oh my gosh, my property tax value went up 25%. That means the city's going to get 25% more revenue. Why do you need to this tax, that tax? Those numbers are not equivalent. I'm going to explain how they're not. First, as you can see, yes, estimated market value increased 31% when you add both DCAD and RCAD together, from 6.9 million to 9 million, or 9 billion. But look at the next line, the cap to value loss. A homestead property's market value that may have increased 30% this year, but the maximum that it can be taxed on is a 10% increase per year. So that differential of 20% gets reduced from the market value before the city can apply taxes. Capped value loss to city revenue was 101 million last year, and it's 900 million according to the preliminary numbers this year. Second, there are exemptions. Estimated exemptions increased a reasonable 6% from 602 million to 637 million. These exemptions further reduce the market value before the city can apply taxes as well. You can see in the table that the combined DCAD and RCAD preliminary market value increased 31%. After applying the capped value loss and exemptions, the estimated certified value that the city applies taxes on lands at an increase of 20%. If the estimated base voter approval rate, which we'll talk about the different rates in a moment, is applied to that certified taxable value, the resulting revenue to the city's general fund would be $35.7 million, which is only an 11% increase from the prior year's adopted budget. That's not equivalent to 20% or 31% increase that you see in the home values. So that's where the differential falls between what homeowners are seeing in their tax statement versus what the city can actually tax on their properties and book for revenue to support operations. The city budgets property tax revenue at a 98.5% collection rate and participates in TIFs. So once those are factored in, budgeted property tax revenues to cover city operations would be the 35 million that you see. But third, because Rowlett offers a homestead senior freeze, which freezes the dollar amount of city property tax in the year in which the homeowner turns 65 and applies for the exemption, the difference from that person's taxable bill this year versus what that person paid in the year they were awarded the freeze exemption is deducted from the amount they would have to pay this year. And thus, this is lost revenue for the city. Based on the preliminary numbers, the tax freeze is expected to increase 130 million, the tax freeze value, I should say, is expected to increase 130 million from the certification of last year's tax roll. Once this loss due to ceilings is factored in, the city's revenue is only increasing by 8%. Again, that's nowhere near the increased value percentage that homeowners are seeing on their tax statements.
And Wendy, that's not with like any of the increment or any of those things?
That's with the increment taken out, yeah. I can explain that. So before I move any further, are there any questions on how we get from the market and taxable value down to the city's actual revenue growth?
I hope you guys feel this is stunning, because again, what you're going to hear from constituents is that, because my home went up 34%. But I'm
come
only
you
gonna
can't-
pay 10 this year, 10 next year, 10 the following year, and then 4% the following year after that.
How come you can't fix Miller?
But the amount that the city would actually really benefit after all the dust settles from all the other things is not that. And then you get into the limitations, state imposed limitations, the 3.5%, things like that. It really does, it's tricky. It's tricky.
And that state limitation that Brian's talking about, the 3.5% is the no new revenue rate. What I applied in here is the voter approval rate, which is, the base voter approval rate, which is the most that the council can adopt without triggering an automatic election. But since Brian brought that up, he created the next slide, so I'm going to let him just speak to his analysis of SB2
Jeff has a question.
on the growth.
So the senior exemptions are not in the exemptions in line 3 up there?
The ceiling is what is included in that bottom line number, and that's where it's tricky, because that ceiling that's in the bottom number is a dollar value. It's not based on the value, so we don't get that number until the July certification, because the Dallas County has to go back, pull the values from the CADs now, and go back and see what did they pay in the year they were frozen, because it's based on the pay. It doesn't freeze the value, it freezes what they paid back then. So that's always a huge, we take our best guess on
Yes,
that.
there could there be double counting then if you've got a senior property where the appraised value has been capped, has exemptions, but then they're going to apply the senior freeze?
I would not think so.
I don't either. But I will say this, though, your value can continue to go up, but because it's based on what you actually pay, then that's the cap.
Well, I think it's an interesting question because if you've got a senior who's last year got the freeze, they applied there now, their property could be included in the raw assessed value is going up 30%. They could be then have, for the taxable value, they're capped at the 10%, and also have other exemptions
where
in
they
there.
show up is kind of in the exemptions. All the various exemptions we have, some of those are state mandated too, disability and stuff like that. But it's that final, the dollar law.
Well, there's a disconnect between the appraised value and what they're actually going to have to pay, because what they're going to have to pay is based upon when they turn 65.
Yeah, I believe all the actual.
Let's take this offline. I think it's an interesting question.
It's a
to look
tricky
at.
thing, and we will be glad, Brian, to show you or give you a copy of the calculation spreadsheet, because I'm telling you, it's tricky.
Oh, yeah, I've actually seen some from Dowcad.
Wendy, on the top line estimated market value of that, I see you have a note down at the bottom that there's new improvements. What is existing increase in property value versus new development? Is that iterated on here? And if not, that's okay.
I don't, but I did it in a previous slide, and I should have put it on this one. So the increase in taxable value for residential is going up $1 billion this year. Are you saying per household?
Just
This is in general, for citywide?
Right.
Yeah, it's going up, the residential taxable value is going up 21% or $1 billion. And then the commercial taxable value for the city is going up $464 million or 35% from last year.
And so that's residential versus commercial, but what about existing versus new?
Okay, new construction is going up $9.4 million or 7% this year.
Okay.
Which that's not subject to the cap.
Right.
Right, and that's why when we get into the calculation slides, you'll see where you'll see our revenue can go up. I can't remember, it was 8%, you saw 8% using the base voter approval rate. And that's because we basically get new property added to the roll for free without having to apply that 3.5% limit on it.
Which could make the next couple years really interesting. Next
Yeah.
year's budget, when Sapphire Bay is really coming up out of the ground.
Yeah.
And what's 1,000 times 650,000?
We have just a couple more slides before we break, and then we'll come back and do the more discussion slides. But we put this one in here because I wanted to drive the point home that Senate Bill 2, which was approved a few years ago, has imposed a one-size-fits-all philosophy. So if you are a city in decline or you're very stable, the 3.5% may work. But for cities experiencing high growth, accelerated growth, Frisco, Plano, not Plano, McKinney, Rowlett, just a few years ago, we were named the 8th fastest growing city in the country by the U.S. Census Bureau. You can see that it creates a revenue gap from when expenses may have to be incurred. And so let me get, so every time we add so many new citizens, it starts to have a bleed down effect on parks and the wet zone and the library, and then you start to have increased call volume affecting police, fire. We know this. This is this is just the norm, right? It's norm. So in meeting those expenses, for most departments, you can incrementally add X numbers of people. So for police, as we talked about, it's 4 people for 1 person on the shift. So 4 officers just to add 1 more person per shift. But for some of the other departments, we can add a few extra part-time people in the library, then make that a continuous part-time, then make that full-time. So you have a way to incrementally do that over time. You cannot do that with fire stations. So I've already heard the comments from at least a few people in the community that why would you be building a fire station now? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Fire stations have to be built all at one time. Now you can staff it with a pumper truck first, then add a medic unit, and then maybe a ladder truck, or you reverse the order. But you don't have to put everything down there at one time, but you have to build the whole station at one time, and you have to have so many people per shift to be able to run one piece of equipment. For a medic, it's 2. So that's 6 people because we have 3 shifts. For a ladder truck, I think it's 4, so you need 12. For a pumper, I think it's 3, so you would need 9. So for a fire station, fire stations are unique in the sense that you often put your fire station in before the revenues are there. This is going to go to the conversation we're going to have later this afternoon. I think it's going to be our last conversation. But I just want to help see, Senate Bill 2 says everything's on this linear path, but in reality, your expenses are not going to follow that limitation. And so my point is, there will be years, and it may not be this year, there may be years where you have to ask the public for additional help or support by increasing the tax rate above and beyond that in order to accommodate the growth that's coming. And then lower that when the growth gets here. Wiley did that a few years ago. Wiley had a huge capital program that their public supported. They ended up with the highest tax rate in Dallas County for several years, and then with the growth, they were able to start lowering that back down. So I just wanted to point that out, is that gap that I'm calling a revenue gap is also an expense gap. All right, I think we're gonna do one more slide before we break because
Can I do 2? That'll get us to the right spot. Well, I can do 1, that's fine.
This next one is going to be pretty big. So.
that was why I was thinking.
Okay. Okay, so today we're going to present to you 4 scenarios, and we'd like to come away with an idea of the direction council would like us to focus on our budget model to fund departmental needs as well as council goals. Again, all the scenarios are based on the May preliminary valuations from the CADs, adjusted with our assumption contingencies based on historical protests and adjustment values. There are 2 tax rates that the state tax worksheet computes that the city puts on our website. That is the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate. And we went over those in detail earlier in the council orientation. However, council has multiple options on a tax rate to set to fund operations and priorities without triggering an automatic election. The no new revenue rate, which would increase general fund revenue by $1.2 million and reduce the tax rate by 8.6 cents. This is all based on the current tax rate right now at 0.745. Option B is the base voter approval rate without any of the unused increment, which would increase the revenue to the general fund by 2.4 million and reduce the tax rate by 6.9 pennies. The base voter approval rate with any portion of the unused increment, we modeled using half of the unused increment, which would increase the revenue by $4 million and reduce the current tax rate by 4.5 pennies. And the state calculated voter approval rate, which includes all of the unused increment of 4 pennies, and would increase the revenue by 5.7 million and reduce the tax rate by about 2 pennies. We will apply these scenarios into our general fund model in the next 2 slides. But before I move on, I want to see, before we close for lunch, I want to see if there are any questions on this slide here.
So this may not be the question for today, but I'm going to see if it is. Do we know about how much, can we guess about how much funding we will have after considering that we have necessarily increased the contract services that increase every year, plus bringing all salaries to the midpoint?
That is on the next slide. That's what we're going to discuss after lunch.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we're comfortable with this before we move on, so I just want to make this point. A reminder of what the unused increment is, and so the city of Rowlett did establish an emergency during the pandemic, and what that did was it allowed us for 2 years to stay under the old rules after Senate Bill 2 was approved. That's why there is an increment of 4.7 cents. So under state law, under Senate Bill 2, you're allowed to carry that over for, I think it's 3 years. 3 years. You can carry it over. You don't ever have to use it, but if you did, you carry it over up to 3 years. And then whatever you don't use, you can carry over the next year until the 3 years is gone, and then you can't do that anymore. So if you had not declared an emergency, then if you adopted a budget with 3%, you would carry over the 0.5%, because the 3.5% is always a given under the rules. So that's what we've kind of tried to do, is to say, just as a perspective, to get the raises just to zero, not even the contract increases, just raises alone was 2.4 million. The general fund of that's almost right at 2, because it's about 80% plus. So just to get to that, you have to have the 3.5% in there, which is the option or scenario B, which is the base. The base includes the 3.5%, but none of the unused increment. We haven't even hired more cops now.
Right.
So this is.
Then you start to put the puzzle pieces together.
Yes.
And the next 2 slides will.
Yep, that's the exciting part.
We'll do that.
And Wendy, based on your previous comments at a previous meeting, if we use any of that bank, we reset to zero.
I reached out to TML and was told that we do not lose. It's not a use or lose. We
Gotcha.
use any
Okay.
portion.
That's a much
We use
different.
Any portion of it. However, let's just say our biggest portion is in year 2. Let's just say 2 years from now, because the first year of the 3 years, it was zero. This wasn't even in effect yet. So let's just say we don't use any of it this year, and our biggest bucket of 4 pennies goes into year 3 for next year's budget preparation. And next year's budget preparation, we decide to only use 2 of that. If we didn't use all that 4, we would lose that one, because that's going to drop off
It rolls
next
off.
year. If we use, if that's this year, since that's year 2, if we use any portion of that 4 pennies, we would just subtract the 2 pennies. If we decide to use 2, we'd subtract it from there, and we'd still have 2 pennies to use for next year. So it's not an all or lose, but we've got to keep track of what's in year 3 that's going to drop off.
Yep.
And when we first heard that, that was a comment that had been made, and so we followed up and tried to prove that out, and so
That's a
it's.
different.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
And when we come back, you'll explain that, what the names are, because I know the names like voter approval rate can be confusing. It's not really voter approval.
It's
We
the
can
max
do
you can
that.
approve
We'll do
without
that.
voter approval.
Right.
Well, guys, so today, y'all have been invited to join at Victory Baptist Church to join for the First Responders Luncheon.
Yes.
And so that's up here in Chiza where 66 is. So let's take a break to do that, have some lunch.
Yep.
And then when we come back, we'll finish this conversation before
who
going
got
on
that
to our next topic.
Who am I right
All right,
with?
we'll recess at 11:59.
Wait, that's what I said.
Good. All right, let's start this meeting back. It's 1:04 p.m. So just a reminder, let's wait for staff to get through their presentation, and then we can ask questions unless they open it up for questions during the presentation. Thank you, Wendy.
When we left off before lunch, you had asked me to explain the difference in the rates. So an option A, that NNR stands for no new revenue rate. These rates were termed when Senate Bill 2 went into effect. And essentially, the no new revenue rate is like it sounds. It is the rate that you need this year to get the same revenue that you made last year based on last year, the properties that were on the tax certification or on the certification roll last year. So you get additional revenue on new property that has come onto your tax roll, your new improvements, doesn't apply. It's basically calculating the rate, the revenue you would have made this year if you, based on the same properties that were on the roll last year, what rate you would need. And so you factor in the growth. So as the values go up on those property, your rates would go down to get the same amount of revenue. The voter approval rate is the rate that the city can adopt without triggering a tax election. It's as high as you can go without triggering an automatic tax election. Before Senate Bill 2, it was called the rollback rate, and it was 8% over the no new revenue, which we used to call effective rate. And even if you went over that 8% back before Senate Bill 2, there wasn't an automatic election. The voters had to submit a petition to get an election on the ballot. Now, with Senate Bill 2, it's automatically triggered. And the base voter approval rate is 3.5% more than the no new revenue rate, where it used to be 8. So you're taking the no new revenue rate and multiplying that by 3.5%. That's your base voter approval rate. Then we have what's called an unused increment. That's the UI in option C. That is basically for 3 years, previous 3 years, the difference between the voter approval rate and the rate the council actually adopted. If council adopts a rate that is that is lower than the voter approval rate, then that difference you get to bank to use in future years without triggering your automatic election. So that's why option C, I said, so right now, Rowlett has 4 pennies sitting in our unused increment bank. So that's why option C, I said, let's just say if we use half of our unused increment, what would that look like? And then D is the full voter approval rate. And this is what actually goes on the state's tax rate worksheet. What they show is you can, here's your no new revenue rate, but your full voter approval rate is what you can do without, what you can go up to without triggering your automatic election. So in a world where a city does not have an unused increment, your base voter approval rate would be the same as your full voter approval rate.
And this is important because one thing that you'll be asked to do before you actually adopt the budget, you will have to adopt an amount for us to publish. So that amount might be the full VA, or you may decide there's no way I'm going to go that high. But whatever that rate is, you would be committed to, because once you commit to that, we can't go higher than that, at least not in this particular year. And the reason for that is that it gives the public a chance to see that, and if they're okay with it, they may never engage in the process, but if they're not okay with that, if they think it's too high or too much, then that's when they would know. And that's why you have to declare that ahead of time so that they know.
And historically, the councils, at least since I've been here, have set the ceiling or set the proposed rate at the full, the highest maximum amount without triggering the election, just so it gives you that opportunity, that leeway in between the time that you're making your final decisions of what you want to actually adopt. That setting that ceiling does not adopt anything, it just says this is the most we may consider. Okay, so on this slide, this puts the value of each one of the scenarios that we just talked about in perspective to the bottom line projected outcome of the general fund funding capacity for departmental needs and council's own priorities. The fiscal year 23 proposed budget model assumes a baseline expense, which we define as the fiscal year 2022 adopted budget plus ongoing adopted amendments that were adopted this year. So if there was amendments that were adopted this year that are ongoing expenses, of course we would include that as part of the baseline for next year. Less one-time supplemental requests that were included in this current year's budget, plus what we anticipate as the new year contract expenses and otherwise scheduled increases such as new capital or replacement capital leases that need to come online, as well as council's employee compensation strategy to maintain employee pay at the zero median. So that is included in this baseline. This fiscal year 23 budget model expense amount is represented on the expense line of all of the scenarios A through D as $56,361,000. This model assumes the same revenue increase across all of the scenarios A through D, such as an anticipated sales tax and mixed beverage tax that we talked about, the license and permits increases that we talked about, and the other revenue source increases and decreases that basically net out. The only difference between the revenue line of all of the scenarios A through D is the estimated property tax outcome for each of the scenario rates that I showed in the previous screen. So for example, looking at scenario A, if the preference of council is to adopt the estimated no new revenue rate, which would reduce the current tax rate by 8.6 cents, there would be a budget shortfall in which cuts to the baseline expense budget would need to be made. As shown in the green, this scenario would result in an estimated $36 reduction per year to the average resident. On the other end, looking at scenario D, if the preference is to adopt the full voter approval rate, which includes all 4 pennies of the unused increment, the projected amount available for departmental needs and council priorities would be $2.25 million. This scenario would result in an estimated $142 per year increase to the average residents. Again, keep in mind that this is based on those preliminary appraisal values and assumptions due to the unavailability of most of the numbers used in the calculation data, but it gives us a general idea of where we're at for our preliminary budget purposes and the type of funding decisions that you'll be making.
Questions?
Sure.
It's up to you. I don't want to.
Go ahead and ask your question. It may not pertain to the next slide.
Nope, it does.
Okay. I figured that probably where you're going. So knowing the priorities as council, as well as using the provided comprehensive list of requests that departments presented to you last Thursday and then the police chief this morning, this slide will assist you in discussing your tax rate decision points and funding priorities for the next fiscal year.
I have to laugh.
The executive team met on May 23rd to discuss and prioritize all requests. As such, the list to your right on the screen is sorted by executive team overall priority and then by department priority. And also, as you can see, even though the full voter approval rate, including all 4 pennies of the unused increment rate, would not provide enough funding to cover all $3.7 million in the department requests, and it does not include any of council's priority list that you put together either. So this is where the decisions begin and where we need to get your thoughts on the tax rate and where you want us to put the tax rate about and what priorities you would like to see in the proposed budget.
So this is where we discuss that we should, we would adopt the maximum, in terms of publishing, the maximum allowed tax rate before basically the what was it called?
The full
full VA rate.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
I promise. I like to do it a lot, but still.
All these technical terms this man has.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, I'll get him back.
I would just like to suggest that we don't ask questions at this point, because when we get to the last session this afternoon and we talk about what we're calling our landmine planning, in other words, that speed bump coming up, I want y'all to have that information before you commit a direction on whether or not, how much, and all those things.
Oh, you mean like in terms of the plug and
Yeah.
play? Yeah, I agree.
But you
That's-
are right. Normally, this is where we would have that conversation. How comfortable are you
Yeah.
with whatever scenario?
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that then.
But I want to make sure council is comfortable with
Is that it?
this.
Is that your estimate?
What questions do you have for Wendy? And remember, anything we've gone over today, we can still come back and go over again when we get to that final decision making.
Okay, I have one. The increased revenue that you had on the tax rate scenarios, does that include the new construction revenue too?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the refuse fund then.
Robert?
Toe. It's a real boat toe.
Good afternoon, Robert Cohn, City's Budget Officer. I'm going to briefly review the refuse fund for us this afternoon. So we have a 7-year contract with FCC to provide our services. It was awarded on October 1st, or began October 1st, 2017. So the contract provides for an annual rate increase or decrease based upon a calculation that is comprised of the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, as reported by the U.S. Department of Labor, as well as the diesel fuel price reported by the U.S. Department of Energy. With this, the contract terms state that the annual increase cannot exceed 5%. So far, over the duration of the contract, you can see here in 2019 and 2020, we both hit that 5% cap. 21 and 22, we did not. 21 was just a very minor upward adjustment, and then 22, the current year we're in, had a negative adjustment. So those rates were adjusted downward. For 23, we are projecting that it will be capped again at a 5% increase. So the calculation of that 5% increase goes like this. The CPI from September to September, and this is weighted at 80% of the calculation, was 3.53%. The diesel price index, which is weighted at the other 20% of the calculation, increased 11.34%. The total adjustment then is 14.87%, so just under 15% essential price increase due to inflation. The contract, as you said, is capped at 5%, and so therefore we are, our rates will increase by 5% for next year. In addition to our contract with FCC, there are a couple of other charges within the refuse program. There's a household hazardous materials collection program in there as well. That program is increasing in its cost approximately $5,000. We have some personnel charged to this fund as well. We are estimating that those personnel increases will be about $3,200. Obviously, that about $3,300. That is contingent upon what else we do with salaries and personnel. And then the decrease to our G&A transfers of $17,000 are also factored into the refuse fund calculation and how much we then charge to our customers. So what that all means to our customers at the end of the day, they'll see a 3.5% increase to residential customers. We're proposing a 5% increase to the commercial customers. And what that is going to represent to the actual residential customers is a 67 cents monthly increase. And that is all I have for the refuse fund. I'm available for any questions.
I do want to mention that when we saw personnel, yes, we contract for FCC, but we do use this fund for lakeshore cleanup, which obviously is a requirement we have with our ILA with the City of Dallas. So we have a person that can get out there and when it's on the lake, now they don't go out in the water and clean the lake. It's the take line only that is not under a lease with a resident. So they go out there and they do clean that up. A couple years ago, we bought a gator for them so that they can haul, trash and stuff like that and go down in there where they can't always get a vehicle. So I just wanted to mention that.
So the 67% increase, is that per polycart, or is that just kind of a general average per
That's the
household?
general average
Okay.
for a residential one.
And if we go up 67 cents and they have 2 polycarts, then you remember the other polycart's half the price of the first one, I think, or
It is a
something like that.
different charge, I'm not sure what the
Yeah.
exact charge is, but it's not another full charge.
And then I saw on your spreadsheet that was a few slides back that the CPI is 2019 to 2020. Is that correct?
That should be okay, it should be 2020.
Okay, all right.
But one good thing, and the reason we do it this way with those dates, is that we know then, at the time we do our next budget, like for right now, Garland, the agreement with Garland on the sewer treatment is that they have till June 30th to notify us of what the anticipated rate increase would be. And but on this one, we would have known back in March or April what that date was, when we first started talking about the budget.
So the rate decrease in 2022, that was passed on to the customers, right?
It was.
And so really, with the 5%, they're not getting 5% increase over what they had in 2021. Because they got the decrease in 2022, so, yeah, okay.
I don't quite understand the diesel price change, October 2019 to 2020. You just looked at it during that period, right?
In 2021, the Department of Energy releases its price index for that period of time, and I do a year-over-year change, and the price increase for that period of time, or according to the
That part
department.
doesn't reflect reality today, though, does it?
No, it reflects what actuals as of, and those dates again should be 20 to 21. So at what the increase was. So it is a year behind.
Yeah.
It's not today, it's a year behind.
Today would be
But
even
isn't that the
worse.
parameter of the agreement as well?
Yes, it's
How the next one?
contractually agreed to what the timeframe is, it's the prior year and it's those dates.
And transfers out is decreasing. I see from the FY22 budget, it was about 730. Where does that go? It's not on your slide, it's on the budget from FY22.
The general administrative transfers?
Yeah.
That goes over to the general fund, primarily for overhead cost of the administration of the refuse fund.
Okay.
Insurance, billing, utility fund, I think gets a small portion too. But again, that would be billing, that would be insurance, legal,
Utility staff
accounting,
send the bills out.
typical G&A stuff.
I always like to follow the money.
Yes. Any other questions on refuse?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, the utility bills have a pavement impact fee, is that correct?
They do.
And does that pass through the refuse fund, or does that go,
There
okay,
was a time when it did, which is probably why you remembered that.
okay,
But about 4 years ago or so, council wanted to segregate that as a separate pavement fee instead of a transfer out of the refuse fund. And at that point, we made an adjustment to the rates in the refuse fund, and then council, we moved that to a separate rate structure.
So now when that revenue comes in, it automatically goes into the correct fund.
yeah, his question spurred that, is that part of that transfer, but I understand, thank you.
All right. Well, then let's go to our next topic. Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
So the next one is 5-year CIP. We wanted to do that after everybody had eaten.
I'll try to keep it entertaining.
So we're gonna turn this over to Angie, and we're gonna talk about it. So
And I'm going to bring up Ronnie O'Brien and Jeff Cohen. Ronnie is the interim director of Public Works. I'm asked him to come up here, and also Jeff Cohen, who's our interim engineering director. They have all the details. So remember, this is of big rocks planning, right? So this is about the strategy so that you understand where funding is going, not necessarily about every single project within each of these big rocks, if that makes any sense at all. So we'll start at some of the stuff that you saw during your council candidate orientation, just as a refresher. Streets. We have 742 lane miles of streets. That would take you from Dallas, Texas to Springfield, Illinois. Our overall assessment is a B-. The pavement condition index, we are in the process of updating now. You heard Ronnie talk about that at the last meeting. This approach, we hired a company to come out and do the whole city. And best practice is to do that once every 4 years. That way you can really track the progression of the streets. If you did it every year, you're really not getting a good degradation rating, I think. And so if we fixed our overall pavement condition index is 74, if we reconstructed all the roads that currently score under 55, it would be $136.6 million. That's almost 70 miles of roads. Alleys, we have 107 lane miles of alleys. That would take you from Dallas to Waco. The overall assessment is a C. The overall PCI is a 63. Again, here, if we reconstructed all of the alleys that are under 55, we would be at about $75 million. There's almost 50 miles of alleys that would have to be reconstructed. These guys also manage storm drains, 164 miles of storm drains, and overall they have an assessment rating of B+. These are the types of infrastructure that we have in Rowlett. Wastewater collection system, you can see there the assessment. Ronnie has dedicated a lot of his time to getting this system back in better shape and is using some really creative things to do that. Basically giving them Tums so that it reduces the gas. He has a long story about that. I'm sure he'd be happy to give it to you, but he's basically feeding our sewers, our wastewater collection system and our sewer system Tums so that it reduces the amount of sewer gas that it's producing. And then our water distribution system, 250 miles of water lines. We have 4 elevated storage tanks. We have 7 ground storage tanks. We have over 2,000 fire hydrants. We have over 4,000 fire water valves, 22,000 water meters that between our utility billing folks, our meter folks, and our public works folks, they manage. And we distribute on average 2.6 billion gallons of water a year. And we treat 1.6 billion gallons of sewer. So again, you saw this, the condition of our existing infrastructure, our streets and alleys. In our last 3 bond elections, 2015, 2018, and 2021, the citizens approved approximately $108 million in improvements to streets, parks, and public safety projects. But in that same time, there was 4 times that much in requests and in the list that our CIAB and our CIPTF have reviewed. It's estimated that an approximate annual investment of $11 million for 8 to 10 years would be required to maintain just our current PCI, not necessarily even bring it up, just to maintain the current score of 74. The pavement analysis yielded 18% or 98 lane miles of road infrastructure and 39% or 41 lane miles need significant rehabilitation. And this is again based on, we don't have the new numbers yet, so this will change a little bit. I think our public works director is a little anxious about what that may look like, that it may come in much lower than we expect. This system will look at the entire system, not just what does the top of the road look like. It's going to look at the infrastructure, it's going to look at all the stuff underneath it and see what condition all that's in. So the next pavement analysis, they're in the process of doing it right now. So these are your CIP projects. Long-term CIP, these are kind of our strategies for our CIP. Our goals are to develop a long-term model to be able to track maintenance and improvement needs and be able to support the implemented strategies of asset management and infrastructure preservation. I'll also mention Mike Lasby is here, and Mike really helps us with that. He's our asset manager. He really makes sure that we have everything where we need it, and I know that Ronnie really leans on him. Provide comprehensive project management. So our goal is to ensure the stability of the infrastructure as a guiding value. Continue the annual funding of our capital maintenance program, and I will go through a lot of that here shortly. Being able to provide flexibility in mid-side project selection and implementation, even some of those that don't necessarily qualify for a bond, we still have to continue that. In the past several years, and we hope to continue the issuance of about $7 million in revenue bonds. And those were funded in '22, and you will see as we go through the schedule, it's scheduled to be funded going forward, and I'll show you what we use that for. To continue our planned bond elections, we're currently on if you remember, our strategy has been a 3-year cycle. In that cycle, the next set of CIP bonds would be 2024. So that would be
They would start this year, wouldn't they?
probably late or mid next year, but we're kind of working on the facility stuff right now. So, but continue that 3-year cycle for the infrastructure bonds that really focus on roads, alleys, parks, public safety where needed. And then continue to collaborate with the CIAB, now the CIPTF, to prioritize those. So I'm sure you guys know we have a side subcommittee, now it's a task force, that takes the $400 million worth of projects, ranks them, scores them, talks to the public about them. And this is just the infrastructure projects, not the facility projects. They're working on the facility projects right now. Applies them against ranking criteria to come up with this is how much money we have. These are the projects that should rise to the top of that list. And, last year or at the 2021 bond, that group took a $40 million package and a $50 million package, and they presented it to council, and then council had to determine if there were projects that they wanted to move around. So that's kind of how that all falls out. CIP strategies provide a comprehensive analysis and prioritization of our community needs. I know that's something that Ronnie and Mike are really working on. What do we need over the long haul so that it's not just hey, send us your CIP projects and we come up with a list that's only good for a few years. Analyze all of our master planning efforts across all departments, our infrastructure needs. The last couple of days, we have managed to put together a very comprehensive list of plans that need updating and that are scheduled for update in the next several years. Continue the Capital Project Oversight Committee. As I said, now it's the CIPTF to continue to provide recommendations to City Council. There's no way this council could sit down and pour through every single project. So we have a subcommittee that does that for us and then makes recommendations to council and presents that information. Prepare for future bond elections with the strategy set in 3-year intervals. Continue to try to follow that. Continue the strategy to issue water and wastewater revenue bonds on an annual basis. I believe we just did that as well. That's kind of what Wendy had talked to you about at the last meeting. And then utilizing our strategic plan implementation efforts. So our team works very closely. We have a great tracking system for our strategic plan. Our council approved that in 2018. It set forth the strategic priorities. There are 7 of them, and then the goals under each priority. And then our team takes that and builds an action plan every single year to get us to reach those goals and priorities. And they manage that in-house, and a lot of their budget requests circle around what their actions will be for the next year. So CIP funding sources, I will tell you there is one typo on the screen. It is not 2018 bond election, it's 2021 bond election, and I thought I fixed it, but I didn't. So this is where most of your CIP funding comes from. There are cash transfers from operating funds for cash CIP programs, and you can see how that fleshes out over the next 5-year period, starting in 2022. There's the pavement maintenance fee. I think that's what Jeff asked about earlier, so I didn't know what that was, so I had to do a little digging. So Amanda helped me out. It is based on your residential trash carts. So for your first cart, it's $3. For each additional cart, it's $1.50. For commercial, it's $6 for your first cart and $10 for each additional cart. And then the 2021 bond election, those are how those bonds are funded over the 3-year period. That is covered in detail in the budget, but this is kind of the highlights. Last year we did 10.5, and this year we'll do 4.2 million. Proposed water and wastewater revenue bonds, you'll see that's roughly $7 million over the next 5 years each year. Next year is 7.7, and that included some projects directly related to our meters with the city of Garland. And these guys have actually found a way to reduce that, so we believe that will be a little less in 2023 than the 7.7. And then proposed grants, these are through CDBG, which is the Community Development Block Grant. We expect to see a little less money from this going forward. We don't know exactly what it is yet. Susan and Manal, our Community Development Director, and Susan Nix kind of report this. And so these are kind of where we are right now, but 2023 could be as low as 150 to 170. Manal shaking her head yes. So I just got those numbers from Susan the other day. That's on average, and those things go, you'll see what they go to as we talk through this. And then your drainage fund. And you can see how that contributes, and that's again based on utility bills. So a resident pays $5.50 a month for that, and a commercial business pays $13.50 a month.
Before you jump on, and I think I bring this up every year during budget year, but it's after the conversation we had Thursday night with redoing code. We started looking at code and parking requirements and things like that, and as we get more bigger commercial type of development going in, if you look at that drainage fund and start basing it on the amount of impervious surface or impervious surface that they have, size of their parking lot, size of the amount of drainage that's coming off, to be able to help offset some of that cost. And if we did that or went that route even in a little bit, that would be trend setting in terms of what's going on, how you manage stormwater in Texas.
And Matt, you're right, and they're working on it now, and I can't remember the total estimate, but I think it was like about 300,000 more per year. Does anybody remember that?
I don't know what rates are set.
So, but it's based on the impervious surface, and that was a number I remember seeing earlier this year.
We've got one in light industrial that's going to come online. There's a couple more that are going to be coming. They're going to be huge expansions of concrete and taking out lots of impervious surface that need to pay a lot more than $13.50 a month.
Yes.
In a former city I was in, it was 50 cents per 1,000 square feet, and we generated over $1 million a year just in stormwater.
And I think that
What the
is
heck are we
definitely
doing?
worth looking into.
It's not hard to do it, it's just a little footwork. Get
And
it.
we need it, we really,
Yeah, we
really
do.
That would be just for commercial, right? Residential would still be flat.
Coming down.
Okay, alley funding strategy. Always lots of questions about alleys. So in the 2021 bond, there is $1 million in alleys in 2022 and $1 million in alleys in 2023. CDBG, some of our CDBG funding goes toward alleys, $186,000 this year, $150,000 scheduled next year. And then again, the pavement maintenance fee, which you see there is based on your residential trash service, generates approximately $800,000 a year, and that goes into our alley funding strategy as well. Understand CDBG doesn't always, and this year, will not pay for an entire alley, so sometimes we have to match that from somewhere else, and this is the funds that money comes from to do that. So then you have your general fund, 2021 GO and 2023 potential CO. And you can see these are lumped into, these are the projects that were approved in 2021. And so you see your 2021 GO bonds and your 2023 potential 2024, how it plays out. The alley reconstruction, the Lakeland Heights streets, which is in process right now, concrete pavement replacement. I think I sent you guys a list of some of the pavement that was on the list. As you noticed, there were 500 projects on that list. And then our team takes that and they prioritize it based on, 5 to 10 different factors: PCI, customer complaints, the potential for that issue to create a bigger issue, and it's mainly entire panel replacements. The Merritt Road Interconnector, 2024, $2 million. Long Branch Creek erosion is coming up. The Toller Business Park, Phase 1 and 2. Design both and build Phase 1, correct, Jeff? We also applied for a grant. That grant, we did not get that grant, but Ron does have that on his radar to continue to work on those. So Ronnie says we're reapplying. There you go. East Industrial, that'll be 2024. Outdoor warning siren, I know those are going in now. They're coming in pieces and they're putting those in. And then the design for the joint fire and police station, you guys approved at your last meeting. So that was the 10.4 last year, the 4.2 next year, and then the 7.1 in 2024. And then as you discussed at one of your strategy sessions is the potential to do a CO bond for the Sapphire Bay Combined Public Safety Facility and what that may look like. Upcoming bond elections. So as you know, we will have a discussion at your next meeting about a facilities bond and potentially when that might happen. whether that is November 2022 or November 2022 or next May or November, and you guys will discuss that in detail at your June 21st meeting. And then the scheduled CIP bond election, if we continue to follow the 3-year strategy, that would be 2024, 2027, and 2030. So these are CDBG, these are the grant projects. So you can see the funding and how it shakes out directly from CDBG. Susan Nix in Community Development helps us manage this. She keeps a pretty tight hold on it. There's a lot of reporting that goes along with CDBG. And so there's alley projects, there's Salvation Army, rental assistance, and then police with their crime prevention program, which is something they added last year. And they are kind of ongoing in the process of rolling out. Right now, they are a little short-staffed, so they are kind of juggling that around a little bit. But typically, it's the SROs that roll that out, and several of them are on the beat right now. So, but they still roll that out. It's a great program. You'll see in 2022 there was $186,498, and that was to do the Tracy Trail. Needless to say, CDBG will not completely fund that, and so our crew is working together to figure out how to come up with that remaining amount, whether it's bond funds or adding the 2023 CDBG to that to help cover it. But this funding does come with quite a few rules and constraints. And we do have an outside source that helps us manage it as well. And then the capital maintenance plan, so concrete, this is not new to you, concrete pavement repair, asphalt rehabilitation and overlay, the alley improvements, alley panel repair, where we don't necessarily go in and replace the whole alley, we just do a small section of it. Foam injection, if you've never seen foam injection, you should YouTube it, it's amazing. They basically take a piece of concrete that looks like this and shove foam under it and raise it up. And I've seen them do it with mailboxes and sidewalks and concrete panels, and it's a super cool process. Crack sealing, if you don't know what crack sealing is, if you drive down a road.
I do want to say one thing on the foam injection. Many years ago, this is maybe around 2009, 2010, it was a conversation, excuse me. We were taking a drive with the Public Works Director, a couple of us, including the city manager at that time was Linda Humble. We were looking at the streets, and the conversation was, okay, so explain to us what the PCI of this street is. And they said, well, it's this, whatever that number was. But then somebody in the vehicle, one of the public works staff said, however, if we replace those 3 panels that you see that are so bad, the rating would probably jump to this. And so it dawned on us that, wait a minute, if we had tools like foam injection and use those more aggressively, panel replacement, and enhance our panel replacement, then the condition of the road actually is in pretty good shape. It's just a few panels. And these are the kind of things you can do to extend the life of those roads without actually having to come in and replace the whole road. Sorry.
You're good. Crack sealing, and then the arts program is also funded out of this, and we'll talk through that a little bit. So, a lot of information. This is on your slide, so you can blow it up. This is the 5-year plan for the general fund capital maintenance program. The enterprise leasing program, you've heard us talk a little bit about that. That's something we implemented a few years ago. I think we are starting year 3 of enterprise leasing. The foam injection, which Brian just talked about, the crack seal program, the concrete pavement repair, the alley improvements, alley panel replacement, asphalt rehabilitation and overlay, screening wall rehab. You may not know this, but we own miles and miles and miles of screening walls throughout Rowlett. Ronnie's team has taken a very active approach and has put together a list, and they have a new person on their streets department, and he's really taken this and run with it. Instead of it being reactive, we're now being proactive as well. So we still have to go out and fix them from time to time, but Ronnie and I just had this conversation last week, and he sent me a list of everything that's kind of on the list to hit immediately to keep it from getting worse, right? To keep it from falling, to keep it from doing additional damage. So they're really they have for the last several months taken a real proactive approach at those screening walls. Sign replacement, pavement marking, they have just scheduled out that. They kind of started it downtown and are working out. Some of that they are doing, you guys saw that recently at a council meeting, they're doing some of the recent asphalt overlay roads that they've done, restriping those. Traffic signal repair and maintenance, I'm sure when you took a tour of Public Works, you saw some of how all that works. The art program is managed by our Arts and Humanities Commission. And it includes a lot of things. It includes arts, but it also includes a lot of their programs, photography contests, different things like that. Facility improvements, these are more of the maintenance, I think, of the facilities, and then you have what we call the FERF. It's become a running joke around here, which is actually what Sam is putting together now is a 5-year plan. Sam is our facility supervisor, a 5-year plan. So we reached out to every facility and said, what do you need? So that we're not hitting it after the fact. We know that this is a Band-Aid, but how do we plan for those Band-Aids so that we don't turn them into more? Park improvements. And then there are some that are income-based, some income-based things, and these are kind of the CDBG. Do you want to explain how this works with CDBG? So I don't mess it up?
Yes. If I can get this straight.
See, if Wendy, I'd get...
The park improvements, income-based, the sidewalk replacement, income-based, and the Salvation Army Utility Assistance, income-based, and actually all the way down from park improvements, income-based down. Those in total will equal our CDBG grant funding up at the top. And the reason why is because CDBG, like Angie mentioned, takes a lot of paperwork and a lot of administration. And the easiest way to use CDBG funds is to improve alleys in those areas that qualify. So what previous council had decided to do was, instead of using CDBG funds to fund each one of those individual little programs where you have to go do a lot more extensive paperwork to qualify for the CDBG funding, which they all do, it's easier to use the general fund cash money for those programs and use the CDBG funding for the alleys. So basically that's how we offset it, because before we decided to do that, we would fund all of our alley portion with cash money, with the general fund cash money. But those same alleys, some of those same alleys qualify for CDBG. So why not use the CDBG money to do that when it's a lot easier reporting requirements?
And
then
offset it.
in switch, use the cash money for the other programs that we would have used the CDBG for.
And so when you see there that it says park improvements income-based, it is, those areas are outlined by CDBG in what specific area you can use that funding in. And so in that case, that's what income-based means. We don't go ask them, if they'll contribute, but it is based on some zones. I'm not sure.
CDBG qualifications.
Yeah, CDBG qualifications, and they have zones outlined for a long time. Isaac Scruggs Park was there, and a lot of the features that you see at Isaac Scruggs are there because of CDBG money. This year, we're doing Kenwood Heights. We're doing a new pavilion at Kenwood Heights, and we're putting shade over Lakeside Park, and that's part of this. So those parks are both qualify in the CDBG areas, and Aaron and Manal and Susan are working on that now, getting those plans together to put those in, because we can spend those funds in those specific, but it is very specific in what parks. That comes to council as a completely different discussion and project, where you get to talk through what the list of projects are and kind of work through all of that.
What's the housing rehabilitation program?
Housing rehabilitation program?
That's through Habitat. And so we've been working really well with Habitat, and they're now tapering through their funding that we had provided to them. 3 years ago, they had a few $100,000, but since then, we've reduced that cost because we've had other projects within the city that we funded through that. But our rehab program goes through Habitat, because the home program through HUD funding is a completely different criteria altogether.
So when a constituent says, why are you giving money to Life Message and Salvation Army and all that, the answer is, this is actually CDBG money.
So is that, and this is, I know we're not getting down in the weeds today, that'll be later, but that might be 40,000 since we just got 50,000 from HFC. might be able to allocate that 40,000 to CDBG funds.
Well, except that, remember, our goal is that the conglomeration of those income-based types of things is to match the actual CDBG allocation.
Right, I'm just saying we can maybe put more money into a park or something like that.
Yes.
since we're-
Yes,
we
we
have
could do
50
that.
from HFC, that's what I was kind of talking about.
So, you had some more, I'm sorry. Before I ask a question.
If
So-
it's about this specific fund, ask about this specific fund now, because the next
Okay.
one's about the utility fund.
Okay, so at a later date, are we going to be getting into the details of these projects?
We can send you the details of the projects, like what the lists are. Staff kind of manages those. Like I said, for just the concrete pavement repair alone, there's about 500 of them.
But I mean in terms
I'm gonna be more
of,
specific.
yeah,
When we submit the proposed budget, that in my mind is where you really can get down to whether this project versus that project or whatever. Today about strategy is, should we be putting more money into alleys? Should we be?
okay, so that is what I'm talking
Yes.
about. Okay, because I see some areas where I would be recommending a little bit more cash injection. First one being the asphalt rehabilitation overlay. I see, interestingly, it's $395 for 2022, and it drops down $10,000 in 2023. I'm not quite sure how that happened. I think $395 is not enough. I know that we're playing with not much money, but I really would, if there's any room, would like to see that increase by at least 100,000.
Okay.
Lane striping, 90,000. I mean, what was it? We had $1 million in needs for lane striping across the city because we never we don't.
We've applied for a grant for that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But for continuing maintenance, because we don't lane stripe our roads, is that fund suffice? I don't think so. I think 90,000 is barely a drop in the bucket for how much it costs to do. Since we've gotten so far behind on all of our roads for lane striping, it's going to take quite a bit of money to catch up.
It's not just striping, it's also the signs that we're trying to replace, right?
Right, and let me add this, any road that the CIAD or whoever approves from here on out includes striping.
Yeah.
That's
Not
good.
doing that
It
again.
was not included in the price, and then we had to go back, instead of bringing it back to council, we found money to come in.
Yeah, that's
and
not how you do
So
it.
every road will have striping included in it.
But at some point, you have to go back to that road
Yeah,
and restripe it.
absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's like when we
Just we
do
don't start behind the eight
when we
ball.
do concrete panel replacement, we redo the panel and then we don't stripe it. And that's, you see that Dow Rock Road has no striping, Princeton has no striping, Rowlett Road has no striping. It's ridiculous. So 90,000 really does need to go up, just in case we don't get the grant, And if we do get the grant, we still need to maintain it.
Sure.
So those are the two biggest things that I have to comment on that.
And I would second that as someone with old eyes.
I have those on the list.
It's just a matter of safety, and it's a basic function of government to do lane striping. For goodness sakes, I can't believe we haven't been doing it for years and years and years. We've just let it deplete.
I've noticed lately a lot of cities where you have an intersection and it has little concrete islands, that they're coming out and putting a real fancy reflector thing on those little points.
Yeah, Garland's doing
Which,
that.
let me tell you, is so helpful.
So one of our, let me just add one more thing to it. One of the programs that we're looking at right now, and I didn't want to mention it, but Dallas County will come in and stripe for you. Okay, it's a matter of getting them, working with them. They have a striping program out of the Hudson's office. They won't pay for it, but their prices are very low compared to Stripe Masters or somebody else that comes in. So we are investigating getting Dallas County to maybe come in and stripe some stuff and get double for our money, hopefully.
I like that. Okay, good idea.
So next fund is the utility fund. Again, enterprise leasing, some of our vehicles are used specifically by our utility crews. The wastewater master plan, you'll see that's far out, projected 26, 27. Like I said, we are doing a complete master plan list and make sure that we have them scheduled for the right time and place. Vehicle replacements, a capital maintenance crew. Public Works several years ago founded a capital maintenance crew that goes out and does projects, specific projects. The lift and pump stations, the sanitary sewer evaluation, they just worked on that one, right? They've done bits and pieces of it over the last few years, and so then it'll happen again in 26 and 27. Manhole rehab, missed sewer line repair and replacement, SCADA maintenance, that's $10,000 a year, and you don't see it in 25 and 26, and Ronnie and I and Robert and I had a conversation. And as we get closer to those years, though, money just got reallocated, and so we will figure out how to get that back in there because it costs about $10,000 a year to maintain that. Preventative maintenance on our utility system. Meter replacement, you see that there, it's $50,000 a year. You missed water line repair and replace, utility, I'm not even going to try to say that word, appurtenances. Look at Ronnie. Tower tank maintenance, that's ongoing, right? Whatever, they have a repair schedule for those. CHISA EST repaint, that's 2025. EULA EST repaint, that's 2027. Toller Business Park, GO, for that's the water and the sewer for the project that they're working on now. And then also East Industrial GO project, water and sewer. And then water looping, so you've heard us talk a lot about that and how important it is. And so one thing that we really talked about this time is Ronnie is in the process. That plan should come to you probably at the next meeting, maybe not the 21st, probably the first meeting in July, first or second meeting in July. That will be a plan to do the water looping. We will also have a little bit of money to start. His guys are already looking at what low-hanging fruit can we fix quickly, right? And so he's making kind of that list while they're developing the big umbrella. And then 2025, start to really sink some what goes into 25, 26, and 27.
Now, would that be coming out of the water utility bonds for that, or is that's not a cash project? For the water looping?
The ARPA is paying for the plan.
Okay.
So, and then the utility fund.
Why there's a big bump, it looks like, I'm sorry, quick, since we're on this fund, the lift and pump station, there's a big bump in the 2023. What is causing that?
So extra money was found, and I was asked to put it where I thought it belonged. And the North Shore being developing so fast, we're looking at going in possibly and replacing some pumps in some of our pump stations that are 40 years old or so. So I put it into that area so we would have money in the event we had to do that.
Okay, makes sense.
And sometimes in this, remember, things move, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so we might need a little money here, but then we can shake it out and move projects around. And Ronnie and finance work very, very closely together to make that puzzle work. And you can shift stuff that might need to happen today into future projects.
So I'm sorry if I didn't hear. I was distracted for a little bit. Water looping, when did we think that plan was going to be complete?
So plan will come to council probably in July.
Okay.
At the 21st, he's saying. So it will come to you to approve the plan. It will take them probably 18 months to do the plan. It's pretty common.
Wow, okay.
Because they go out and look at every area and determine what needs to be done. As they're doing that, Ronnie will fix some of the low-hanging stuff, right? Stuff
We
that's
have
relatively...
28 projects that we will start on.
that are quick, that they can start working on and then roll it out as we know what those projects look like and what funding takes, maybe back in 24 saying, hey, we have this many that we can go ahead and start doing, how do we fund those?
I'm just glad that we're funding the plan, that we're going to do the plan, because if, ISO comes in town, we can say, hey, we're taking this very seriously and we have a plan. So.
Absolutely. And these guys they absolutely have taken water looping very serious, and they are looking at grants, and they've been talking to Ron at different ways we could fund that. And, if we get some of the generators paid for with grants instead of ARPA, that may free up some money. So there's a lot of options
We
there.
have it in as a shovel-ready project as well.
Good.
Yeah. That makes a big difference when you're applying for grants, if it's ready to go.
Yep.
And then this is the revenue bond capital projects. There's 2 slides. So the 66 East Sewer Line, the 66 Force Main, those are in progress right now. And then they will finish up the 66 Force Main in 2023, which is phase 2. You guys have seen that map, I think. Phase 1 went along the line up to Ship, and then phase 2 kind of cuts up and across. And then you can see there's some projects that fall out 25, 26, 27. I'll focus mainly on the ones for the next couple of years. College Park Lift Station abandonment, $550,000. That's next year. There's also Pecan Harbor Lift Station abandonment, Mallard Cove Lift Station abandonment. Those fall out in 2025. The 18-inch sanitary sewer line from Dow Rock to the North Side Lift Station. They had to teach me what all these acronyms mean. That's 300. You should have seen them in my office the other day. It was quite humorous. The gravity line to abandon lift stations. So as they put in that gravity line, that allows them to abandon those lift stations you see up above. And so that'll happen over the next couple of years. Westwood Heights replacement, Lakeline Spur. Those are several years out. The North Texas Municipal Water District redundant lines at the take points. That's something Ronnie is actually talking to North Texas Municipal Water District about, because we don't know if that is really possible because they only have one line in, right? Or two lines in. And so he is working directly with North Texas Municipal Water District to see what that would take, even though they're not till 25 and 26. I believe there's two lines. And so he's kind of working through with them what that might look like, and then that might free up some money to do something different based on what that looks like. The sanitary sewer upgrade on Liberty Grove, the Winter Circle Lift Station abandonment next year, and the Dow Rock Princeton 10-inch sanitary sewer upgrade last year. They're doing Toller Bay Lift Station now, and Toller Ridge, Highland Meadows, and now they're working on the Lakeland Heights right now as well.
I'm
You
sure
can
it's,
see kind of how that shakes out.
I'm sure it's a dumb question, but I'm good at those. So we have a lot of lift station abandonments here. What are we doing in an abandonment?
What are we,
What do we do?
what does that involve?
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to ask me at some point, why are we spending $450,000 to abandon something?
It's the cost of the lock. Lock the door and leave it. Abandon it.
Well, the goal obviously is to get rid of a lift station which is mechanical in nature and rely on gravity. It involves decommissioning the pumps and the wet well and taking apart the site, the site infrastructure.
And it goes pretty deep. Those things go.
Some of them do. Some of them are over 20, they could be 25 to 30 feet deep, yeah, the wet wells.
The lift station is not a revenue producer. It's a revenue sucker.
Take a lot of maintenance.
All right, and all
Oh, yeah, I
it does
see
is
trucks
it's
come
just-
through the
it's
neighborhood all the
pushing
time,
it-
yeah.
Pushing it down the road, so all of them we can decommission, is the electricity,
they're
it's
maintenance
the pumps,
hauls.
it's the maintenance, it's
Right.
Yeah.
everything.
The
But-
maintenance on them is
And
insane.
the good news is that, like, for example, with the Bayside lift station, that is actually, when it's done, will have helped us get rid of, I think, 3 smaller lift stations. And as Mayor just said, they are expensive to operate. Plus, in this case, one that we're able to get rid of because of a gravity line. We have 26 sewer lift stations. City of DeSoto has none. Everything is gravity. So our city, we take the lowest part of the city and we're going to pump everything back up to the top. And so therefore it's got to go up and down, up and down. And so that's why this happens.
And some of those
I do
pumps
want
go-
to point this out because Angie a little while ago mentioned the word Tums. I don't know if y'all caught that.
I did. It is the
But-
coolest thing you've ever seen.
So Ronnie came to us one day and he said, "So I need to put Tums in the sewer lines." And I was like, "What?"
Well, because he had to put it into Angie terms, and so that's how the
Yeah.
Tums ended up. There is
Yeah.
a technical word.
Yeah, it's
I've
not
never heard
going to
this
CVS
before.
pharmacy and getting a
Everybody
bunch
knows
of
milk of
Tums.
magnesia, that's what it is. It's
Yeah.
60% milk of magnesia.
But here's the thing. We saw a report this week that they gave us that the amount of sewer gas that gets trapped in there, which has caused us no end of headaches in this city, including litigation at one point, has almost dissipated.
So as a point of reference, think about the line in front of McDonald's that collapsed several years ago. That is 100% caused or 99% caused by sewer gas. It eats all the top of that line up. And by using this substance, it takes that gas from extremely high to zero, nearly zero.
0.5 is acid, sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
And ours is 800.
Yeah.
So
And
it's basically, it eats the concrete that the lift stations are made of. It eats the coating, it eats the lift station, it eats the pumps, it eats people, it eats everything. I mean, it's destructive as it can be. So we've got it down. We're running a trial through October. We've gotten it down to near zero.
So when was this science discovered?
It's basic chemistry.
I saw it 20
Acid and a base.
No kidding. Ronnie came in and said, hey, we're doing this, and I'm like,
I'm
okay.
just so
And they installed the equipment, and we buy
We're only
the
buying
product.
Right now, we're only buying the product. They're lending us the equipment
Yeah.
to run the trial.
Yeah.
We have spec'd it at our new lift station to be included in the lift station. It is in the Bayside lift station, which we haven't started pumping in. The equipment's already there. So we'll retrofit the 3 lift stations we're doing right now, which feed the whole system basically.
How much are these systems?
They're probably 40 to 50,000.
Is that something we would?
It could be lower.
Penny.
Yeah, it's very low.
It is worth every penny. I'm wondering.
Yeah, just shuffle that around to try to figure it out.
And then it didn't work.
Yeah.
So we got a great deal just buying the chemicals, then retrofitting it. Let's test it for 6 months.
Yeah.
You know.
That's,
Yeah,
you know,
that makes
wow.
The-
My
the
point is,
graphs
we're
are
already
pretty
seeing the results.
astonishing.
Talk to Garland about putting some in their treatment facility.
It was
going
a-
in
Well,
there
but
for
remember,
Yeah.
It is. it is
Really?
my point is, it doesn't matter to us in their plant. It only matters in our lines and our pumps and our stuff, not theirs.
Well, that's amazing. Good to hear.
The results have
Very
been
good.
astonishing.
Sorry.
I was blown away this
I
week.
didn't want to pass over the comment without y'all knowing.
He came in with this list of terms about that long, and I was like, Ronnie, don't know much about sewer. I need it. He's like, Tums. We're putting Tums in the sewer line. I'm like, okay, perfect. I got it. Easy way to explain it.
Wastewater treatment plant over there by Dexter.
So, next group of projects, the only one that, there's only a few, and you see them at the bottom, that are happening this year in this. The rest fall out pretty far out. There's the Garland meter station, which you heard me say that this year we have 7.7 million in this account, and that's one of the reasons why. So, we, very long drawn out negotiation of our Garland contract, and that included some new meters, and they came back to us, and we believed that we had to build some rather extensive structures. Ronnie and Jeff have now worked with Garland and worked through this, and we believe that will be significantly lower, maybe as low as $100,000. And so they are kind of working through that with them to make sure exactly what we need before we do that. But we had to plan for the worst and then hope for the best, if you know what I mean. And so the Merritt Road 36-inch, 30-inch water lines, the Toller Business Park, again, you see that in East Industrial, and those are part of those bond projects to fund the water
And I do want to make this clear, guys, this isn't just you go down to the store and buy a meter. So this is really the housing structure.
Yeah.
The concrete housing structure, the platform, because we're going to lease the meter itself. And in these in water, you're able to build or buy a meter that has an impeller that can spin based on the amount of water that goes through it. But for sewer, it's a whole different animal. And the previous one we had a problem because when we had excess water that backed up from the sewer, the Garland sewer treatment plant, that turbidity that it caused and everything was causing because what it did is it tried to measure the pace of the water. So the technology that we're now implementing has been approved by Garland. It's been tested and proven as a technology. So it's now this is the housing mechanism to put it in place.
And we've wound up meeting with them, and they're going to buy the meters, which was a huge.
So we're not even going to lease it.
No, sir.
Wait, who's going to buy the meters for
They're
us?
buying the meters. One of them's already installed.
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
They've worked some magic over there.
Remember when I said let them go through the presentation and then ask questions?
They are buying the meters because according to the contract, we were going to turn the meters ownership over to them anyways. So that we met with the new director over there, and he said, I don't know why we're having you buy them, we'll buy them. We checked one in the field, it's already in the hole. The only thing we have to do is make one improvement on one manhole, and then we have to take the Springfield Park out of commission, which we're doing in-house. So we should fall way up.
Are you saying $750,000 we don't have to spend?
Potentially, yeah. Which
Cross
is,
your fingers and toes.
yes, there's a
It
lot
doesn't
of,
happen until we sign the dotted line.
yeah.
You know how long we've been talking about a Garland meter?
until it happens,
No.
right? So
Golly.
it came back up recently. It was like, oh my gosh, there's $750,000. And then these guys really went to bat and started looking at it and what do we really
'Cause if they're
need?
gonna own it, why are we paying for it?
What do we really need and how do we do it? And so they've spent a lot of
But
time working on
understand
that.
the premise. The developer wants to build a home and
Yep.
sell it, okay, they have to pay for the meter. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, we still own it,
Yeah.
but they have to put in the.
That's a good
So,
point.
It
But don't
is.
tell Garland that.
No,
No,
no.
No, and what happened is their director over there retired. The assistant director who was sitting there listening to the same conversations couldn't understand why we were buying their meter. So when we met with him, he said, I couldn't understand it then, so I don't think that's right now. So it was
Don't tell
a
me
nice
right
meeting.
now.
It was a really good meeting we had.
So
It's a good thing.
on the list, we got the Merritt Road. Is that part of the looping process or what is, what?
The Merritt Road 36-inch and 30-inch water line.
The what? I'm
It is
sorry?
not part of the water looping.
Okay.
No, yes.
Because that is such a big number, can you explain the Merritt Road 30-inch water lines? What is that supporting again?
It came out of a recommendation from our consultant. As growth is occurring in the North Shore and at the Bayside, Sapphire Bay, the transmission main is needed to help supply water to the distribution networks that will either be going in or are in those areas, plus some other areas of the city.
I mean-
General growth of the city, development of the city.
So, if those projects were developed and without this line, we would not have the sufficient water capacity.
For full build out.
Right, not for full build out.
Okay.
It would be limited.
Is this replacing a smaller line or is this a whole new line?
This is whole new.
They will lay next to the other three lines that are in.
Okay.
This is what Jeff said, transmission line as opposed to some of the other types of lines we have, which supports the whole system.
I mean, 30-inch or 36 inches is a
Yeah.
pretty significant line.
Yeah.
The Dowak water line's 24-inch, and that's big, so this is, yeah.
Okay.
Homestead also was a little bit of a driver for this.
Oh, Homestead, okay.
So drainage fund, missed drainage projects, vehicle replacement, and then TCEQ MS4. This is something Jeff manages very closely. I believe this is an annual thing that we do every year with them. And so
And we are also on the verge of getting our renewed permit.
there you go. So Jeff does those reports every year and makes sure they get in on time. So that's the drainage fund. And then upcoming plan funding, you've heard me reference this a couple of times. These are the big rocks. There are more coming. Brian and I got together and with staff over the last few days and really put together a thorough plan from 23 to 29 that kind of maps out what is industry standard, how do we get the plans done in a timely manner, comprehensive plan, so 2023 will be a portion of it. That is only a portion, and then in 2024, there are some additional dollars that will have to be allocated. So this is a work in progress. You see there again, TCEQ MS4 happens every year. Golf maintenance actually fell off, and so then you've got your wastewater master plan, you have a water. Just to give you some idea, there are 12 to 18 different plans that we have that we use that are now all on a list and all mapped out on best practice, including Parks Master Plan and all the different CULP plan, drainage plan, water plan, wastewater plan. And I'm happy to answer questions. Or let Brian and Wendy answer questions.
So this is less of a question and more of a, maybe just a general thought, but I think maybe we as council members need to be better at sharing what's going on with these different projects, both the cash projects as well as the bond projects, and just be more aware of that. From a micro level, I think, I see some of the things you post on LinkedIn, Ronnie, of your guys in a trench doing work, and I think that's a good look. It lets people know that their tax dollars are improving the infrastructure of the city, and also from a macro level of just, here's what we have coming up this year. Here's our big projects. So they know the tax dollars are not just, I mean, there's so much conversation about, oh, the city's just, wasting our tax dollars and this and that. And then you look at this list of projects, and those dollar numbers have a lot of zeros at the end. They're substantial, very costly.
Well, if it's not in your backyard, then it's, you don't know, you don't
I mean,
care.
that's a good argument, I guess, but I think it's still, I see some of the Garland council members do that, and maybe they're just doing it because they're in districts and they're doing it primarily for their district, but I think communicating that out and
I
saying,
agree.
here's what we're doing, here's what's coming up.
I completely agree. And taking advantage of Friday at 5 if we can.
I was going to say, I think, I know there used to be detailed about projects. Now Hannah does a very short video,
Yeah.
but there are additional details attached to each one of those messages. I was going to pull one up real quick and just see if it's still in there. But we used to cover pretty much every project with some pictures that were going on, but I don't know what all's in the report now. I'll have to look and see.
I don't want to add burden to staff. Maybe I do, I don't know. But I mean, you guys obviously are tracking the projects and doing updates up the chain. Or is there anything coming out of that we can just routinely have a project status page? Not the Friday at 5 was more of a formal. Everyone's got to turn something in, and it gets cleaned up and made.
And that's kind of where those project updates come in. They do it every week, and I'll look and see. But we used to cover like all of our capital improvement projects that were going on, and there was kind of a status. But I'll look and see if that's still in there.
I wonder if there's a way to do a status board on the website.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Maybe it's a quick,
There
submission.
was, you may remember when we had
Sorry, I'm
that,
trying to find the last
it's
Friday
like
at
a
5.
PowerPoint, every project that was out there, and it would tell you green light, yellow light, red light.
You're right.
And we had that,
a while
but
ago.
here, the thing is, people hardly ever looked at it.
Yeah.
And so,
The
and we
views
meet
were
with
zero.
council twice a year to go over all the projects.
But I think that's why you have to push instead of pull people. Don't pull people to the website, push it out, if you can, if possible.
Yeah, maybe that.
Just
we
say,
could-
hey,
we could
reminder
do.
if you want to
So
watch
some of it
project
is
status.
if the Friday at 5 video, immediately they make a post. The very first link says, click here for more information. And it has engineering department news, it has public work news, and that's some of the hot topics they're working on right then.
So maybe as individual council members, we can push some of those.
But it is like, in the very first comment, the very first line says, check out the full scoop in this week's news. And if you click on that, it's an actual document that has it all in there.
And I've never clicked on it.
I obviously have not in a really long time. That's why I wanted to pull one up and see.
If
But
we
it
wanna
actually
copy and
has
paste
some
stuff,
ongoing hot stuff that's happening right now.
And that is such a good point that Jeff makes, because I think so many of the complaints are due to misperceptions.
Don't know.
People see something like what I brought up about the, why are we giving money to Life Message out of the general fund? Well, it's not coming from your tax
Right.
dollars, but they don't know that.
Yeah. And two, we can beef up some of the public works projects as well. It used to be a lot, and then we kind of slowed down a little bit, but we can beef some of those up in the Friday at 5 too, and then it's accessible right there for anybody to pull up and cut and paste out or take a picture of, whatever you want to post.
So I had one question way back at the beginning of the presentation, and Pam should be proud of me because I wrote it down and didn't interrupt.
I'm busy.
So, okay.
Your face.
The PCI, there was a statement in there, $136.6 million to fix all the replace all the roads that are PCI under 55. And then the next slide we had, the 3 bond programs had $108 million total for the paving.
That was all the projects,
stuff.
yeah.
So the 136, is that, I wrote down, is that before or after bond funding, or some of the bond projects part of that 136?
That was, I believe
That may
that
be too
number
detailed a
came
question,
post
but-
2021, so that is like now forward what it would take. I was gonna look, sorry. The cost to reconstruct all roads with a PCI under 55 is $136 million. That is post-2021 bond, so that's anything going forward.
So anything 2020 bond is not in that?
15,
Okay.
18, 21 are not included in that number, and then the alleys were, I had to find it real quick, Brian, sorry.
Yeah, it's all the way up the
The
top.
alleys were 74.8 million
Right,
to do
right.
everything under 55.
So I remember going back to the budget presentation in 2019, just in history, that then our PCI, average PCI was 77. And in order to maintain 77, it was 10 million a year for 10 years. So we're starting to see the ramifications of not doing 10 million, 11 million a year for 10 years. You will
So-
see that PCI come down.
I want to make this point, though. coming out of the Great Recession, and y'all may remember back in 2004 or 5, the city had an election that failed. All 4 bond propositions failed, and it made council a little skittish at the time. So we did not sell bonds for about 10 years.
Yep.
And then there came a point where we no longer could do that, could no longer support it. And when we did that, what council wanted to start with coming out of the Great Recession, because we still wanted to be sensitive to the public and to the financial difficulties they had been facing, was to hold bond elections basically for only what the current tax rate would support. So we wouldn't have to ask for additional tax dollars. But in the last few years, we've had some conversations where I think council has come to realize we may not always be able to do that. And I think we are going to have serious conversation for the 2024 election. Can not only be about what the tax rate supports, because there is no way you'll ever play catch up. And I think when we get the study, the full study back, and we have this conversation with council from that assessment done by that vehicle, I don't think we're even going to be at 74.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I am interested though, Brian, in what you alluded to earlier when you talked about your driving and the leveling of the not the slabs, but the
Panels.
Panels, thank you. And I know Ronnie and I have had some conversation offline about this. We've got such a need. There is so much a need for us to find a way to take some of those roads that are 55 and less and figure a way to stretch them to where we can do that funding. And I think Ronnie's been thinking about that and how we can do that. I mean, if you've got a road that's 54, can we keep it at 54 and not let it get to a 24?
And that was
So,
their
until we can
philosophy
get to
for
it.
a long time.
Yes.
Till we can get to it.
Keep the good roads good.
Yes.
Right.
Keep them where they are, and you just keep. My argument would be we keep kicking the right can down the road if we just try to keep them where they are.
And just and
Takes
for
a
the
lot of
sake
money.
of the public or anybody else listening, the reason that 55 is so important is that once it drops below 55, you're pretty much looking at reconstruction.
Yep. Deterioration
You know,
increases.
that's right. And when it hits 60, we can still bump it back up a little. But when it hits 54 or 50, it's really hard to bring that back.
Right. I guess my point is there's kind of a user experience thing here. And I see it every day because I drive up a road that is a 24 right now. And there was some work done on it recently that is probably going to increase that 24 to maybe it's going to be a 34. But the user experience of that is tremendous. I mean, my neighbors are saying, boy, it really helps to have a guy on council. It just helps if you talk to Public Works and say, we got some things that need to be done, and you call the helpline. That stuff gets done.
Action Center. Reach out to the Action Center.
Yeah.
They're there for.
And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. There's this perception that we're in really terrible shape, and well, we're not in great shape, but there are a lot of really, really bad roads and alleys in the city where we're applying the funds that we have, but people don't see that. All they see is, that same pothole is still here that I'm hitting all the time. So I'm hoping to find ways that we can address that concern so that those people are happier.
Right, and
Give us time.
our staff can't be everywhere all the time. I mean, just like today on the way here this morning, I emailed Ronnie and said, hey, if your patch guys are out, can you have them take a look at Schrady? And when we go left to go get lunch, it was fixed. I mean, and so if you tell them about it, call the Action Center.
Report it. It makes
the
a big difference.
Patch crew will get out there. They just can't be driving every road, every alley, all the time.
Well, we need them to schedule their work too,
Yeah.
but there are times we can react.
We have a second patch truck coming in on last year's budget, which will let us expand our work.
Yeah.
Potholes are our biggest enemy that we have. The PCI rating, when you have this company come in, they're going to tell you exactly where to apply your money at, keep your streets at that level.
So
When
when they presented this project to us, how long ago, in my mind, it was kind of like heat maps. So my fire department, I know where our heat maps are. Every nursing home in town. So I mean, that's where we spend
Brian's
so
house.
much of our time. And so with this, it's going to show us where we really need to be focusing more of our money. Not to say that there aren't times that, because of some other project going on, we're going to go ahead and, move one other project ahead of something else, just simply to make, to improve the intersections or whatever it may be. But anyway, but guys,
One more.
sorry.
We talked a little while ago about drainage fee. The current one is at $13.50 a month for commercial, and there's a lot of discussion around other alternatives. Is that something we can look at as part of the fee review that's coming up here shortly?
I have it on my list.
Okay.
I keep a running list of topics that we discuss, and I have it on here to look at.
I think that's a really good idea
change?
to deal with that.
You have to have 2 public hearings when you do it. I did it in another town, like I said, we assessed it at 50 cents per thousand on commercial properties at 80% of the, what's the word?
Impervious
surface. And it's a definite moneymaker, and it ties right into the MS4 licensing. Okay, so.
I'd say it's a budget offsetter, not a.
Yeah, so we're not gonna call anything a money maker.
Look at that.
That's wrong.
I've never seen that face
Revenue offset.
You just got his face. I've never seen that face before.
Way to go, Ronnie. Just gets offset by expenses.
But yes,
You knew
we
what
are.
you meant.
Exactly.
All right, let's get to the next.
Do you like to
item.
take
We're
a
getting
quick break
little
before we do
delirious
budget
now.
priorities and financial strategies?
Yeah, you got the look all right.
Mayor,
The
why-
Grim Reaper.
Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break or so? Because when we get to the next one, that's going to be our last session. It's going to generate a lot of discussion.
Okay.
Not that many slides, but the conversation is what's going to be so critical. So let's do that real quick.
All right.
No, you got a quorum.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
It's 2:32. We're on somewhat on track, right? Let's get this started. Wendy? I know. I'm excited to see his reaction.
Okay, let me go ahead and start then.
Oh, wait, that's,
Okay, this topic is going to be about what we have labeled as landmine planning. So over the past few years, as you all know, we've accepted several excellent grants for the city that have really helped us out a lot. And we continue to experience fast development that has upfront cost that we don't really see a return for until future years. And Brian mentioned that earlier. So we decided to put together a presentation today that brings out all of the landmines that we know are out there that we're about to encounter. And does anyone here, of course most of you do, remember Foghorn Leghorn?
oh, yeah.
That he knows where the landmines, we know where the landmines are, but we're trying to get them contained in the box and under control for the future.
I've got a big question mark over my head. Yeah.
No? Okay. You can look him up. It's a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Who's a-
Looney Tunes, right?
Yes, he was.
Well,
I'll say that. That was how he worked, yep. I say that, boy.
Oh my gosh, I did that all afternoon yesterday.
Did you have to shut your door?
All right.
Okay.
So guys, this is had you already started?
See, it already
Go
started.
ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, this is a really important conversation because we know with all these big grants we've been applying for, the SAFER grants and some of the other things, we knew that having to put in a new fire station before the revenues are really there to support it, we knew that this was coming. So last fall, we first started having this conversation was, there's some landmines coming. We need to know what they are so that we're not, oh, you've already said all this. Okay, well, never mind. All right, let's go.
You got
Just
nothing left
reinforces
the
what I
minute we
said.
started.
Well, I can't help that.
You had 5 minutes.
You made it his idea that it works.
Okay, so as we both mentioned in the past, we've taken advantage of personnel grants. Specifically, this is where the biggest landmines are related to. Most notably, the SAFER grants to adequately staff fire facility needs. Specifically, we accepted a 2019 SAFER grant that provided us 9 firefighters, in which Not this coming, so these are not going to affect the fiscal year '23 budget per se, unless we do some type of preservation of funds or tax rate to start covering. These are what are going to hit in '24 and going forward, so that's why we wanted to bring all of this to your attention, just to keep it in mind when you're making those funding priority decisions. So that 2019 SAFER grant that provided us 9 firefighters, that is going to impact our personnel budget in the general fund in fiscal year 2024 to about the tune of about $900,000. Now, could be more than that, dependent on the decisions that council makes today based on employee funding. And then 2025, we will round out and complete absorbing the entire cost of that 2019 SAFER grant. But then in 2025, we will start absorbing the cost of the 2020 SAFER grant that gave us 9 additional firefighters, and then we will complete out absorbing the cost of that grant in 2026.
So these are increases.
They're increased. These are annual increases, so it's not cumulative. Once we settle for 1 year for 2024, then in 2025, that's what we're looking at to settle, figure out for the next year.
Thank you.
So additionally, we also have to plan for public safety needs at Sapphire Bay and the trails at Cottonwood Creek. We're going to need a fire facility there, so we're going to need to staff that facility. That cost, we are anticipating for personnel with equipment needs to cost to incur in fiscal year 27 for about $1.3 million. The medic unit, we're not anticipating to have to add to that facility until fiscal year 2030. That's why it's not on this schedule, but it's on our long-term schedule. We just decided to do this as a 5-year snapshot because a lot can change that far down the road. And then additionally for personnel, we're going to need to bring on board some police for the Sapphire Bay area, and we're anticipating about $500,000 in fiscal year 24. Same for 25 and 26, additional for each one of those over those 3 years, and that's to bring in one sergeant and 3 officers each one of those 3 years for that area. In conjunction with those, we are going to need some additional fire apparatus, which we will plan. These values that you see here are taking out a capital lease for those. So this is the year that we would bring on the annual payment. For example, for Sapphire Bay, we're going to need a ladder truck, and in fiscal year 24, we anticipate that bringing on that capital need will be an annual payment for a capital lease of about $300,000. And then we'll need a fire truck also for Trails of Cottonwood Creek, anticipated for fiscal year 27, and that starting that payment in fiscal year 27 would take about $180,000 a year. So pulling all of this together, the results are a little bit alarming. You see in fiscal year 24, about 1.9 million, fiscal year 25, another 1.5 million, 26, another 840,000, and then 27, another almost $1.5 million to fully build out the needs of our development that we have going on right now. It's alarming whenever you know that the windfalls and the revenues for these types of projects are not going to be recognized until the projects really are complete and functional. So there's a lot of cost up front before you reap the benefits.
Okay.
The good news is that we will recognize some associated revenue offsets in the interim, along with the costs that are associated, these startup costs. But they're not going to be nearly enough to cover them. So we will also, in a couple of slides, provide you also some options that you could think about, some mitigation options to discuss whenever we start talking about also the general fund decisions as well. So as I mentioned, there will be some interim revenues that will come along with these projects, and it's based on the incentive agreements that we have with Sapphire Bay for the most part. Also what's in there is our anticipated growth from our TIF downtown, that the city keeps 50% of those property tax revenues. So that is additional growth that we will be able to see from the TIF downtown that will be able to help a little bit with that. So these are additional revenues that are coming online each year. So you'll see that in fiscal year '24, there will be an additional anticipated for these particular incentive agreements, $341,000 going into the general fund. In fiscal year '25, an additional $871,000, '26, 1.4, and so on.
Question.
Question?
Why is Jackson Shaw on there?
That is, I was going to mention, that is not approved yet. That was just on there as a hypothetical in the event that that did happen. It would provide a little bit of additional revenue. And I was going to note, that has not been approved by council.
I know that.
It has not. And I also, just to add it on there as a potential revenue source, I put it as the least incentive type funding that the city would get, because I know that they have been in discussion about different agreements that they could possibly have if they were to, if council were to approve.
We're trying to look at a crystal ball.
Yeah.
It's a little murky, but, we're trying to put everything out there that we can think of.
Wendy, on this revenue spreadsheet, the revenues each fiscal year compound, they're in addition to the prior year, right?
Correct.
Okay,
It's not cumulative. Those will be new revenues coming online each year.
okay, thank you.
So I did not include hotel tax in this because those funds have to go into the hotel fund, and those are restricted by state law for tourism purposes, so we can't use those as part of the Sapphire Bay Incentive Agreement, that revenue coming in. And this also, I do want to mention, it does not include any Trails at Cottonwood Creek revenues for any type of project permits or even build out for property tax revenues, because we don't have a really good model for that yet. But just know that this is kind of worst case scenario, that there should be some Trails at Cottonwood Creek revenues that would be added to this as well. Not sure it would be really substantial, because again, that's one of those developments that, other than the permit revenues, the major revenues that you're going to see from property taxes are going to come more once the development is built out. So when you put the estimated expense that I showed in the previous slide with these estimated revenues, here is the net effect that we get in graph form. And what this is showing is that in fiscal year '24, what we're looking at is a shortfall from those project expenses and revenues of about $1.5 million. And the impact on the tax rate on this is about a 2.6 penny increase on the tax rate to be able to fund that $1.5 million. And then in fiscal year '25, we would have a shortfall. Once we solve for '24, in fiscal year '25, we would have a shortfall of about $629,000. And then in fiscal year '26, we would then start to go into the surplus, where we would start to see more revenues over our expenses, and we start to see our return on the developments and the investment. And we would have about almost a $600,000 surplus. And then fiscal year '27, we would see an additional $622,000 surplus. And then looking out to fiscal year '28, almost a $2 million surplus. So as you can see, all your costs, just as Brian said previously, all your costs are up front, you see the return later. But our problem now, our landmines, is how do we solve for those upfront costs? Now the yellow line, the pennies on the tax rate to be able to fund this, if council were to choose, or if that is even an option of looking at the tax rate, you can see that in the beginning in '24, that it would be a 2.6 penny increase, and then this is cumulative. So the cost per year is the cost per year, the new additional cost per year, but I did the pennies on the tax rate as a cumulative effect. So the pennies on the tax rate would go up to $3.60 or $3.64 in fiscal year '25. But then, as you can see, it starts to go down to where by the time you get to fiscal year '28, it's like a 1.7 penny decrease on the tax rate.
So the reason we wanted to show it in this frame is that if we do nothing else, if there's no mitigation strategies, then this would be the impact from a tax rate perspective that we would need to incur. But as you'll see on the next slide, and what we're going to pause for discussion are some mitigation strategies that can help with this.
We don't even have a recession yet.
What's that? Oh.
I was talking to myself, I'm sorry.
The fiscal year '24 looks like it does not, if I'm doing math in my head quickly enough, does not have the Jackson Shaw number in it, or it does it?
It does.
It does. Okay, so it could be 250 more. It could be 1.8 million without that.
Well, the Jackson Shaw is $240,000. So the
the red would
net
be-
right now of 1.5 would go up to 1.7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And right now, it's almost 600,000 per penny is what 1 cent brings in. So even then, the 2.6 might go to 2.8.
Yeah, and I was just doing a quick calculation. I want to say it was like $62 on a median price, $350,000 taxable property.
So let's look at some of the strategies.
Okay, so some of the options that we put on the table here are, we have, council set aside several years ago about $1.2 million that we still have in there, some funds for future land acquisition. That is an option that we could use, as well as our economic development fund has reserves right now at about $2 million. Is estimated at the end of the fiscal year. And then also, as Angie mentioned earlier, if we get a grant for those generators, lift station generators, that could free up some of the ARPA funding that could also go towards the mitigation of these landmines as well. Those are existing funds that we have. If we look at other options, we could in the future defer cash-funded projects, the cash CIP, or the cash maintenance projects that Angie spoke to earlier. We could roll forward some of those. We could use some of the roll forward fiscal year 23 property tax capped value loss, because we talked about that $900 million that was taken off the market value for the taxes, the tax revenue this year. That's going to roll over into future years, because we're, as long as the value doesn't plummet and we lose it, if values stay the same, that is going to continue to roll over until it is eventually taxed. We could cut operational expenses. We could increase the tax rate. But we also need to remember, too, with the roll forward and using the fiscal year property tax capped loss value, that typically has been used for operational funds, employee raises, departmental equipment needs and such, contract increases, but council always has the option to use it however they want. So from there, I just want to ask if council has any other questions or any other suggestions that you would like to have included.
I have a suggestion. So there's an opportunity, other cities do this, actually a lot of cities do this, where they will charge, so you know how we charge insurance for ambulance services? We get revenue to kind of help offset the cost of that service. They also will bill for wrecks, and they'll charge insurance for wrecks. Other cities do this. Garland does it. Denison. Other towns have done this, and it brings in money to help offset the expenses of that personnel and equipment being used. So maybe that's an option to help absorb some of that difference, and that could be a discussion we have in a future work session about. Does
Something
Chief
your
have
fire
some?
chief is working on right now.
Oh.
Is putting together what that looks like to be able to bring it to council. So
Really?
he's been working on it for a little bit.
We're looking at different things that we can build.
Mhm.
Wrecks,
Oh.
car fires,
I'm glad to hear that.
hazmat
Yep.
incidents, things like that. So we've been looking into that, what that looks like, and we're almost prepared to
So that's an option to help absorb some of this,
And
operational
that would be a
cost.
new set of fees
Yep.
Right.
that then could help offset some of that.
Yeah.
So what would cutting operational expenses look like? Is that something that goes across all the city departments, or how does that work?
So normally we would cut only the police department.
Yeah, in your neighborhood.
You wasted that because Dan's not here.
No, they're back there.
I know you.
Oh, okay.
I normally would send the fire department. They're always offering to do each other's budget. for
Oh,
them.
okay.
So let me say this, it really is across the board in terms of, we may not just say, hey, everybody cut 1% out of the budget. It could be that we target certain departments or costs. Because, there's some things, like right now with this high growth, it'd be really hard to cut, say, community development, because I've got to have people for permitting, inspections, and things like that. On the other hand, if we enter into a true recession, then that might be where you would target, because now I don't have the permits, and don't have the activity there that I would have had otherwise. So right now I can't tell you where it would come from. I will tell you, most cities I've worked in, they're really good at cutting the budget, and it's really hard to add to the budget. And you would think it's the opposite, but we all go through cycles. Recessions, mini recessions, sometimes other things just happen in the community. And so, we constantly do that. But the bad things is that what happens is usually it's, you defer equipment, you defer projects. And then in the later years, when things improve and you play catch up, it's a lot of catch up.
Yeah, but basically, any operational cuts that are, over 50,000, really extreme measures, council would have to adopt an amended budget anyway. So
Yes.
we're going to be very involved in those details if we do cut.
So I see in here as opportunities, looking at the reserves for economic development. Do we have a similar opportunity with the general fund?
Oh,
So
we don't want to do
Over
that.
10 million.
well,
Gonna make
11 or
one
12
break into a
now,
sweat.
You just made me
But-
Before you
Hey,
jump
this
on
is
the
full
answer, there's a
disclosure.
reason you build a reserve. Reserve is to cover a rainy day. And this looks like a very rainy day here over the next 2 years. It's about a $2.4 million shortage over the fiscal 24 and 25 that we need to find a way to fund. And I don't want to rule out everything immediately just because it creates some risk.
So this is no different than the question the mayor asked earlier about the utility fund. So our policy is to maintain 90 days in the utility
Well,
fund,
25% of operational expenses.
but we are far higher than that. She doesn't like to use the word far.
We are,
No,
and we are in the water and
I
sewer
am
fund.
talking about the water fund.
Okay.
All right, let me finish my statement. So, in the utility fund, it's 90 days, and we, as you saw from Dan's presentation, with 180, 190 days or something like that.
So we could,
So you could pull a little bit from that. Again, we also want to offset other things, and because we made conscious decisions before to set aside $1 million for rate stabilization, that obviously has helped. The general fund, the rule is 25%, and we are above, but not nearly like the utility fund, just slightly above,
No, I
right?
want to say it was 27, around 33 this past year. Okay.
but there's a very important reason why we have the 25%
Yes.
reserve. I mean,
It
it's,
took us several years to get there.
Yes.
Right.
And actually, Brian, that was my first thought. Brian G. and I talked about this yesterday, and that was my thought too. But as he reminded me, when you add on those safer grant employees, when you start adding on that personnel cost, your fund balance reserve is going to go down because you've got to have
As a
25% of
percentage.
your operating expense. So that's already eating into what we currently have.
So I'm sorry, say that again, because I'm,
So your fund balance is based on a percentage of operating
oh, I
expenses.
see, okay. I
That's the
follow. You're gonna increase the
25%
base of
rule.
your 25%.
So if you increase cost $1 million, your percentage has now been impacted by
We
$250,000.
risk dropping below that 25%
So how
just
much-
by adding more.
So what is our overhead available there now? Do we have that as a hard number? Because we're not going to find 2.6 or whatever the number was in one pot sitting somewhere. My sense is we're going to have to start dipping into lots of pots to try and get to that 2.6.
I think the first thing you look at is we relook at the ARPA funds, because you do have 2.6 in the pot there.
Okay.
To me, before you go into reserves, my philosophy would be is let's relook at ARPA.
Yep.
And then start to look at how do we defer future cash CIP projects. Last then would be, you know, do we want to try to preserve some of that roll forward pennies, you know, to help supplement that budget into the future. And if you can't find it there, none of that makes sense, then you get into some of those harder questions. That's just kind of would be my philosophy, because we had a lot of great ideas in ARPA. With some of it looks like we might be able to get with some, I mean, if we get a grant to replace the generators, that's almost enough to cover it. So wasn't that over $1 million? That was $1 million and something for the generator, $2 million. So we get a grant for that, and we had set aside ARPA money to pay for that. We get that grant, I'd take that right away and use that to cover that.
So Matt is right. In my mind, before you would go where you're going, now if this was in the utility fund with that extra almost 100 days, I would say maybe we have a slightly different conversation. But with this, you have the land acquisition, 1.2 million, we haven't spent in 8 years. Because we were trying to acquire property, could not acquire the property, and it was for a future move. But at this point, you have that, we know we have
But
that.
I would just say that on that real quick.
So-
We saved that specifically for North Shore, because we didn't know how it was gonna come together, and it was a combination of homeowners. If we had one PD that came in and said, I got all these landowners to do it, but we may still need that to help cobble together something to make a realistic, large-scale development happen in North Shore.
Hold
So
on,
it's just
we're
where-
talking about the economic development reserves. I was talking about the land
Well, I'm talking about
acquisition.
land acquisition too. I mean,
The
if we
land
had to come in and
acquisition
help
was
make some of
not
that
for
happen.
economic development.
Yeah, it was for.
We never said we were gonna hold it for that. We were holding it to buy a piece of property for the future expansion of the public works facility.
Okay, so
And-
we
and
have.
that's my code talk for you to
We have
know what
four
we're talking
people
about.
sitting here who were not around during the ARPA discussion. Can we talk a little bit about, if we're talking options for this today, can we talk about what that was, how much that was, how it was allocated
The
at all?
total was 6.8 million.
6.8.
6.8, over 2 years, and we've now gotten the second payment. We have, a lot of it went into utility types of projects, because the initial requirements was you could spend it on water and sewer, but you couldn't spend it on streets and alleys. But y'all remember, we had a huge conversation because the rules got updated, and basically they said you can pretty much do it on almost anything. What we ended up spending hours on was public safety salaries, which then now has freed that money up because we already spent those dollars. And so all of this now is the general fund, or the city can make the decision without any ARPA restrictions anymore. So out of
Erosion?
this,
You want the list? There's a list.
so 1.5 million on erosion, 500,000 cost overrun.
I don't remember what that was for.
I think that was for, like, we were worried about, like, some of the, because of inflation.
Inflation, that was
So
inflation.
preserve
Sorry, I have
it
horrible notes from the
for
meeting.
cost overruns. We did, 78,000 for dispatch for communications update.
We already
And
approved
that was
Or that's-
approved by council.
Yeah. you
Yeah.
can't go
And
back on that.
114,000.
That's the actual construction, I think.
Okay.
Maybe, rather than trying to get into the detail. can
We'll
we
send
kind
you
of
the
fig-
list.
Yeah, if we get the, and what's committed, what's not committed? I like Matt's idea, if that's the.
So the 1.5 on erosion has
that's to
not
pay
been
for our-
committed
our
yet.
Carry forward.
Well,
Because one thing is that, you know, the money was pandemic-related money, and the pandemic, in my view, slowed us down quite a bit around Sapphire Bay. So Sapphire Bay is partly the driving force in this, having to get built up with the fire department and staffing for fire, staffing for
That's where we
police.
freed up.
And that is very
There was
appropriate
some
use for
stuff out
ARPA
there.
funds.
So,
during this.
so we know that we have not expended any money on the generators yet, because we're waiting on
The grant,
the grant. So that would be what,
1.7.
yeah, that would be really what you would aim for if we got the grant, is pulling that and putting that away for, you know, this situation, this scenario for next year's budget. Good idea on that. Can you explain, for council's knowledge, why a 25% reserve limit is crucial?
It's crucial for the bond rating, for one. 25% actually is a little lower than the norm. I mean, we're not being overzealous by saying a 25%.
For a double A rated city.
Yes. We're not being overzealous at 25%. There are a lot of cities that actually have more. But it's also for, as Brian said, times where the economy is bad and you've got to dip into those reserves to keep your operations going.
And we haven't even, this isn't even a recession plan. This is a landmine plan, which,
Right.
so we really should preserve that for who knows what's going to happen next year. I mean, if we started digging into reserves now and we don't even know what the market's going to do next year, we're going to find ourselves in a big bind. We're going to regret that.
The other thing in the ARPA money, other than that, was the 1.5 million for erosion, but you'll remember why that's important. We hadn't started yet, but.
That's erosion on lakefront parks. And so Scenic Point Park, Lakeside Park,
Community
we are
park.
using, we are just losing ground as quick as we can do something to keep it from losing.
Fast as Yellowstone?
It was, honestly, it was
Kinda
a
similar.
bond project and it didn't get approved in the bond, and so the agreement was.
Worst case scenario, because we're talking landmines
Yeah.
again, you know, if
Yeah.
to cover a landmine, we are hopefully gonna have a CIP in 2024. We could put the erosion back onto
Yeah.
the parks bond, and hopefully this time that would pass, and we could cover it after future CIPs
Yeah.
and free up that other 1.5.
I do know a lot of our departments have conversations already taking place about this money, because that was a while ago. That was back in April. And so technology, he's got a lot of that stuff already in the works. So even if there's not a purchase order open, it's already kind of in the works on planning. So not erosion, but some of the other stuff.
Yeah, and I think the IT stuff is a must. I wouldn't.
Yeah, we
I wouldn't
can.
recommend moving the
And
IT stuff, but erosion, and hopefully we get a grant for generators.
The generators, and I'd rather go down the ARPA
When do we hear
road than
about
down the
I will tell
economic
you that
development reserve. So I
there's
think we
two
need-
generator grants. They're only
That's
for
stealing your
1.3
investment money.
apiece. We might independently get one or the other, but the bid for generators is nearly doubled, right? So we talked a little bit about that in the ARPA meeting. So if we got one of the grants at 1.3, it would still take quite a bit of the 1.7 to buy all the generators and then get them installed.
Well, and that's why, Matt, your
Yeah,
point on
yeah.
erosion is important.
Yeah.
But it wasn't gonna take up,
I don't know.
it might take up some of it, but
It's
not
going
all
through
of
the
it.
checkboxes.
If we merely preserve the erosion money and a portion of the generator money, remember, we may not get the grants, and we need to do the generators, whether we get the grants or not.
Correct.
If we preserve that, because remember, you're not talking about spending this today, you're talking about preserving it for not even next fiscal year, it's the year after. That's what mitigation really is all about. So it's the 2024 budget you're trying to preserve it for. And by that time, we would kind of know more things
Yeah.
about what we're trying to
But
do.
before we go and spend this money, we need to really be
Yeah,
cautious.
that was
with-
my point, you
Yeah.
know.
2024, that doesn't put us past the 3 years, right, Brian? Because isn't it 3 years on the ARPA?
No, remember, it's no longer ARPA money.
Oh, that's right, because we spent it, that's right.
That's
Sorry.
right. So now we can make that
We can
a conscious
reserve
decision.
that.
The land acquisition is also money that we can continue to set aside and not spend. And you'll remember, council, those of you who've been on a while, we also said, hey, that would give us some startup money if we end up having a bond election to put maybe the first, whatever it is, city hall, public safety building or whatever, and, you know, to help with some of the infrastructure to get to that spot. But to your point, we can bond it all instead. And then, sorry.
So, the land acquisition, how does that, would that fund, or could that fund ultimately end up being used for the Cheesa Road change?
In terms of
acquiring the property?
It's not restricted.
So, was that the intent of that fund at some point?
Just so you know what happened, many years ago, about 8 years ago, 7 or 8, we got a check from TxDOT for something that we had been off and on negotiating, arguing over, cussing at each other for 10 years.
Wasn't it?
Having to do with the PGBT. It's right-of-way
was
acquisition
right-of-way,
that they
yeah.
had to get, and they sent us a check. And the council at that time said, we need to set that aside and not spend it, and we set that aside at about $1.2 million.
But there was a very specific project that was identified, and that has not happened.
Right.
But I think what Jeff was asking is, depending upon the cost for land acquisition off of Cheeser Road, would that?
You could.
Yeah.
You could shift it for that. That's not a restricted fund.
Right.
Other than council's intent. Economic Development Reserves is not a restricted fund, other than council's intent. The ARPA funds no longer have restrictions, so that's only council's intent. All these choices here are really about where you have true options without, just, willy-nilly cutting stuff. So we have some options here, and again, this is a great conversation because this is what we need to have to kind of see where those pain points are. I mean, I don't really want to give up the land acquisition money, but I would rather do this to mitigate than to continue to hold it for something that may or may not happen, and we don't know when.
And I would be open to all of those things, up into trying not to cut any operational expenses and certainly not trying to increase tax rates. I'd rather do anything but those two.
So when it comes to acquiring,
I agree.
or potentially acquiring the properties on Cheesa that would be needed to expand that road, is that built into the bond that was
So there
passed?
is right of way in there, but it could be more.
Gotcha.
That's the one thing I would say. But at the point we bonded it, we didn't know we were going to get any help from Dallas County. And then Dallas County came forward and they gave $1.5 million, I think, whatever it was. I don't remember. Anybody remember?
That's
the
pretty much
exact amount?
inflation.
So my point is, then we thought, okay, that might help us with the offset because we were expecting it to be higher. So we may not need it for that reason, but
inflation, we don't know.
But inflation, we don't know. And we have not bid that project yet.
Yeah.
I think I would tend to agree with Mike. However, I really hate to defer any cash CIP projects only because of the conversation we just had about all the infrastructure needs, all the street needs, and to kick the can down the road, as Angie put it a moment ago, I think there's more strategic ways we can do it. The ARPA funds make perfect sense. I don't know the whole story there. I'm going to defer to your judgment on that, Matt, but it sounds like a great solution.
It was the April, it was the second meeting in April like an April 12th about when they did an entire meeting over that.
And it was not on video. I remember it now, yes. The video
is that the one
feed
where
did
the
not
video?
work.
That's the video right there.
I was intending to, I was talking to Laura.
I can put you together.
It was
Ron
not,
has a full list of all the projects. I can put all the projects
So
We
together.
will send that.
We
to
can
you.
put an
But-
update on our next.
It was a
This is-
special session, and it was.
It's not just about, trying to find other, cutting things, right? Or pulling from here and putting there. It's also about finding other strategic ways to find other places to get money. One of those was
Revenue
being
sources.
the, charging insurance, which is following in line with precedent across other cities. It's not something that just Rowlett would be doing. Billing for insurance for wrecks, so that we can offset the cost of operations and manpower and supplies. And that can help bring some money back in to help us kind of float along. That's one avenue, and go ahead.
We were still talking.
Well, just thinking about if there's other kind of revenue sources that we can tap into to help get us through these next couple of tough years.
Maybe grants to offset some of the
Right.
operational expenses. That's on the table too.
Right.
That's what they're working on.
I do think that if council is willing to be strategically patient on this issue, I think we can preserve some of this and quite frankly, fully mitigate this issue. Now, these are the things we know about. On top of that, we're not going to hire all the positions that are on our list. And we also are going to be challenged with raises next year and in the next year. Even if the market softens, that still, doesn't mean that we can go a year or two without raises, Now, in a true hard recession, okay, but that's not what the economists are saying right now. They're talking about maybe a softening. And I would say in a hot market like San Francisco or DFW, it may not even be much of a softening. But again, we don't know that. So we prepare for everything in the hopes that it won't be so bad.
So, if I could, this may be a wild herring, but following up on the mayor's conversation, when I first started looking at the impact Sapphire Bay and the need for the fire station was having on us, the thought occurred to me that we have impact fees for new development for things like streets and parks and water and sewer, and we don't have one for public safety infrastructure that's needed. And in this case, we're having to build the fire station. We're having to buy a fire engine, and we're having to do that in advance and hire firemen in advance of when we're going to have a revenue stream to support those. And that strikes me as being exactly what an impact fee is about. It's to affect to offset the cost to your operating budget and your capital budget for new development. I don't know if, and David's not here, so I don't know if there's any legal grounds for that.
I wish he was, because this same conversation occurred, Matt's smiling over there, with council about 3 years ago, I guess, and they pinned David down trying to, can we do an impact? I think it was when we were thinking about that $800,000 pavement maintenance fee, but there was a question about impact fees with that. That's not typically an impact fee recoverable type of thing. It can be TERSs, PIDs, there could be other ways that you skin that same animal, but not an impact fee. Typically, that's correct.
Well, and this one's a little bit weird, because this is why we pushed back on it so much. I mean, typically, we would wait until the demand was there and the revenue was there to build the fire station and to staff it and to do that, but this is a little different animal because of where it's located.
We're building a Disney park.
You can't really do that with fire stations. You can't do it with fire stations. Fire stations will almost always be ahead of the revenue that helps pay for it.
Well, and that's why with Trails of Cottonwood, we were very strategic in that if, the developer's going to bring in 800 homes, we're going to have a fire station up there to remain within the response time requirement, NFPA response time standards. So the developer is going to build the station for the city. Now we're going to have to cover personnel costs and equipment, but that's a huge expense that the developer took on building a fire station for the city.
Sounds like an impact.
Well, and
council made them do it.
One little twist that you'll remember that Wendy did show the expense of when the Trails of Cottonwood would come online. But one thing I reminded her last night is that there's a trigger point for it. And I don't remember if it's a couple hundred homes.
Phase 2.
Yeah, so it's like the first couple hundred homes will be built, then it triggers, the station. So again, there would be some revenues that can help offset it, and we can let y'all know.
It's the beginning of phase 2.
Yeah. Oh, David Berman says no, it's not. It's an illegal tax. So
Public safety impact.
Yeah.
He usually answers me pretty quick because he's afraid I'll do something stupid, so.
Shoot, that's how your response.
We have a relationship. We have a
So
relationship.
David doesn't respond to you for several days. He's not worried about
He's not worried about what you'll do.
It's an illegal tax.
Public safety.
So I think for water, sewer impact fees, I think for pavement impact fees, parks pro rata fees, different terminology there. There is a whole bevy of legal work and litigation that has supported those kinds of things. I think, we just have to be cautious about, those other kinds of things. But I do think what Neil is working on and what the mayor had brought up is another one where, cities are able to defend and support that. But I think for me, and what I'm kind of hearing, unless I hear differently from some of you, but, I want to come back with a preservation strategy. And again, you're not making that decision even when you adopt this budget, but what you're doing is then you're committing to me that we're going to preserve the ability to help mitigate those impacts over several years. And if we end up, if we get the one grant on the generators, remember, because of inflation, it still may be more, but then that goes into that pot. We won't touch the land acquisition balance until we know what's going to happen with that. I'd rather not use economic development reserves because to your point earlier, I think that is where it has taken years to build up that kind of a war chest. We're not a 3A, 3B city, and that will never happen. And then I want to also set aside the erosion deal. I don't want to set that aside too long. What I would like to do is to set aside or preserve the erosion money until we know for sure whether we got the generator grants. And that's only just a few more months. And then if we got the generator grants, then we might be able to free up some of the erosion money, to do what we need to do. Because I don't think we have the choice of waiting till 2024.
So so the CIP task force is out there right now. One of the things besides the facilities, we're also asking about parks.
Yeah.
Could they include? I mean, I think they should include. If we had a November bond, they could put that on a November bond for parks to move that forward sooner, and then that would potentially free that up depending on how the vote went. Just a thought.
So yeah, they could do that.
If they made a recommendation.
Next Tuesday night, you are going to have a conversation about whether or not the timing is right for an election in November. Now, I want to have this conversation because we would go back to it anyway. But again, you're not making that decision today, but just the double whammy of interest rates, increasing interest rates, and inflation, and the impact it would have to be able to do it. One of the biggest items out there for facilities is a public safety building. And I think we have it tentatively for $60 million.
Yeah.
And that actually may be a $70 to $80 million facility right now. Because that number was a few years ago, a couple years ago.
It's at least that, yeah.
So there could be, this is not an abandonment of an idea, because it's not, but the possibility that, just for you to consider for next Tuesday night, a strategic pause to see if the Federal Reserve, the economy, if there's some softening, some changes, if that can help offset that. I think we lucked out with our bond sale Tuesday morning because we found a slight window in the market. And I think even today, the interest rate would already be higher if we sold it today or tomorrow. Yeah. So I want to stress this. We are in the best financial shape of our lives. But it's not uncommon for a city to have to know that there's a speed bump out there and the fact that we have resources to help us offset that is incredible. Mm-hmm. And I know we want to get all these things done, but I think we can do this without having to increase the tax rate if we're willing to be strategic about it. I really do. Anybody else want to weigh in on the strategies and whether some things that you might support or would not support other things?
I really like your idea of a strategic pause. I like the wording, and that's what I've been saying, thinking for a while, and that goes right along with we don't want to increase the tax rate, we don't want to cut operational expenses, I think. Yeah.
Like you were saying, Brian, it's good that we are able to be proactive and look into the future and know that next couple years are not going to be great budgetarily, but we have ways to survive and get through it. But instead of just surprise, we have a problem, now what? We're able to have this budget and 2023 and implement it, and it's gonna we're gonna enjoy this budget and then realize that next year is going to be very difficult.
But to your point, we're not closing our eyes about what's coming.
Right.
And so if we were doing that, then I don't think we could be comfortable with it. But like you said, we can do that this year, enjoy it, but we're also preserving to help for what we know is coming.
Right.
Expect the best and plan for the worst.
Conservative budgeting.
So does anybody disagree with the conversation at this point? Well, then I would like to go back to the previous conversation about revenue estimates, because I do want to pin you guys down on one thing to help staff plan. So if we could pull the revenue estimate one, and I think it's the second to the last slide or something like that. You remember, this is where we started to have a conversation. I asked everybody to kind of pause.
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
So here's my question to you. We're gonna pin you down as to the maximum possible tax rate you're willing to consider. All right? So as you know, because of the increment, we can do no increase, we can do the 3.5 under Senate Bill 2, and you have an increment of up to 4.7 cents on top of that. The full rate would still be a 2-penny decrease. So without an election, the rate's going to decrease anyway. So this does give us flexibility to do some stuff. Again, it won't do it all. So for example, even if we were to do C, that could pay raises, and we might be able to hire the 8 officers.
Can we go to that slide?
Hang on a second. But beyond that, there's not much more we can do. The full VA rate also gives us the ability to not only hire the officers, but also to be able to fill in some other important gaps.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to recommend and ask is that get comfortable with the idea to publish the full VA rate. Again, that's still declaring we are going to reduce the tax rate by at least 2 pennies. And then still, when you see the proposed budget and we have the more detailed discussions about the specifics, that could be where you may decide, we're not going to do all of it this year, we're going to cut back on that, or we're not going to do this. So I think you could do the full VA rate for publication purposes.
I think it's critical that we follow precedent and do what we've done is publish the maximum rate before, below the requirement for an election, and especially with coming into this year, knowing what we know ahead of time.
I support that.
Which is
Yeah.
nothing, you don't know anything.
We don't know
because
anything.
It's also early.
That's part of the reason-
You want to leave yourself as much flexibility.
Right,
as you can.
that's what I mean by what we know is what we don't know.
Oh, you don't know, exactly right.
But that's always the twist. We always have to ask you that before you even see the final proposed budget.
Right.
And when is the final tax rate selected? Is that August again?
Yes. So what would have to happen is, and let me say this, we're on the accelerated schedule because we never want to take council for granted. And if you ever were to say, hey, we're willing to increase the tax rate, if we don't have the accelerated schedule, you can't make that decision in time. So that's why we're almost a month ahead of our previous ways that we used to do it. So what I would say is that you would have to adopt that tax rate before August 17th, I believe, in order to preserve the ability to do that.
Okay, I think I'm less clear than I was before. Can you? Sorry.
So if you want to
Run
adopt-
through our deadline dates of when we have to approve and publish.
August 17th, I believe, is the date that you would have to adopt a tax rate. If you were wanting to adopt a tax rate that goes above the full VA rate.
Goes above the full
Above the
VA.
full VA, because that triggers an automatic election, and the deadline to adopt a tax rate that would trigger an election is August 17th.
Right, because that's 90 days before the election
Uniform
date.
election date.
That's for going above the full VA rate.
Correct.
And so what is the near-term deadline that you're seeking guidance for today?
So July 12th, we're going to submit the proposed budget. Again, we used to do it the first or second week of August, so almost a month early. And usually, when we do that, it's usually the same night of the presentation, is also a resolution for you to declare the maximum rate in tax rate you're willing to consider.
July 12th, you said?
So that most likely would be the 12th. Does that sound right, guys? Okay, that is on the 12th.
When you're making your proposed budget, yes.
Is that what says we'll set the ceiling on the 12th? I thought that's a different date.
Brian,
We said
you're
it after,
wrong.
we said it after.
August 8th
Yes.
is the tax ceiling.
The reason why is
Okay.
because we don't set the
Okay.
ceiling until we get the official tax rate after the certified value, so that we know hard, solid value.
forgotten
So,
August
but this
8th,
is more-
'cause November 8th is the election.
We're trying to give you some, at least some guidance
Yes.
on this, because
Yes.
you have to form this budget to submit to us, and if we don't tell you the maximum what we're
Yes.
thinking about, you're not gonna really know what.
That's it.
I was tying it to this other topic, but they
Yeah.
reminded me that that is still on the old schedule, but I need guidance as to what you're willing to consider, because I don't want to present a budget that's DOA.
Right, right.
You know, dead on arrival. I want to know that at least it has a chance that it can be passed with some modifications.
Where I'm at is I always like to, do the proposed for the full VA, because I like to have that flexibility.
Yep.
But my recommendation in terms of guidance in setting the budget is preserving at least half of that roll forward, so looking essentially at that C option, so that we, again, can preserve that. Knowing now that we still get it, if we were gonna lose it, then it might be a different story, but knowing that we can preserve that, that's where I would plan on, at least my recommendation would be to plan your budget based on that.
Yeah, I'm not at all comfortable with D, but I could go to C. I can't honestly tell you that there's much chance I would vote for D, but I'm okay with publishing D.
I'd say I'm okay with publishing D as well. Again, leaning towards less, but I want the opportunity to look at what Brian brings forward. I see that future case of this, we've got a whole laundry list of things out here with price tags tied to them. Now we have a chance to go back and think about those, and we have some discussion down the road and figure out where we come out, and it may be somewhere between B and D.
Yeah, we're not committing to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is 2 cents,
We're
this
committing
is
to
4
flexibility.
cents, can we do 3 cents? I mean,
Right.
that's the difference.
And when we get the
Right,
budget,
right.
it's gonna paint the picture for us, and that's
The
when
whole
we,
picture.
yeah, the whole picture.
Yep.
And that's when we're gonna see really how limited we are budgetarily with, getting new things, more officers, more equipment. I mean, that 4 million is going to go fast.
It will.
So that will present us
Then what about this then? See how y'all feel about this. I will present you a budget with option C. And then what I will do is I will add a menu of options.
Yes, you've done that
If you
before.
decide, yes, if you decide that, the thing I wanted is not in there, then at least it gives you some ideas of where you may go to say, I'm willing to go just a little more than that or a little more than that. Or to disagree with, the proposal as a
So
whole.
what you're saying, propose a budget based on C, but we have some leverage to go up to D. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and with a menu of options, now you can still always disagree with, my proposed recommendation. If I come forward and, want to hire 8 general fund employees and I don't include the police, I know I already got to have a conversation about that, right? So, but what can we do? And that's also staff's number one, recommendation as well. It's going to be hard to fit everything in that we even think has to happen this year in the 4 million. But I think what it does for you, it allows me and my staff to plan around a pretty, firm number, but still provide you some flexibility as to where you think you may go with it.
I like that. I remember you did that probably a couple budgets ago, where you kind of, gave us a list of the council priorities and said, here's where you can plug and play with this money, and that was actually a helpful exercise. So.
Well, and as of today, you still haven't heard from your 501c3s and your boards and commissions, so we still will have to do that. And again, you don't have the comprehensive picture because today is about strategy. It's about the big rocks. So I think that's a good workaround. for where we're at today. And then I think that we talked a little bit about where we may go in terms of pay. I think we've got some pretty good direction.
So Brian, I will say, I'm okay with publishing D as Matt recommended, and I think we'll wind up likely somewhere between B and D, not at that maximum level. But if we do that, the onus is on the 7 of us to communicate that effectively with people, because there has been a huge misconception in the past about just because we publish that rate doesn't mean we're going to adopt that rate. And we have to be able to effectively communicate to that out to people so that they understand. Just because we put that in the paper and just because that's what's on the website doesn't mean that's the end-all be-all. There's still more to this process, and until we arrive at all of those, go through all those gyrations to get there, we haven't arrived at a final number. So I would encourage my colleagues here to be very vocal about that when you talk to people, because it is a source of much contention from what I've seen.
Well, and to your point, it's really a good point, Jeff. When we published this before, it's almost always been higher than even the current tax rate.
Right.
The difference this year, which is the first time that I've seen it this way, is that even at that rate, it's still going to be a reduction in the tax rate. But I do want to make it clear, it does still mean our taxpayers are paying more than property.
That's right, and that's what it says when it goes in the newspaper.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be very clear about the difference between a rate and the dollar. You know, I think Garland really struggled with this when they had the bond election that they had, and communication was their biggest downfall. And I don't want us to go through the same situation where a failure to communicate is what results in many problems down the road.
And I want to get some public input too on what the priorities are, you know, what the citizens' priorities are. We do that with bond elections. We do that because we need their support to vote for it. But I think, you know, I'd like to hear some of that regarding the budget as well, because a lot of people feel like, well, by the time we get to a public hearing on the budget, it's already set. You know, I feel like that what they say really doesn't have any effect.
Yeah, and that's really on each of our individual onuses as council members to reach out to our constituency and ask them what they think the priorities in this community are. I know eventually we'll end up doing a town hall meeting, but that's a TBD.
And when I was going to say, don't we typically do budget town halls, and when do those occur?
No, we don't do
No.
Not budget. We have town halls, but they're
More
not
general
always
in
about
scope.
budget.
Yeah.
You maybe remember, we did the My Rowlett campaign
Right.
a couple times, and that was coming out of the Great Recession, if you'll remember. But we don't do budget town halls.
We do have.
Bond, we have done some on
sessions.
bonds.
We do have, once we do the proposed budget, we do have two strategy sessions where it's open council meetings and.
But they're not town halls,
Right.
though.
Right.
It's a regular work session where citizens can come and do the citizen input and listen in.
But to your point, that kind of is where a lot of people think this is already a given, but it's not, because you still have a chance to say, hey, I like this.
Oh, I know
or
it's not, but they don't. They feel that way.
I do think that a lot of times, by the time you get to the final hearing, final public hearing, yeah, it does feel that way.
Right,
By that
because-
time, we've already made a lot of the tweaks that came from council's budget work sessions.
Right.
Do we have other
No, this was it, Mayor.
for the day? We didn't need to do board and commission?
No, but when we first were, and the reason we didn't invite everybody is that we were gonna try to do it around lunch, but then we ended up having that other deal.
So we'll have to reschedule that part of it. Okay.
And in all fairness, I want to invite them, you know, when we talk about those, so that they have a chance to provide any input, or if you have questions for them. You know, you're gonna have Keep Rowlett Beautiful, CERT, our own boards and commissions, you know, Art Humanities. You're gonna have various different groups that are gonna have a recommendation. So we did not ask them to be here today because of that. Otherwise, they would have.
Were we looking for priorities from this list of what the departments presented?
Yeah, but remember, that list was only people on that list, wasn't it?
It's
Oh, that
everything.
was? Okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was just
It's
people. Okay. So yes, that is the complete list of everything that has been asked for.
He's asking you if you would like for them to tell you what some of their priorities are on that list.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to go through that
This is the
exercise, or is
translation
that?
Can we pull that up? This is
Right,
why I
Jeff?
keep her
That's what
around,
you're
so-
asking,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I thought we were on this slide before and we said, let's table that until, okay.
Is that an
Okay.
exercise you wanted to go through, as kind of for us to give you some guidance on
Yeah,
that?
I mean, well, let's do it this way. Let's flip it and say, rather than everybody go down and list everything, you know, is there anything in particular on here you want to support more than everything else? Or if there's nothing else,
Where was this?
So what you see there is departments, what
presentation
their
was it?
rankings were. So
Storefront?
each department was asked to rank their requests from 1 to whatever.
One further down.
So the first column, department rank, was how important that was to the department. And then outside of that, we had an executive team meeting where the executive team took all of the number ones and collectively ranked 1 through 10 on the number ones. So just so you understand what those rankings mean and why they're on there.
So you said to tell you what is an absolute, or what?
yeah, no, I was saying, is there anything on this list maybe that I mean, because look, it's a long list. If everybody went through and ranked everything, but what, is there anything on here you feel like we can't live without, you know? And that might be more than just one item, but that I think would help in terms of us trying to figure out how we can, what we need to consider more than anything else.
Well, the patrol officers,
Eight
definitely.
patrol.
I think we were going to
It's
hear
a gut
that.
punch, but
We were expecting that.
Did I
Fire
hear,
bay, fire
was
truck.
I understanding that the radio replacement is really kind of not an option? Is that right? That the,
Yeah, that was.
the current radios are going end of life or something?
That was the one we applied for the grant.
Hey, Neil, you
wasn't
gotta
it?
come over here so they can.
I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't speak up. So, yeah, my question was, the radio replacement is kind of down towards the lower half of the list here. My thought was that was pretty much mandatory in order to still have radio communication, is that right?
It will be at some point.
It's not today.
It's not today.
Okay.
It's making, it's kind of like one of those things that we want you to see what's coming at you. At some point, we're going to have to replace them. We just don't know what that point is. Because year after next, they're going to quit making parts for them.
Okay.
Right now, they pretty much quit making parts. It's whatever you can find on the shelf for what we have. They're going to the new model. So, I mean, we
Okay.
could be okay for a few years. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, because we order it now and we don't even have to pay for it until.
That's our employee survey that we do. And
Thank
there's
you.
more that we'd like to do.
Do you have a comment?
Light air truck.
Ladder truck?
No, that's part of the 2024.
But we would lease it, so it would be only the cost of the annual lease.
I
I
thought
mean-
there was a 2-year lead time
Well,
to get it.
we order it, we don't even really start paying for it until.
Yeah, the big
Okay.
fire truck was gonna be a 2-year lead time, but the light air truck wasn't 2 years, was it?
No, it was, I think they told me 580 days,
Yeah.
which is almost a year.
Ladder truck, we can order it today, and we don't have to start paying on it until we take
Well,
delivery.
it's showing, am I not reading this right? It says ladder truck and fleet maintenance, Sapphire Bay, capital lease, 215.
That's the one I just.
That's the one, the
mentioned,
lease
Blake.
truck.
That is also on the land mining list too. So if we were gonna use mitigation dollars,
But,
keep that in
okay,
there,
well,
that
I'm-
is part of that package also.
Well, I'm confused. Is that in 2023 or is that in 2024?
We don't,
The first payment, we usually pay down some money on those. It depends, it varies from time to time, but the real first payment won't be due until after, the year after we take delivery.
which is not
So we
2023.
Yeah.
The further you go down that list, the further out those requests get, is really the
That-
Yeah,
gist
this
of
is
that.
all the requests, so
Okay.
just so y'all know that.
Okay.
Assistant building official. That is
sounds good.
crucial.
Okay?
This is probably the least sexy option on the list, but I'm going to have to go with multi-factor authentication. I just think that's so important.
So you're speaking.
Well, and I think the
Joey.
cybercrime detective is important too.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah, the
cybercrime
cyber,
detective.
yeah.
I really am interested in that multi-factor authentication too.
The MFA is just standard now. I mean, I was surprised that we didn't have it.
Treasury and debt manager.
Yeah, we're,
And light and air truck, we're gonna need that for the high rises.
I got that.
And even the payment on the light and air truck will probably be deferred a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the grants manager is pretty important. There's a huge opportunity cost if we don't, opportunity for loss, I guess is a better way to put it. If we don't bring that person on, if we slip up on providing documentation or something for a grant and we lose funding, that could be very harmful.
But you know, and I don't disagree exactly with what you said, but I really liked how you started off, the lost opportunity cost. That's the bigger thing. I'm telling you, you know, with Ron there and what we're seeing, and there's a startup to it, you know, to try to just get on the list and start applying for things. We got a lot of money coming towards us, and I think another grant writer will really help solidify that.
Well, the thing is, the grants people pay for themselves, basically.
What is
Case in point,
Treasury
Ron's
and
title.
debt manager may as
Police
well.
grants alone. Ron said I could write a dozen
Maybe
police
kind of a
grants
negative
today
payment if
alone.
we don't lose as much.
But I can't because there's not enough hours in the day.
The FLOT camera system.
I have to ask the question. So, you know, in our council priorities, several folks weighed in on getting some Miller Road funding going out there. And we do have a $2.56 million MCIP grant sitting in the wings that we need to match by a certain date. And my memory may be failing me, but it was by the fall of 2024, I thought. May have been 2025, that we had to match that or lose that. How do we get the funding out there for that so we do not lose that grant?
One thing we were at least considering is that to make sure we secure that match. I mean, one option may be that we make sure that it's in the 2024. But I do want to say this. This is obviously staff's list. Council has come up with a list as well. And we are working on providing you some information so I can get you to tie you down to your goals for the next couple of years. Some of that may have to apply into the budget process as well.
Yeah, this is more of an operational request for equipment, not a capital.
But in all fairness, some of the things that council would like to see done in the next couple of years could cost money as well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess there's a question in that is, you know, if we wait till the 2024 bond, do we have sufficient time, assuming it is approved, to get those bonds out, sold, and meet that? I don't know what the requirements
I don't know.
of that
We'll
are.
look at the
I think that's something we
timing on
need
it.
to know whether we need to try and do something earlier than that or in some other way. I hate to give up the $2.5 million and like you.
That's
So let me say this, the mayor and I met with TxDOT a week ago.
Yeah.
Whenever it was.
Michael Morris,
A couple
COG.
weeks ago, Michael Morris. Michael is one of the number one movers and shakers in this region for these kinds of things.
He's the godfather of infrastructure.
So we are going to be sending him an email asking for Miller Road to be put on the list for future funding. But we have to start this conversation, and that was the conversation we had, is that we have a little bit of money, but this has to be a regional solution. This is a Dallas County, a city of Rowlett, a city of Dallas, a TxDOT. I mean, you're going to have 4 or 5 jurisdictions that all have to contribute or participate together to pull this off. Because this is a $50-60 million project. And that can't just be a city of Rowlett. And we don't even own the bridge. We own the approaches, but not the bridge itself. So that's a big deal. And so this was a huge startup for us by being able to say we've already got some grant dollars already from Dallas County. He said, okay, so Dallas County has some skin in the game. Yes. So that was the conversation we had. So we will be formally requesting their help and support. They may tell us, best I can do for you is to put it in there for 2028. And then we'll have a different conversation at that point.
Well, then at least it started.
Yes.
Do we have someone who goes to the RTC meetings, the Regional
Yeah,
Transportation
we actually used to
Council?
have a council member who was on it.
I'm probably going to end up going to RTC meetings from now on. I won't be a member, but I'll be present.
That's good.
Tammy, the previous mayor, was treasurer of that one?
She was COG.
Oh, that
She-
was COG.
She was the COG
Oh,
executive
thank you.
board.
Thank you.
So back to this. The asphalt and concrete supply increase. And then how much did you, probably what, when did you want us to stop?
I'm looking for anything I've got, so keep going.
How bad is the wet zone fence right now?
Yeah, I was looking at that same thing. That's a, that's a
Bad,
safety,
bad.
that's a safety issue. That's, you know.
You see,
Safety issue.
yeah.
Just do it.
If you touched it, you have to go to the
Don't touch it.
It's a very clear, the pictures, but
It's bad. Just go down there and look.
Mike, I can send you those pictures. You weren't here, but I can send you the
Well,
pictures.
I've got the packet.
Yeah.
Can
There's
you
some
remind
pictures
me
in
what the
there.
applications analyst, I forgot.
That is IT, that is
IT.
the person that handles all of Munis, Tyler Munis, Encode, Intergov, RecTrack, all of our applications that we run on our systems. We've got one person in IT that handles all of that.
What was the one for, they were wanting to do something to roll police into it?
It's down a little further. It's an IT request, Information Systems Administrator.
That. The fact that we have one person in police that is IT is a bit weird.
IT partners with them. This person would kind of replace that person in police, and IT would move back to IT. That's kind of what Joey's story was, is Steve is kind of managing that along with IT.
But if that
This would
person,
allow IT to take it all in-house and handle all of it.
so if that one individual in police,
Retires, he would have to have that position.
I'm sorry, yeah, we gotta, that's a,
Because I think he mentioned that he's close to retirement. so-
Yeah.
yeah, he is. I know who it is, yeah.
Number 9 on this list, the climate assessment. We have talked so much about retention and keeping people. To me, that's also a no-brainer. We have to take a multi-pronged approach to that. Part of it is salaries, part of it is culture within the organization as a whole. So that's to have an outside resource do that as opposed to doing it.
it was a more robust deal
Right,
too than
right.
what we've been doing.
I think you're going to get a lot more honesty with a solution like that too. I think you'll get honest answers from people instead
I
of,
think what we get is pretty honest anyway.
Okay, well, that's good.
I remember
That's
the one
good.
year they didn't like one-ply toilet paper. We heard that too.
nobody likes that, Brian.
Nobody.
AC,
Unless there's a
AC
pandemic.
maintenance, because I don't want to see fire stations without AC anymore.
Assistant building official, what is that?
Oh, I'd put that,
One's on there.
yeah,
Yeah,
I put that on
that's
there. I said I'd put that one on there.
I'll do
Assistant
this.
building official.
I'll do this one
Lindy
for you,
just
Blake,
reminded me
about
also
the block
that
cameras.
if
He
you
already
choose
did that,
option
okay.
C, that's about $542,000. So, just keep that in mind.
592.
So I guess I know we're all
That's
kind
why,
of kicking things
that's why I
in
said I'm like,
to help you.
you're
but,
gonna realize how, you're gonna
Yeah.
get that and
No,
you're gonna
that's why
say,
I'm trying to
Yeah,
put it in
everything on the
perspective
list.
for
yeah, pretty
everybody.
much.
No, it's
It's
good
all
because
important. So I think
Yeah.
we're looking to you.
It's the same story where you're like,
your
oh, I don't wanna go the
department folks
highest,
know
and then you
their
realize
operations.
you don't really have a
We've got a
choice.
good
That is-
ranking
that is
here.
what this list is.
Yeah.
Which is why
But,
you put their top
but just
one, right.
understanding, part of this is get feedback and input from council too, because I don't want to forget that. I mean, like the multi-factor authentication didn't make #1, so it wasn't ranked, but I know how I feel about it. The other thing that's not on here is a diversity manager, and that's actually a request from RDIEC. And so we're going to be hearing from some of the other boards and commissions and your 501c3s. Now, I will tell you, at the draft level, we already have the ongoing monies that we've already set aside for support that we do, like with CERT and some of those other programs. Increases we may not have in there till I hear back from you guys.
so, Wendy and Angie pointed out, even with this, we're, with option C, we only have 500,000 something to even, 592,000 to plug and play
Play
with these requests, not including council priorities and board and commission priorities.
is exactly
So that's why it's like, it's so important to publish that maximum rate, because you're gonna get to the proposed budget and you're gonna be like, oh, oh.
Right, and that's why, I mean, there are some things out of the 5-9, out this list, we have to do. There's not gonna be a choice.
Yeah.
And, but that may be also then where we come in and say, okay, here are some other options. The menu that we're gonna provide you, and then council decides what the pain point. You're the only ones that get to decide that. You know, what are our pain points? What can we afford to do? And, but this is great feedback, and this honestly is what we were hoping to get today. So I think we've got a really good starting point. My guys can go back and we can finish the proposed budget, get it in front of you on July 12th, and then get a little more into the detail about some of the specifics. Any other comments or thoughts?
All right,
Well,
is this it?
Yes, thank you all for doing this today. I think it was a good day. I think we hopefully learned a few things, and I think it opened some eyes, and then we will see you again on this topic on July 12th.
All right, then we will adjourn this meeting at 3:51 PM.